The house on Blackthorn Lane didn't look haunted, not at first. Its Victorian bones, tall gables, a sagging porch, windows like half-closed eyes, spoke more of neglect than malice. To Mark Harris, it was a bargain, a chance to rebuild his life and his family's future. To Ellen, it was a project, a place to pour her love for old things. To their daughter, Lily, 17 and sharp as a tack, it was a prison, a creaky old relic in the middle of nowhere, Maine. They'd come from Boston, fleeing debts and arguments, hoping the quiet of a small town would stitch them back together. But as the moving truck rumbled away, leaving them alone with the house, a chill settled over Blackthorn Lane, the kind that seeps into your skin and stays there. The air smelled of damp wood and something sour like milk gone bad. The woods beyond the property line swayed in the wind, their branches clawing at the sky. And inside, the walls, thick, plaster-covered, older than the town itself, held their breath. Mark was the first to hear it, though he'd never admit it. He was unloading boxes in the living room, sweat beading on his brow despite the October cold, when a faint scratching came from the wall behind the fireplace. It was soft like a cat dragging its claws across wood, but rhythmic, deliberate. He froze, screwdriver in hand, and listened. The sound stopped as abruptly as it began. Just the house settling, he muttered, shaking his head. Old places made noises, pipes, beams, maybe mice. He'd been a contractor long enough to know that. But the back of his neck prickled, and for a moment he felt watched, as if the house itself was sizing him up. Ellen heard it next, in the kitchen. She was stacking plates in a cupboard, humming to drown out the silence, when the scratching started again, this time from the wall above the sink. It was louder, more insistent, like fingernails scraping through dirt. She dropped the plate, the crash echoing in the empty house. "Mark?" she called, her voice tight. He poked his head in, frowning. "You hear that?" she asked, pointing at the wall. He listened, but the sound had stopped. "Probably just rodents," he said, though his eyes lingered on the plaster, as if expecting it to move. "Ellen minded." But her hands trembled as she swept up the broken plate. She'd always trusted her gut, and right now, it was screaming that something was wrong. Lily felt it before she heard it. Upstairs, in the bedroom she'd claimed, a drafty corner room with peeling wallpaper. She was sprawled on the floor, scrolling her phone. The house's Wi-Fi was spotty, and the isolation of Blackthorn Lane was already grating on her. She hated Maine, hated the way the woods seemed to lean in, hated the way her parents pretended everything was fine. But as she lay there, a coldness crawled over her, not from the air, but from inside, like a shadow passing through her chest. Then came the scratching directly behind her head, inside the wall. She bolted upright, heart pounding. "What the hell?" she whispered, pressing her ear to the plaster. The sound was slow, deliberate, like someone or something was trying to claw its way out. That night, the family sat around a folding table in the dining room, eating pizza from box. The house was too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you speak in hushed tones. So Mark said, forcing a grin, "What do we think of the place?" Ellen managed to smile, but her eyes darted to the walls. "It's got character," she said. Lily snorted, picking at her slice. "Yeah, if by character, you mean creepy as hell." Mark shot her a look. "Language, Lil." But Lily wasn't backing down. "You didn't hear it, Dad. Something's in the walls." Mark sighed, rubbing his temples. "Houses make noises, okay? We'll set some traps tomorrow." Lily rolled her eyes, but she didn't argue. She'd learned long ago that her dad only believed what he could see. After dinner, Lily slipped upstairs, unable to shake the unease gnawing at her. Her room felt smaller now, the shadows thicker. She knelt by the floorboard where the scratching had been loudest, running her fingers along the wood. One board was loose, wobbling under her touch. Curiosity got the better of her. She pried it up, revealing a dusty hollow beneath. Inside was a photograph, yellowed and curling at the edges. It showed a woman, maybe 30, with dark hair and eyes that seemed to bore through the paper. Her smile was wrong, too tight, like she was hiding something. Lily's stomach twisted. She flipped the photo over. On the back, in faded ink, was a single word, Clara. Downstairs, Ellen couldn't sleep. She lay on the air mattress in the master bedroom, staring at the ceiling. The scratching had started again, fainter now, but unmistakable. It came from the wall behind the headboard, slow and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. She nudged Mark, who groaned. "You hear that?" she whispered. He mumbled something about pipes and rolled over. But Ellen didn't close her eyes. She listened, her breath shallow, as the scratching grew louder, closer. And then, just as she thought she couldn't stand it anymore, a new sound joined it. A whisper, soft and venomous, saying her name. By morning, the house felt different, heavier, as if it had claimed them. Mark found claw marks on the attic beams, too deep to be from any animal. Ellen discovered a newspaper clipping tucked inside a drawer, dated 1923, about a woman who vanished without a trace. And Lily, clutching the photograph of Clara, began to dream of a figure in the walls, watching, waiting. The Harris family didn't know it yet, but they'd awakened something ancient, something angry. The house on Blackthorn Lane wasn't just haunted, it was alive, and it wanted them to stay. Chapter 1. The First Scratch. The moving truck's taillights faded into the fog, swallowed by the dense Maine woods that hemmed in Blackthorn Lane. The Harris family stood on the sagging porch of their new home, a Victorian relic with peeling paint and windows like cataract eyes. Mark Harris, 42, with calloused hands and a contractor's squint, surveyed the house with a mix of pride and exhaustion. It was a steal, $120,000 for a 4-bedroom fixer-upper, snatched at auction after the previous owner defaulted. He'd spent 20 years patching up other people's homes. Now, he'd build one for his family. Ellen, his wife, hovered beside him, her auburn hair tucked into a messy bun, her librarian's fingers clutching a thermos of coffee. At 39, she carried a quiet resilience, though her green eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt as they traced the house's warped gables. Their daughter, Lily, 17 and wiry, slouched against a porch post, her black hoodie swallowing her frame. Her dark eyes, shadowed by eyeliner, glared at the woods as if they'd personally offended her. Boston was gone, its noise, its life, its Wi-Fi, and this creaky mausoleum was her new reality. The air was thick with the scent of pine and decay, and a chill clung to their skin, sharper than October should allow. The house loomed over them, its silence louder than the wind. Mark pushed open the front door, the hinges screaming like a warning. The foyer smelled of dust and mildew, its oak floorboard scuffed but sturdy. A chandelier hung crookedly, its crystals dulled by grime. "Home sweet home," Mark said, forcing a grin. Ellen managed a nod, stepping inside, her sneakers scuffing the floor. Lily trailed behind, earbuds dangling, her phone useless in the dead zone of Blackthorn Lane. "This place is a tomb," she muttered, kicking a loose baseboard. Mark shot her a look, but let slide. They were all on edge. 3 months of financial strain, arguments, and a rushed move had frayed their nerves. The house was their lifeline, their chance to start over. He wouldn't let Lily's attitude ruin it. They spent the morning unloading boxes, the house swallowing their footsteps. Mark hauled furniture into the living room, a cavernous space with a stone fireplace and walls plastered in faded yellow. He was wrestling a couch into place when he heard it, a faint scratching like a nail dragged across wood, coming from the wall behind the mantel. He froze, his breath catching. The sound was soft but rhythmic, 3 slow scrapes, then silence. He set the couch down, wiping sweat from his brow, and listened. Nothing. "Old houses," he muttered, shaking his head. Pipes groaned, beams settled. He'd heard all before. But his pulse quickened, and for a moment, he felt the weight of the house's gaze, as if it were studying him. He glanced at the wall, its plaster cracked but intact, and forced himself to keep moving. No need to spook Ellen or Lily over nothing. Ellen was in the kitchen, a narrow room with chipped cabinets and a cast-iron sink. She unpacked dishes, stacking them carefully, her movements deliberate to ward off the unease creeping up her spine. The house felt too big, too empty, its silence pressing against her eardrums. She was humming an old folk tune, trying to fill the void when a scratching started. It came from the wall above the sink, louder than Mark's, like fingernails clawing through dirt. Her hand stilled, the plate she held trembling. The sound was slow, deliberate, 5 scrapes, then a pause, then 5 more. "Mark?" she called, her voice sharper than she meant. He appeared in the doorway, toolbox in hand. "You hear that?" She pointed at the wall, her throat tight. Mark tilted his head, listening, but the scratching had stopped, leaving only the hum of the refrigerator. "Probably mice," he said, though his eyes lingered on the wall, searching for cracks. "I'll grab some traps tomorrow." Ellen nodded, but her fingers dug into the plate's edge. She'd always trusted her instincts, honed by years of reading people as easily as books. Something was wrong here, something alive. Upstairs, Lily claimed the corner bedroom, its slanted ceiling and peeling wallpaper giving it a cave-like feel. She dropped her backpack on the floor, flopped onto a bare mattress, and scrolled her phone, cursing the single bar of service. The woods outside her window swayed, their branches scraping the glass like fingers. She hated this place, hated the isolation, the way her parents pretended everything was fine when they could barely afford groceries. Her dad's business had tanked, her mom's library job was gone, and now they were stuck in this nowhere town, playing house in a wreck. She was about to blast her music when a coldness hit her, not from the drafty window, but from inside, a shadow passing through her chest. Then came the scratching, right behind her head, inside the wall. It was sharp, insistent, like someone carving their way out. She bolted upright, heart slamming against her ribs. "What the hell?" she whispered, pressing her ear to the plaster. The sound grew louder, 6 scrapes, then a faint thud, as if something had shifted. She yanked her hand back, her skin crawling. This wasn't mice. This was something else. Dinner was tense. The family huddled around a folding table in the dining room, a bare bulb casting harsh shadows. Pizza boxes littered the surface, the greasy scent clashing with the house's musty air. "So," Mark said, wiping his hands, "what do we think?" Ellen forced a smile, her eyes darting to the walls. "It's got potential," she said, though her voice wavered. Lily snorted, picking at her crust. "It's got ghosts, is what it's got." Mark's jaw tightened. "Enough, Lil. It's just a house." But Lily leaned forward, undeterred. "I heard something in my room, Dad. Scratching, like inside the walls." Ellen's fork paused, her gaze meeting Lily's. "I heard it too," she admitted, quieter. Mark sighed, rubbing his temples. "Look, I'll check it out tomorrow. Traps, maybe a pest guy. Can we just eat?" Lily slumped back, but her eyes stayed on the walls, searching for movement. The house seemed to listen, its silence heavier than before. After dinner, Lily slipped upstairs, the stairs creaking under her weight. Her room felt smaller now, the air thicker. The scratching had stopped, but the memory of it buzzed in her skull. She knelt by the wall where the sound had been loudest, her fingers tracing the floorboards. One was loose, wobbling under her touch. She hesitated, then pried it up, the wood splintering slightly. Beneath was a hollow space, coated in dust. Her breath caught as she reached in, pulling out a photograph, its edges curled and yellowed. It showed a woman, maybe 30, with dark hair pinned up and eyes that seemed to pierce the paper. Her smile was tight, unnatural, like she was hiding a scream. Lily's stomach twisted, a cold dread pooling inside her. She flipped the photo over. In faded ink, a single word, Clara. The house creaked around her, and for a moment, she swore the scratching started again, fainter, like a whisper. Downstairs, Ellen lay awake on the air mattress, the master bedroom's walls closing in. Mark snored beside her, oblivious, but sleep wouldn't come. The scratching had returned, soft but unmistakable, coming from the wall behind the headboard. It was rhythmic like a pulse, 3 scrapes, then a pause. Her heart pounded, her skin clammy. She stared at the ceiling, willing the sound to stop, but it grew louder, more insistent. Then came a new sound, a whisper, faint and venomous, curling around her name. "Ellen," it hissed, the voice dry as dead leaves. She sat up, her breath shallow, and clutched the blanket. The whisper came again, closer now, as if the speaker's lips were pressed against the plaster. Ellen! She wanted to wake Mark, to scream, but her voice caught her throat. The house was awake, and it knew her name. The night stretched on. The Harris families scattered across the house, each grappling with what they'd heard, what they'd felt. Mark, in his dreams, saw claw marks on beams, too deep for any animal. Ellen, wide awake, felt the walls pulse like a heartbeat. And Lily, clutching the photograph of Clara, wondered who, or what, was trying to get out. Blackthorn Lane was no longer just a street, and the house was no longer just a house. Something ancient stirred within its walls, and the Harrises, unwitting intruders, had only begun to feel its grip. The morning after their first night in the house on Blackthorn Lane broke gray and heavy, the Maine fog pressing against the windows like a living thing. Lily Harris hadn't slept, the photograph of Clara burning a hole in her thoughts. She sat cross-legged on her mattress, the image clutched in her hands, its edges biting into her palms. The woman's face, sharp cheekbones, dark hair pinned tightly, eyes hollow as if they'd seen too much, felt like a warning. That single word on the back, Clara, scrawled in ink faded to the color of rust, seemed to pulse with intent. The scratching in the walls had stopped sometime before dawn, but the silence was worse, thick and expectant, as if the house was holding its breath. Lily's bedroom, with its slanted ceiling and wallpaper curling like dead skin, felt smaller now, the air stale with the scent of dust and something sour she couldn't place. She shoved the photograph into her hoodie pocket, unwilling to leave it behind, and headed downstairs, her sneakers scuffing the warped floorboards. The house creaked around her, each sound a reminder of the night before, of the clawing behind the plaster that had set her heart racing. In the kitchen, Ellen was already up, her hands wrapped around a chipped mug of coffee, her auburn hair loose and tangled. The bags under her green eyes spoke of a sleepless night, and her gaze kept drifting to the wall above the sink where the scratching had come from. The memory of a whisper, her name, hissed like a curse, clung to her, cold and sharp. She'd lain awake until the sky lightened, listening for it again, but the house had gone quiet, mocking her fear. Now, in the gray morning light, the kitchen felt exposed, its chipped cabinets and rusted sink somehow complicit. She glanced up as Lily shuffled in, noting the tension in her daughter's shoulders, the way her hand stayed buried in her pocket. "You okay, Lil?" Ellen asked, her voice softer than usual. Lily shrugged, grabbing a cereal box from the counter. "Didn't sleep," she muttered, avoiding her mother's eyes. Ellen wanted to press, to ask if Lily had heard anything, but the words stuck. She wasn't ready to admit what she'd heard herself, not yet. Mark stumbled in minutes later, his flannel shirt rumpled, his dark hair streaked with gray at the temples. He'd slept through the night, or so he claimed, but his jaw was tight, and his hands moved restlessly, as if itching for a task to ground him. The scratching he'd heard in the living room had burrowed into his subconscious, though he'd never say it aloud. He was the fixer, the rational one, and he'd be damned if he let some old house spook him. "Morning," he grunted, pouring coffee. "I'm heading to the hardware store later. Need traps, maybe some sealant for the cracks." He nodded toward the living room, where the wall behind the fireplace loomed in his mind. "We'll get this place sorted." Ellen nodded absently, but Lily's eyes flicked to him, sharp and skeptical. "Traps for what, Dad? You think my sound like that?" Her tone was a challenge, daring him to dismiss her again. Mark sighed, setting his mug down harder than he meant to. "Houses make noises, Lily. You'll get used to it." But his voice lacked conviction, and for a moment, the kitchen fell silent, the weight of the house pressing down on them all. Lily spent the morning in her room, avoiding the boxes she was supposed to unpack. The photograph of Clara sat on her mattress, its presence like a splinter under her skin. She kept replaying the scratching, the way it had felt alive, deliberate, like someone trapped behind the plaster. Her phone, useless without signal, lay abandoned on the floor. She was alone with her thoughts, and they were loud, too loud. Around noon, curiosity pulled her back to the loose floorboard. She knelt, her fingers trembling as she pried it up again, half expecting the hollow to be empty. But there was something else inside, tucked deeper in the dust. A small, tarnished locket, its chain tangled like a snake. She fished it out, her breath catching. The locket was heavy, engraved with a faint C on its surface. She clicked it open, revealing a tiny portrait inside, a younger version of the woman from the photograph. Her smile softer but still wrong, like she was hiding pain. Lily's chest tightened. "Clara," she whispered, testing the name. The air in the room shifted, growing colder, and for a split second, she swore she heard a faint scrape from the wall behind her. Downstairs, Ellen was cleaning, trying to impose order on the chaos of the move. She scrubbed the kitchen counters, the repetitive motion a shield against the unease that hadn't left her since the whisper. But as she wiped down a drawer, her cloth caught on something, a folded piece of paper, yellowed and brittle, wedged in the back. She tugged it free, her pulse quickening. It was a newspaper clipping, dated October 12, 1923, from the Blackthorn Gazette. The headline read, "Local woman vanishes without trace." The article was brief, mentioning a Clara Winthrop, 32, last seen near Blackthorn Lane. No suspects, no leads, just a vague note about her troubled demeanor. Ellen's hands shook as she read, the sour smell of the house stronger now, clinging to her throat. She glanced at the wall above the sink, half expecting it to bleed. The clipping felt like a message, left for her to find. And a whisper from the night before echoed in her mind. "Ellen." She folded the paper and slipped it into her pocket, telling herself she'd show Mark later. But deep down, she knew he'd brush it off, and she wasn't sure she could. Mark returned from the hardware store with a bag of mousetraps and a can of sealant, his mood buoyed by the illusion of control. He headed to the living room, determined to tackle the wall behind the fireplace. The scratching had been faint, but its memory gnawed at him, a crack in his rational armor. He tapped the plaster, listening for hollow spots. But it was solid, unyielding. He set a trap near the baseboard, baited with peanut butter, and stood back, hands on his hips. "That'll do it," he muttered, though the words felt hollow. As he turned to leave, a new sound stopped him, a faint thud, like something heavy shifting inside the wall. He froze, his heart kicking up. The thud came again, slower, deliberate, followed by a single, sharp scrape. He backed away, his eyes locked on the wall, its yellowed plaster suddenly menacing. "Just the house," he whispered, but his hands were clammy, and for the first time, he wondered if Lily was right. By evening, the family reconvened in the dining room, the folding table a flimsy anchor against the house's growing presence. The pizza from the night before was gone, replaced by sandwiches Ellen had thrown together, the bread already stale. The bare bulb overhead buzzed, casting jagged shadows. "Traps are set," Mark said, trying to sound confident. "Should be quiet tonight." Ellen nodded, her hand brushing the pocket with the clipping, but she didn't mention it. Lily, the locket hidden in her hoodie alongside the photograph, picked at her food, her eyes darting to the walls. "I found something," she said finally, her voice low. Mark frowned. "What now?" Lily hesitated, then pulled out the photograph, sliding it across the table. "This was under my floor. Her name's Clara." Ellen's breath hitched, her hand flying to her pocket, but she stayed silent. Mark picked up the photo, his brow furrowing as he studied the woman's face, her unnatural smile. "Probably just old junk," he said, but his voice was strained. "People leave stuff in houses." Lily's jaw tightened. "She's not junk, Dad. She's here." That night, the house seemed to tighten its grip. Ellen lay awake again, the whisper returning, louder now, her name woven into a hiss that seemed to come from everywhere. Mark, restless, dreamed of claw marks spreading across the walls, deep enough to bleed. And Lily, clutching the locket, drifted into a fitful sleep, her dreams filled with a woman's voice, soft and venomous, calling her to the walls. The photograph of Clara lay on her mattress, its eyes glinting in the moonlight. As if watching, the scratching didn't return, but the silence was heavier, alive with intent. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer a refuge. It was a trap, and the Harises were caught in its jaws, unaware of how deep the claws would sink. Chapter 2. Whispers in the Wood. The fog clung to Blackthorn Lane like a shroud, muffling the world beyond the Harris family's new home. Mark woke with a start, his dreams haunted by claw marks that seemed to pulse with blood. The air in the master bedroom was damp, the scent of mildew sharper than yesterday, and the walls felt closer, as if the house had shrunk overnight. He rubbed his eyes, trying to shake the unease that had settled in his bones. The photograph Lily had found, Clara's hollow gaze, her smile like a fracture, lingered in his mind, though he'd shoved it into a drawer downstairs, hoping to bury it with the mousetraps and sealant. He was a practical man, raised on hammer and nails. Not ghost stories, but the thud he'd heard in the living room wall yesterday, that slow, deliberate shift, had cracked his certainty. He glanced at Ellen, still asleep beside him, her face drawn even in rest. She hadn't mentioned the whisper again, but he'd seen the fear in her eyes, the way she flinched at every creak. He slipped out of bed, determined to take control. The house was just a house, and he'd prove it. Mark headed to the attic, a space he hadn't explored yet, hoping to find the source of the scratching. The stairs were narrow, the wood groaning under his weight, and the air grew colder with each step, thick with the smell of dust and something metallic like old blood. The attic was a low, cavernous room, its rafters exposed like the ribs of some great beast. Weak light filtered through a single grimy window, casting long shadows across the floorboards. He flicked on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom, and began inspecting the beams. His breath caught when he found them, claw marks, deep and jagged, etched into the wood as if carved with a blade. They weren't random scratches from squirrels or rats. They were deliberate, forming patterns that spiraled inward like a fingerprint. He traced one with his finger, his skin prickling. The marks were old, the wood darkened around them, but they felt alive, as if the act of touching them woke something in the house. A faint scrape echoed from the wall below, too soft to pinpoint, and Mark's heart thudded. He backed away, telling himself it was just the wind, but the attic's silence was oppressive, a weight that pressed against his chest. Downstairs, Ellen was in the kitchen, the newspaper clipping about Clara Winthrop burning a hole in her pocket. She hadn't shown it to Mark or Lily, unsure if it was real or if her fear was twisting her judgment. The article's sparse details: a woman vanished, no trace, last seen near this very street, felt like a puzzle piece, but the picture it formed was too dark to face. She busied herself with breakfast, cracking eggs into a bowl, but her hand shook and the yolk broke, blood-red streaks mingling with the white. The whisper from the night before replayed in her mind. Her name hissed with venom, and she kept glancing at the wall above the sink, half expecting it to split open. The house was watching her. She felt it in the way the air clung to her skin, in the way the shadows seemed to shift when she wasn't looking. She was about to call for Lily when a new sound stopped her. A low, murmuring voice, faint but unmistakable, coming from the wall. "Ellen," it said, the word drawn out like a sigh. She dropped the bowl, the crash shattering the silence, and backed away, her breath shallow. The voice came again, softer, almost pleading, but the tone was wrong, like a lure baited with poison. Lily was still in her room, the locket and photograph hidden under her pillow. She'd barely slept, her dreams filled with Clara's face, those hollow eyes following her through endless corridors of plaster and wood. The locket's weight had felt heavier in her hand last night, as if it carried more than metal and glass. And when she'd opened it again, the tiny portrait of Clara seemed to shift, her smile curling into something cruel. Now, in the gray morning light, Lily sat on her mattress, staring at the wall where the scratching had come from. She wanted to tell her parents about the locket, but her dad would call it junk, and her mom was already acting weird. jumpy in a way Lily hadn't seen before. She pressed her ear to the plaster, holding her breath, but the wall was silent. Frustration gnawed at her. This house was hiding something, and she wasn't going to wait for it to come for her. She grabbed a screwdriver from her dad's toolbox, left carelessly in the hall, and began prying at another floorboard near the first. Her movements fueled by defiance. The wood gave way with a groan, revealing a small bundle of cloth, brittle and stained. She unwrapped it, her fingers trembling, and found a lock of dark hair, tied with a faded ribbon. A chill ran through her, sharp and electric. The hair felt wrong, too coarse, and when she held it to the light, it seemed to writhe as if still attached to something alive. Mark descended from the attic, his flashlight beam jittering across the stairs. The claw marks had rattled him more than he'd admit, their precision too human, too intentional. He told himself it was vandalism, maybe kids from decades ago, but the explanation felt flimsy, like a bandage on a broken bone. He found Ellen in the kitchen, staring at the wall, a broken bowl at her feet. "You okay?" he asked, his voice rough. She flinched, her hand flying to her pocket, and nodded too quickly. "Just clumsy," she said, but her eyes were wide, and the lie hung between them. Mark wanted to press, to ask what she'd heard, but the weight of the attic was still on him, and he wasn't ready to face it. "I checked the attic," he said instead. "Found some marks on the beams. Probably animals." Ellen's gaze sharpened, but she didn't respond, her fingers tightening around the clipping. The murmur came again, fainter now, and she whipped around, staring at the wall. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Mark frowned, listening, but the house was silent. "Hear what?" he asked, though his pulse quickened. Ellen shook her head, her face pale. "Nothing," she lied, and turned back to the counter, her hands shaking as she swept up the shards. Lily appeared in the doorway, the bundle of hair hidden in her pocket alongside the locket and photograph. She'd heard the crash, her mom's sharp intake of breath, and the tension in the kitchen was thick enough to choke on. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice edged with suspicion. Ellen forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Just drop a bowl," she said too brightly. Lily's gaze flicked to her dad, who was staring at the wall like it might bite. "You guys are acting weird," she said, crossing her arms. Mark sighed, rubbing his neck. "It's an old house, Lil. We're all adjusting." But Lily wasn't buying it. She could feel the house's pulse, the way it seemed to lean in, listening. "I found something else," she said, her hand hovering over her pocket. Ellen's head snapped up, and Mark's jaw tightened. "What now?" he asked, his patience thinning. Lily hesitated, the hair's strange texture burning against her skin. "Never mind," she muttered, backing off. She'd show them later, when they weren't pretending everything was fine. The day dragged on, the fog refusing to lift, the house growing heavier with every hour. Mark set more traps, his hands unsteady, the claw marks in the attic replaying in his mind. Ellen kept the clipping close, rereading it until the words blurred, the murmur of her name echoing in her ears. And Lily, alone in her room, unwrapped the bundle again, staring at the lock of hair, its ribbon fraying like a lifeline. The house was awake, its walls humming with secrets, and the harises were caught in its web, each discovery tightening the strands. Clara's presence was no longer a question. It was a certainty, and she was drawing them closer, one whisper at a time. Ellen stood frozen in the kitchen, the shards of the broken bowl swept into a pile, but untouched, her hands trembling as she clutched the counter. The murmur of her name had faded, but its echo lingered, a venomous thread woven into the house's silence. The newspaper clipping about Clara Winthrop, still hidden in her pocket, felt heavier now, its brittle edges pressing against her thigh like a warning. She wanted to show it to Mark, to lay on the table and demand answers. But his dismissal of the attic's claw marks, his insistence that it was just animals, had built a wall between them. He was out in the living room now, banging around with his traps, trying to fix what couldn't be fixed. The house on Blackthorn Lane wasn't settling. It was waking up, and Ellen felt its gaze, cold and unblinking, tracking her every move. The wall above the sink, where the scratching and the whisper had come from, seemed to pulse, its plaster yellowed like old bone. She backed away, her breath shallow, and glanced toward the doorway, half expecting to see Lily watching her. But the house was quiet, save for the faint creak of floorboards upstairs, where her daughter was hiding whatever she'd found. Upstairs, Lily sat on her mattress, the lock of hair spread out on the faded cloth before her. The ribbon, once red but now a sickly pink, had unraveled further, its threads curling like veins. The hair itself was coarse, almost wiry, and when she held it to the dim light filtering through her window, it seemed to shimmer, not with luster, but with something unnatural, like the glint of an insect's shell. The locket and photograph of Clara lay beside it, their presence a triad of dread that made her room feel like a cage. She'd almost shown her parents the hair downstairs, but their strained faces, the way they dodged her questions, had stopped her. They were scared, she saw in her mom's jumpy movements, her dad's forced calm, and that scared her more than the scratching ever could. Lily wasn't a kid anymore. She knew when adults were lying, especially her parents. The house was doing something to them, and the hair, the locket, the photograph. They were pieces of a puzzle she didn't want to solve but couldn't ignore. She touched the hair again, her fingers recoiling at its texture, and for a moment, she swore it moved, a faint twitch like a pulse. Her heart slammed against her ribs, and she shoved the bundle under her pillow, her skin crawling. Mark was in the living room, kneeling by the fireplace, his toolbox open beside him. The trap he'd set yesterday was untouched, the peanut butter undisturbed, which should have reassured him, but didn't. The thud he'd heard in the wall, the slow, heavy shift, had replayed in his mind all night, mingling with the claw marks he'd found in the attic. Those marks weren't random. They were deliberate, carved with a force that no animal could muster. He'd lied to Ellen about them, calling them scratches, because admitting the truth meant admitting he was out of his depth. He was supposed to be the one who fixed things, who kept his family safe. But this house was fighting back. He tapped the wall behind the mantel, his knuckles rapping against the plaster, and listened for hollow spots. The sound was solid, too solid, as if the wall was hiding something denser than wood or brick. He pressed his ear to it, holding his breath, and waited. Nothing. Then, just as he pulled away, a faint whisper came through. Not words, but a sound, like breath exhaled through dry lips. He jerked back, his pulse spiking, and stared at the wall, its cracks seeming to widen like a grin. "Get a grip," he muttered, but his hands were clammy, and the flashlight he grabbed from his toolbox shook in his grip. Ellen forced herself to move, leaving the kitchen for the dining room, where the bare bulb buzzed overhead, its light harsh against the peeling wallpaper. She needed to do something normal, to anchor herself before the house's weight crushed her. She pulled a box of books from the pile of unpacked belongings and began shelving them on a rickety bookcase, her fingers lingering on the worn spines. But her mind was elsewhere, replaying the whisper, the clipping, the way the house seemed to know her. She was halfway through the box when she found something tucked between two novels, a small, leather-bound notebook, its cover cracked and stained. Her breath caught as she opened it, the pages yellowed and brittle, filled with tight, slanted handwriting. The first entry was dated September 1923. "The walls are alive. She speaks to me now, even in daylight. Clara says I cannot leave." Ellen's stomach twisted, the name searing through her. She flipped through the pages, her eyes scanning frantic scrawls about her eyes in the dark and the blood that seeps. The final entry, dated October 10th, 1923, ended mid-sentence. "She's coming through." Ellen slammed the notebook shut, her heart pounding. The murmur came again, louder, from the wall behind the bookcase. "Ellen." She stumbled back, the notebook falling to the floor, its pages splaying open like a wound. Lily, upstairs, was pacing now, the bundle of hair and its artifacts hidden but not forgotten. The house felt different today, hungrier, as if her discovery had stirred something. She wanted to confront her parents, to demand they stop pretending, but the thought of their fear, her mom's trembling hands, Her dad's clenched jaw kept her silent. She grabbed her phone, more out of habit than hope, and was startled to see a single bar of service flicker on. She opened her browser, typing Clara Winthrop Blackthorn Lane before the signal died again. The page didn't load, but the search bar's autocomplete suggested Clara Winthrop disappearance 1923. Confirming what she already suspected, Clara was real, and she was tied to this house. Lily's throat tightened, and she glanced at the wall, its plaster unmarred but somehow menacing. A new sound broke her thoughts, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming inside the wall. It wasn't the scratching from before. It was deliberate, almost playful, and it stopped when she approached, as if teasing her. She backed away, her pulse racing, and whispered, "Clara." The tapping resumed, faster, and Lily ran from the room, her sneakers pounding the stairs. Mark was still in the living room when Lily burst in, her face pale, her eyes wide. "Dad, you need to hear this," she said, her voice shaking. He stood, the flashlight still in his hand, and followed her upstairs, his gut twisting. The tapping had stopped by the time they reached her room, but the air was heavy, the scent of decay stronger. "It was right there," Lily said, pointing at the wall. Mark pressed his ear to it, his skepticism fraying, and heard nothing but his own heartbeat. "Maybe it's the pipes," he said, but his voice was weak, and Lily's glare cut through him. "It's not pipes, Dad. It's her." She didn't say Clara's name, but it hung between them, heavy as the locket in her pocket. Mark wanted to argue, to cling to reason, but the whisper he'd heard in the living room, the claw marks, the thud, they were piling up, and he was running out of excuses. Ellen joined them, drawn by the sound of their voices, the notebook clutched in her hands. "What's going on?" she asked, her eyes darting between them. Lily hesitated, then pulled the locket and photograph from her pocket, laying them on the mattress. "I found these, and something else." She didn't mention the hair, not yet, but the weight of it was enough. Ellen's breath hitched as she saw the photograph. Clara's face a mirror to the name in the notebook. She opened her mouth to speak, to show them the notebook, but the murmur came again, louder, from the wall behind Lily's bed. "Ellen." They all heard it this time, a dry, venomous hiss that seemed to curl around the room. Mark stepped back, his flashlight dropping to the floor, and Lily grabbed her mom's arm, her nails digging in. The house was no longer hiding, and Clara's voice was calling them, pulling them deeper into its heart. Lily's grip on her mother's arm tightened as the murmur of Ellen's name faded, leaving a silence that buzzed like static. The air in her bedroom was thick, the scent of decay now laced with something sharper, like burnt hair. The photograph of Clara lay on the mattress, its edges curling as if recoiling from the light, while the locket glinted beside it. Its engraved C catching the gray glow from the window. Mark stood frozen, the dropped flashlight rolling against the floorboard, its beam cutting a jagged path across the wall where the voice had come from. His face was pale, the lines around his eyes deeper, as if the house had aged him in minutes. He'd heard it, Clara's voice, undeniable, a hiss that burrowed into his skull. And for the first time, his contractor's logic faltered, crumbling under the weight of the impossible. Ellen clutched the leather-bound notebook, its pages filled with frantic warnings about Clara, her fingers trembling as she fought the urge to fling it away. The house on Blackthorn Lane was alive, its walls pulsing with intent, and the Harises were no longer guests, they were prey. Lily broke the silence, her voice sharp despite the tremor in it. "You heard that, right? You both heard it." She glared at her parents, daring them to deny it. Mark opened his mouth, then closed it, his hands clenching into fists. Ellen nodded, her throat tight, and finally pulled the newspaper clipping from her pocket, unfolding it with unsteady fingers. "I found this yesterday," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's about a woman named Clara Winthrop. She disappeared in 1923, right here on Blackthorn Lane." She held out the clipping, its yellowed paper trembling in the air. Lily snatched it, her eyes scanning the sparse text. The words vanished without trace, searing into her. She looked up, her dark eyes blazing. "And you didn't tell us?" Ellen flinched, "Geht twisting her gut." "I wasn't sure," she said, but the excuse fell hollow, even to her. Mark took the clipping, his brow furrowing as he read, the reality of Clara's name sinking in. "This doesn't mean anything," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "People disappear. It's not proof." Lily snorted, her fear giving way to anger. "Proof? Dad." Her voice just came out of the wall. "I found her picture, her locket, and..." She stopped, her hand hovering over her pocket, where the lock of hair was hidden. She hadn't shown them yet, hadn't wanted to admit how wrong it felt, how it seemed to move under her touch. But the tapping, the whisper, the way the house seemed to tighten around them. It was too much to keep secret. She pulled out the bundle cloth, unwrapping it to reveal the coarse, dark hair tied with a frayed ribbon. "I found this too," she said, her voice shaking. "Under another floorboard." Ellen gasped, stepping back. While Mark's jaw tightened, his eyes locked on the hair. It looked ordinary at first, but in the dim light, it had an unnatural sheen, like oil on water, and when Lily held it closer, it seemed to quiver, a faint, impossible motion. "That's not normal," Lily whispered, her skin crawling. "It's hers." Ellen's hand flew to the notebook, its weighted tether to the truth she'd been avoiding. "There's more," she said, her voice breaking. She opened the notebook, flipping to the entry dated October 1923. "The walls are alive. She speaks to me now, even in daylight. Clara says I cannot leave." She read aloud, her words trembling, and the room seemed to darken, the air growing colder. "It's not just a clipping. Someone lived here, knew her, wrote about her. They were afraid." Mark shook his head, but his denial was weaker now, his eyes darting to the wall. "This is crazy," he muttered, though his hands were shaking. "It's an old house. Old houses have stories." But the whisper had been real, and the hair, the notebook, the claw marks in the attic, they were stacking up, a tower of evidence he couldn't ignore. The wall behind Lily's bed creaked, a low, deliberate groan, as if responding to their words. They froze, their breaths held, waiting. Then came a new sound, a soft, rhythmic scratching, slower than before, like nails dragging through wet earth. It moved, traveling from the bed to the corner of the room, then up toward the ceiling, circling them. Lily's heart pounded, her eyes locked on the plaster, expecting it to crack. Ellen clutched the notebook to her chest, her knuckles white, while Mark grabbed the flashlight, its beam jerking across the wall, chasing the sound. "What the hell is that?" he hissed, his voice raw. The scratching stopped, but the silence was worse, heavy with anticipation. Then, from the same spot, a faint giggle, high, girlish, and utterly wrong, slipped through the plaster, chilling their blood. It wasn't Clara's voice from before. It was something else, something playful and cruel, like a child mimicking a predator. Lily backed toward the door, her hands shaking as she stuffed the hair and locket into her pocket. "We need to get out of here," she said, her voice rising. "This isn't just some ghost story. She's here." Ellen nodded, her fear outweighing her need for answers. But Mark hesitated, his practicality clinging to him like a lifeline. "We can't just leave," he said, though his eyes betrayed his doubt. "We put everything into this place. We'll call someone. A pest guy, maybe a priest." Lily laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. "A priest? Dad, this isn't a movie. She's in the walls, and she knows our names." The giggle came again, louder from the ceiling now, and the family flinched, their eyes darting upward. The plaster was unmarred, but the sound felt closer, as if whatever was behind it was pressing against the surface, testing its strength. Ellen's mind raced, the notebook's words burning through her. "Clara says I cannot leave." She thought of the clipping, the locket, the hair, each a breadcrumb leading to a truth she wasn't ready to face. "We need to find out who she was," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "If Clara's here, there's a reason. Maybe the notebook has more, or something else in the house." Lily stared at her, incredulous. "You want to stay and play detective?" "Mom," she laughed. "That wasn't human." But Ellen's resolve hardened, fueled by a need to understand, to take control. "Running won't help if she's real," she said. "We need to know why she's here, what she wants." Mark rubbed his face, torn between his wife's determination and his daughter's panic. "Fine," he said finally. "We'll look, but if it gets worse, we're gone." They split up, driven by a mix of fear and desperation. Mark headed back to the attic, his flashlight gripped like a weapon, determined to find more than claw marks. Ellen took the notebook to the dining room, spreading its pages under the buzzing bulb, searching for clues in the frantic scrawl. Lily stayed in her room, reluctant but unable to leave the photograph, its eyes seeming to follow her. The house watched, its walls humming with a low, almost imperceptible vibration. In the attic, Mark found a loose board in the floor, prying it up to reveal a bundle of letters, their wax seals cracked but intact, addressed to Clara Winthrop. In the dining room, Ellen deciphered a line in the notebook. She was betrayed, sealed in the dark. "The house keeps her, and now it keeps me." And in her room, Lily, staring at the photograph, felt a cold breath on her neck, followed by a whisper, not her mother's name this time, but her own Lily. She spun, heart in her throat, but the room was empty, the walls silent. The giggle returned, faint and fleeting, as if Clara was toying with her, drawing her deeper into the game. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer a mystery. It was a predator, and the Harises were caught in its jaws, each discovery tightening the trap. Clara's story was unraveling, her presence growing stronger, and the walls, once silent, now spoke in whispers and laughter, promising horrors yet to come. Chapter 3: The Hand That Breaks. The living room of the house on Blackthorn Lane was a battlefield of shadows. The late afternoon light filtering through grimy windows to cast jagged patterns across the floor. Mark Harris stood by the fireplace, his flashlight abandoned on the mantel. His hands clenched into fists as he stared at the wall where the whisper had come from yesterday. The letters he'd found in the attic, 5 brittle envelopes addressed to Clara Winthrop. Their wax seals cracked like old wounds, were stuffed in his back pocket, unopened. He hadn't told Ellen or Lily yet, hadn't wanted to add fuel to the fire of their fear. But the weight of the paper against his skin was a constant reminder of the house's secrets. The claw marks in the attic, the giggle in Lily's room, the voice that hissed Ellen's name. They were real, undeniable, and Mark's rational world was crumbling. He'd spent his life fixing things, hammering nails into problems until they held. But this house wasn't a leaky roof or a cracked foundation. It was alive, and it hated them. The air smelled of dust and rot, sharper now, and the silence was heavy, as if the walls were waiting for him to make a move. Ellen was in the dining room. The leather-bound notebook spread open under the buzzing bulb, its pages a map of terror she couldn't stop reading. The entries, written by someone unnamed, grew more frantic with each date, describing Clara's voice, her eyes in the dark, the way the walls seemed to breathe. The final line, "She's coming through," had seared itself into Ellen's mind, a prophecy she felt inching closer. The newspaper clipping about Clara's disappearance lay beside the notebook, its sparse details taunting her. She'd heard the giggle in Lily's room, felt the house's pulse, and the whisper of her name still echoed, a hook lodged in her chest. She wanted to run, to drag her family out and never look back, but the notebook's words held her. "Clara says I cannot leave." The house wasn't just haunted, it was a prison, and Ellen was starting to believe escape wasn't an option. She glanced at the wall behind the bookcase, its plaster unmarred but menacing, and shivered, the sour stench of the house clinging to her throat. Lily was upstairs, pacing her bedroom, the photograph of Clara tucked in her hoodie pocket alongside the locket and the lock of hair. The whisper of her name, the giggle that followed, had left her raw, her nerves frayed to breaking. She'd wanted to show her parents the hair, to make them see how wrong it was. But the moment in her room had stopped her. Clara's voice, calling her, had been too personal, too intimate. The wall by her bed, where the tapping and scratching had come from, seemed to loom larger now, its plaster a thin veil over something alive. She avoided it, keeping to the center of the room, her eyes darting to the shadows. The house was playing with her. She was sure of it, and the artifacts she'd found were bait, luring her deeper. She thought of the search bar's autocomplete, Clara Winthrop disappearance 1923, and wished she'd had signaled long enough to dig deeper. The truth was out there, but it was also here in the walls. And Lily wasn't sure she was brave enough to face it. Mark was about to head upstairs to check on Lily and maybe confess about the letters when the wall behind the fireplace groaned, a low, guttural sound like wood splitting under pressure. He froze, his heart slamming against his ribs, and turned, his eyes locked on the plaster. The groan came again, louder, followed by a sharp crack, as if something heavy had snapped inside. "Ellen!" he shouted, his voice raw. She ran in from the dining room. The notebook clutched her chest, her face pale. "What's happening?" she asked, her eyes wide. Before Mark could answer, the wall shuddered, a violent tremor that rattled the mantel, sending the flashlight crashing to the floor. Dust poured from the cracks, thick and choking. And then, with a sound like bone breaking, a section of plaster exploded outward, shards flying across the room. Mark shoved Ellen back, his arm shielding her. As a decaying hand punched through the wall, its blackened fingers curling into the air, nails jagged and caked with dirt. The hand was skeletal, its skin gray and peeling, stretched tight over bones that seemed to writhe beneath. It clawed at the edges of the hole, widening it, as if trying to pull itself free. A stench hit them, rancid and overwhelming, like meat left to rot in the sun. Ellen screamed, stumbling back, the notebook falling to the floor, its pages splaying open. Mark stood frozen, his mind blank, the impossibility of the hand shattering his resolve. "What the hell is that?" he choked, his voice barely audible. The hand paused, its fingers twitching, then retreated slightly, as if testing them. From the hole came a low, guttural moan, not human but alive, vibrating through the room. Ellen grabbed Mark's arm, her nails digging into his skin. "We need to get Lily," she whispered, her voice shaking. "Now!" But Mark couldn't move, his eyes locked on the hole, where the hand lingered, its fingers flexing like a spider's legs. Lily heard the crash from upstairs, followed by her mother's scream, and bolted from her room, her sneakers pounding the stairs. She reached the living room and stopped dead, her breath catching at the sight of the hand, still protruding from the wall, its movements slow and deliberate. "Oh my God," she whispered, her hand flying to her pocket, where Clara's artifacts burned against her skin. The photograph, the locket, the hair, they were connected to this. She knew it, and the house was done hiding. "Is that her?" she asked, her voice trembling. Ellen turned, her face ashen, and pulled Lily close, her arm shaking. "Stay back," she said, though her own feet were rooted to the floor. Mark finally moved, grabbing a crowbar from his toolbox, his hands unsteady. "Stay behind me," he said, stepping toward the wall, the crowbar raised like a weapon. The hand twitched, as if sensing him, and the moan came again, deeper, angrier, rattling the windows. Mark swung the crowbar, aiming for the hand, but it retracted into the hole, vanishing with a sickening slither. He froze, the crowbar hovering, his chest heaving. The hole was dark, too dark, as if it led to nowhere. He leaned closer, his flashlight beam shaking as it pierced the void, revealing a narrow crawlspace behind the wall, its walls slick with something black and glistening. The stench was unbearable, a mix of rot and damp earth, and Mark gagged, stepping back. "There's something in there," he said, his voice hoarse. Ellen clutched Lily tighter, her eyes locked on the hole. "We can't stay here," she said, her resolve breaking. "We need to leave, Mark. Now." But Mark shook his head, his fear warring with his stubbornness. "We can't just run," he said. "We've got nowhere to go." Lily pulled free, her anger flaring. "Are you serious? That thing's gonna kill us, Dad." The moan came again, softer now, but it seemed to come from everywhere, the walls humming with its echo. Ellen's eyes fell on the notebook, its pages open to the line about Clara coming through. She grabbed it, her hands shaking, and read aloud, her voice trembling. She was betrayed, sealed in the dark. The house keeps her. She looked up, her fear crystallizing into certainty. Clara's in there, she said, nodding at the hole. She's been here all along. Mark stared at her, then at the wall, the letters in his pocket a secret he couldn't keep anymore. I found something too, he admitted, pulling out the envelopes. Letters, addressed to her. I didn't want to scare you. Lily's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp. Too late for that. The family stood in the wreckage of the living room, the hand's absence more terrifying than its presence. The house's silence a promise of worse to come. Clara was no longer a whisper. She was breaking through, and the Harises were running out of time. The living room was a frozen tableau, dust from the shattered plaster settling like ash over the Harris family. The hole in the wall behind the fireplace gaped like an open wound, its edges jagged. The crawlspace beyond swallowing Mark's flashlight beam. The decaying hand was gone, retreated into the dark, but its stench lingered, a cloying mix of rot and wet earth that coated their throats. Mark gripped the crowbar, his knuckles white, his eyes fixed on the hole, as if expecting the hand to lunge again. His rational mind was in tatters, the letters to Clara Winthrop burning in his pocket. Their unopened seals a weight he couldn't ignore. Ellen clutched the notebook, its frantic warnings about Clara, sealed in the dark, looping in her mind, each word a hammer blow to her fading hope. Lily stood apart, her hands buried in her hoodie, the photograph, locket, and lock of hair pressing against her like a curse. The moan from the crawl space had faded, but the house hummed with a low vibration, as if its walls were alive, watching, waiting. The air was heavy, the scent of decay now laced with something metallic, like blood on a blade. Ellen was the first to move, her voice cutting through the silence. "We need to call someone," she said, her tone sharp despite the tremor in it. "Police, a contractor, anyone." She stepped toward the dining room, where a phone lay among the unpacked boxes, but Mark grabbed her arm, his grip tighter than he meant. "And tell them what?" he asked, his voice rough. "That a hand came out of our wall. They'll think we're crazy." Ellen yanked free, her green eyes blazing. "We can't stay here, Mark. That thing, Clara, she's not just a ghost. She's here." Lily snorted, her fear twisting into defiance. "Yeah, no kidding. You saw that hand, Dad. That's not a bedtime story." Mark's jaw clenched, his gaze darting to the hole. He wanted to argue, to cling to the logic that had anchored him for 42 years, but the crawl space mocked him, its darkness a challenge he couldn't answer. Lily stepped closer to the hole, her curiosity outweighing her fear, though her heart pounded so hard she felt it in her throat. "What's in there?" she asked, her voice low, as if the house might hear. Mark shook his head, his crowbar still raised. "Don't, Lil. Stay back." But Lily ignored him, peering into the crawl space, the flashlight's beam revealing slick, blackened walls that seemed to pulse faintly, like the inside of a lung. The space was narrow, barely wide enough for a person, and it stretched deeper than the beam could reach, curving out of sight. Something glinted in the dark, a small, metallic object half buried in the filth. "There's something there," she said, pointing. Ellen grabbed her shoulder, pulling her back. "Lily, no. We don't know what's in there." But Lily's eyes were fixed on the glint, her mind racing. The photograph, the locket, the hair, each discovery had pulled them deeper, and this felt like the next piece, a lure she couldn't resist. Mark, driven by a need to do something, anything, lowered the crowbar and grabbed his toolbox, pulling out a hammer. "I'm calling a guy I know," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "Contractor from Augusta. He'll check the walls, figure out what's going on." He moved toward the dining room, fumbling for his phone, but the house seemed to respond. A low groan rippling through the floorboards, stopping him cold. The hole in the wall exhaled a faint breath, cold and sour, and the glint Lily had seen shifted, as if nudged by an unseen hand. Ellen's breath hitched, her hand tightening on the notebook. "Mark, don't leave us," she whispered, her fear raw. He hesitated, torn between his instinct to act and the terror rooting him to the spot. Lily, her defiance flaring, grabbed the flashlight from the floor. "I'm looking," she said, stepping toward the hole before either parent could stop her. The crawl space was a tunnel of nightmares, its walls glistening with a black, tar-like substance that seemed to seep from the plaster. Lily's flashlight beam trembled as she aimed it at the glint. Now clearer, a small, rusted key, its teeth worn but intact, lying in a puddle of sludge. The air was thick, the stench so strong it burned her eyes, and the walls seemed to contract, as if breathing. She reached for the key, her fingers inches from it, when a sound stopped her, a wet, slithering noise like something dragging itself through mud, coming from deeper in the crawl space. Her heart seized, and she yanked her hand back, the flashlight beam jerking wildly. "Lily!" Ellen screamed, lunging forward, but Lily was already scrambling back, her sneakers slipping on the dust-covered floor. The slithering stopped, but a new sound replaced it, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like the one she'd heard in her room, echoing from the crawl space's depths. Mark dropped the hammer, grabbing Lily and pulling her away from the hole. "What were you thinking?" he shouted, his fear spilling into anger. Lily shoved him off, her eyes blazing. "I'm trying to figure this out. You're just pretending it's fine." Ellen stepped between them, her voice shaking. "Enough. We're not fighting each other. We're fighting this." She gestured at the hole, the house, the air itself, thick with Clara's presence. The tapping grew louder, faster, and the key in the crawl space glinted again, as if beckoning. Mark's phone, forgotten in his hand, had no signal, the screen's faint glow mocking their isolation. "We're cut off," he muttered, his voice hollow. Ellen's eyes fell on the notebook, its pages still open, and she picked it up, her hands trembling. "There's something about a key," she said, flipping through the scrawl. "Here." The key unlocked her prison, but it binds you to her. What does that mean? Lily's mind flashed to the locket, the hair, the photograph, each a piece of Clara, each a trap. "It means we're screwed if we touch it," she said, her voice low. But her eyes kept darting to the key, its pull almost magnetic. The house groaned again, the walls creaking as if tightening around them, and the tapping became a drumbeat, relentless, circling the room. Ellen clutched the notebook, her resolve hardening. "We need to know what happened to her," she said. "The letters, Mark. Open them. Maybe they tell us who she was, why she's here." Mark hesitated, the envelopes in his pocket, a burden he didn't want to face, but the tapping, the moan, the hand. They were closing in, and denial was no longer an option. He pulled out the letters, their paper brittle and stained, and broke the first seal, his hands unsteady. The handwriting was elegant but hurried, dated August 1923, addressed to Clara from someone named Margaret. "You must leave," it read. "He knows what you saw, and he'll never let you go. The house is his, and now it's hers." The words chilled them, each sentence a glimpse into Clara's final days. The second letter mentioned a ritual, a binding that went wrong, sealing Clara in the walls. Before Mark could read more, the tapping stopped, and a new sound emerged, a low, guttural laugh. Not the giggle from before, but something deeper, hungrier, coming from the crawl space. The key glinted again, and the crawl space's walls seemed to ripple, the black sludge oozing faster. As if the house was bleeding, Ellen backed away, pulling Lily with her, the notebook falling to the floor. "We can't stay here," she said, her voice breaking. "We need to get out. Figure this out somewhere else." But Mark, still holding the letters, shook his head, his fear giving way to a stubborn resolve. "If we leave, we lose everything," he said. "We figure out here, or we're done." Lily's eyes widened, her voice rising. "Done? Dad, she's gonna kill us." The laugh came again, louder, and the hole in the wall seemed to widen, the plaster cracking further. As if the house was opening its jaws. Clara was no longer waiting. She was coming, and the Harises were trapped in her domain. The key a promise of answers and a sentence of doom. Chapter 4. Shadows on the Stairs. Lily Harris stood in the living room, her breath shallow, the echo of the guttural laugh from the crawl space still vibrating in her bones. The hole in the wall gaped like a hungry mouth, the rusted key inside glinting faintly, daring her to reach for it. The photograph, locket, and lock of hair in her hoodie pocket felt heavier, as if Clara's presence clung to them, pulling her closer to the truth she both craved and dreaded. Her parents were unraveling. Ellen's face was ashen, the notebook clutched like a lifeline, while Mark's hand shook as he held the letters, their words about betrayal and a botched ritual searing into the silence. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer a home. It was a labyrinth. Each discovery had turned deeper into Clara's trap. The air was thick with rot and something sharper, like ozone before a storm, and the walls seemed to lean in, their plaster cracked but alive, pulsing with the house's malevolent heartbeat. Lily's eyes darted to the staircase, its dark wood spiraling into shadow, and for a moment, she swore she saw something move, a flicker, too quick to be sure, but enough to make her skin crawl. Upstairs, in her bedroom, Lily felt the house's gaze most keenly. She'd retreated there after the hand broke through, needing space from her parents arguing and the crawl space's stench. The room was colder now, the peeling wallpaper curling tighter like skin shrinking from bone. She sat on her mattress, the artifacts spread before her, and stared at the photograph of Clara, those hollow eyes seeming to follow her every move. The locket's tiny portrait was no better. Its smile twisted in the dim light, and the lock of hair, still tied with its frayed ribbon, seemed to shimmer, its coarse strands twitching faintly when she wasn't looking. The tapping from yesterday was gone, replaced by a new sensation, a pressure like invisible hands pressing against her chest. She wanted to tell her parents everything, to spill the fear choking her. But their reactions downstairs, Mark's stubborn denial, Ellen's desperate need for answers, had built a wall she couldn't climb. The house was isolating them, turning their fear into a wedge. And Lily was alone with Clara's relics, each one a whisper of the woman in the walls. Lily's thoughts were interrupted by a sound, a soft, deliberate creak from the staircase outside her door. She froze, her heart slamming against her ribs, and listened. The creak came again, slow and rhythmic, like footsteps climbing the stairs. "Mom? Dad?" she called, her voice trembling. But the house swallowed her words, its silence thicker than before. She grabbed the photograph, shoving it into her pocket, and crept to the door, her hand hovering over the knob. The creak stopped, and for a moment, she thought she'd imagined it. Then a shadow flickered across the gap beneath the door, too tall, too thin to be her parents. It lingered, swaying slightly, as if testing her nerve. Lily's breath caught, her fingers tightening on the knob, but she couldn't move, couldn't open the door. The shadow shifted, stretching across the floorboards, and a faint giggle, the same cruel, girlish sound from her room yesterday, slipped through the air, curling around her like smoke. She stumbled back, her eyes locked on the door, expecting it to burst open, but the shadow vanished, the giggle fading into silence. Downstairs, Ellen was in the dining room, the notebook open under the buzzing bulb, its pages a litany of dread she couldn't escape. The line about the key, it unlocks her prison, but it binds you to her, had rooted in her mind, a warning she felt in her marrow. The newspaper clipping lay beside it. Clara Winthrop's disappearance, a ghost that haunted every word. Ellen's hands trembled as she flipped through the notebook, searching for anything to explain the hand, the laugh, the house's growing hunger. The entries mentioned a betrayal, a man named Edward who sealed her in the dark, but the details were maddeningly vague, as if the writer feared putting too much to paper. The giggle in Lily's room, the hand in the wall, they were Clara, Ellen was sure, but the why of it, the how, remained out of reach. She glanced at the staircase, its shadows pooling at the base, and felt a chill, as if the house was watching her through its darkened eyes. The letters Mark had found were still with him, and she needed to see them, to piece together Clara's story before the house claimed them all. Mark was in the living room, the crowbar back in his hand, his eyes fixed on the crawl space. The key inside was a taunt, its rusted teeth glinting in the flashlight's beam, but he couldn't bring himself to reach for it. The letters in his pocket were a burden he hadn't shared. Their words about Clara's fear, her plea to escape, cutting too close to his own growing panic. He called his contractor friend in Augusta, leaving a voicemail about structural issues. But the words had felt hollow, a lie to mask the truth. The house wasn't falling apart, it was fighting back. The hand's retreat had left him shaken, its blackened fingers burned into his memory. And the laugh from the crawl space had stripped away his last shred of denial. He wanted to protect his family, to fix this, but the house was bigger than him. Its walls a maze of secrets he couldn't hammer down. A creak from the staircase snapped him out of his thoughts, and he turned, his grip tightening on the crowbar. "Ellen," he called, but the dining room was empty, the notebook's pages fluttering under the bulb. The creak came again, higher up, and Mark's pulse quickened, his feet moving before his mind caught up. Lily, still in her room, heard the creak again, closer now, directly outside her door. The shadow was back, its edges sharper, stretching across the floor like spilled ink. Her heart pounded, her hands shaking as she backed toward the wall, the one she'd avoided since the tapping. "Go away," she whispered, her voice barely audible, but the giggle returned, louder, mocking her. The door rattled, a faint tremor, as if something was testing the knob. Lily's eyes darted to the locket, still on her mattress, and she lunged for it, clutching it like a talisman. The rattling stopped, but the shadow didn't move, its presence a weight that pressed against her lungs. She thought of the hair, its unnatural twitch, and the photograph's eyes, always watching. "Clara," she said, louder, her voice cracking. "What do you want?" The giggle cut off, replaced by a low, guttural moan, the same one from the crawl space, seeping through the door. The shadow flickered, then slid away, and Lily heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, descending the stairs. Mark reached the staircase just as the footsteps faded, his crowbar raised, his breath ragged. The shadows on the stairs were empty, but they seemed to writhe, their edges too sharp, too alive. "Lily!" he shouted, taking the steps two at a time, his boots pounding the wood. He burst into her room, finding her pressed against the wall, the locket in her hand, her face pale. "You okay?" he asked, his voice rough. Lily nodded, but her eyes were wide, her breath coming in gasps. "Something was here," she said, pointing at the door. "A shadow." It laughed. Mark's stomach twisted, the creak he'd heard now a threat he couldn't dismiss. He pulled the letters from his pocket, his hands unsteady. "We need to read these," he said. "All of us. Together." Lily nodded, her defiance giving way to fear, and followed him downstairs. The locket still clutched tight, its metal cold against her skin. Ellen met them in the dining room, her eyes darting to the staircase, where the shadows lingered, unmoving but heavy. The notebook was open, the clipping beside it, and the air was thick with the house's presence, its walls humming faintly, like a heartbeat. The family gathered around the table, the letters and notebook a fragile barrier against the dark, and Mark opened the next envelope, his voice trembling as he read Clara's words. "He built the house to keep me, and now will never let me go." The shadows on the stairs seemed to deepen, and the house groaned, as if Clara was listening, her laughter waiting in the wings. Ellen sat at the dining room table, the leather-bound notebook open before her, its pages a tangle of fear and madness that mirrored her own unraveling thoughts. The buzzing bulb overhead flickered, casting jagged shadows across the peeling wallpaper, and the air was thick with the house's sour stench, now laced with a faint coppery tang, like blood. The newspaper clipping about Clara Winthrop's disappearance lay beside the notebook, its sparse details, vanished without trace. 1923, a taunt that gnawed at her. The shadow Lily had seen on the stairs. The giggle that followed, and the hand that broke through the living room wall were pieces of a puzzle, each one sharper than the last. Ellen's hands trembled as she traced the notebook's words. He built the house to keep me. The letters Mark had read, Clara's desperate pleas to a friend named Margaret, spoke of a man, Edward, who had betrayed her, sealing her in the walls. Ellen's librarian instincts, honed by years of chasing threads through dusty archives, screamed that the truth was here in the house, but the cost of finding it felt too high. She glanced at the staircase, its shadows still and heavy, and felt the house's gaze, cold and unyielding, pressing against her skin. Mark stood by the table, the remaining letters clutched in his hand, their brittle paper threatening to crumble. The crowbar leaned against a chair, a useless weapon against the house's growing malice. The creak on the stairs, the shadow Lily described, had stripped away his last pretense of control. He was a contractor, a man who fixed things, but this house wasn't broken. It was alive, and it wanted them. The letter's words, "The house will never let me go," echoed the notebook's warnings, and Mark's mind raced, trying to piece together Clara's story. Edward, whoever he was, had done something to her, something the house remembered. The crawl space, the key, the hand, they were Clara's, he was sure, but the why of it, the how, was a void he couldn't cross. He looked at Ellen, her face pale under the flickering light, and Lily, clutching the locket, her dark eyes wide with a mix of fear and defiance. "We need to keep looking," he said, his voice rough. "The letters, the notebook, there's more to find." Lily's jaw tightened, her hand still gripping the locket, its engraved C biting into her palm. The shadow on the stairs had been real, its giggle a blade against her nerves, and the house's silence now felt like a trap, a pause before the next strike. She wanted to run, to drag her parents out and burn the place down. But the photograph, locket, and lock of hair in her pocket were anchors tying her to Clara's story. The whisper of her name, the tapping in her room, the shadow, they were personal, as if Clara had chosen her. "Looking for what?" she snapped, her voice sharp. "More creepy stuff?" That hand wasn't a clue, Dad. It was a warning. She glanced at the living room, where the hole in the wall loomed, its darkness a mouth waiting to speak. The key inside, rusted and glinting, was a lure she couldn't ignore. But the notebook's words, "It binds you to her," kept her rooted, fear outweighing her curiosity. Ellen's eyes flicked to a drawer in the bookcase, its warped wood barely visible in the dim light. She'd been shelving books yesterday when she found the notebook, and something about the drawer's weight, the way it resisted her pull, had stuck with her. "There might be more," she said, standing, her voice steadier than she felt. She crossed the room, the floorboards creaking under her weight, and tugged at the drawer, its hinges groaning. Inside, buried under a pile of brittle receipts, was a stack of newspaper clippings, their edges curled like dead leaves. She pulled them out, her breath catching, and spread them on the table. The headlines, all from the Blackthorn Gazette in 1923, told a fragmented story. Local woman missing, no leads, Winthrop estate under scrutiny, mysterious disappearance haunts Blackthorn Lane. Each mentioned Clara Winthrop, her name a thread tying the clippings to the notebook, the letters, the house itself. One article, dated November 1923, hinted at rumors of occult practices at the Winthrop estate, but offered no details, as if the writer feared saying too much. Mark leaned over the clippings, his hands shaking as he read, the word occult searing into him. "This is insane," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. The hand, the giggle, the shadow, they weren't mice or pipes, and he was running out of lies to tell himself. "What the hell was going on here?" he asked, his eyes meeting Ellen's. She shook her head, her fingers tracing a clipping's faded ink. "Something bad," she said. Clara wasn't just missing. She was taken. The notebook's mention of Edward, the letters talk of a ritual, the clippings whispers of the occult. They were converging, painting a picture of betrayal and horror. Lily, still clutching the locket, stepped closer, tall and severe, his eyes hidden in shadow. The caption read, "Edward Winthrop, patriarch of the estate." Lily's stomach twisted. That's him, the one who did this to her. The house groaned a low, guttural sound that seemed to rise from the floorboards, cutting off their words. The bulb flickered, plunging the room into darkness for a heartbeat before flaring back to life. Ellen's hand flew to the notebook, her pulse racing, while Mark grabbed the crowbar, his eyes darting to the staircase. The shadows that were deeper now, pooling like ink, and a faint creak echoed from the upper steps, slow and deliberate, like the footsteps Lily had heard. "She's listening," Lily whispered, her voice barely audible. The locket in her hand grew colder, its metal almost burning, and she dropped it on the table, where it landed beside the clippings, its tiny portrait of Clara glinting in the light. The creak came again, closer, and a new sound joined it, a soft, scraping noise like something dragging itself down the stairs. Ellen's heart pounded, her eyes locked on the staircase, where the shadows seemed to writhe, their edges too sharp, too alive. "Mark," she said, her voice trembling, "get Lily out of here." But Mark was frozen, the crowbar useless in his grip, his mind replaying the hand, the laugh, the letter's warnings. Lily backed away, her hands shaking, the photograph in her pocket a weight she couldn't shed. "It's her," she said, her voice rising. "She's coming." The scraping grew louder, punctuated by a faint giggle, the same cruel sound from before, now laced with something darker, hungrier. The shadows on the stairs parted, revealing a figure, tall, thin, its outline blurred. Like smoke given form, it paused, its head tilting as if studying them, and the air grew colder, the stench of rot overwhelming. Ellen screamed, grabbing Lily's arm, while Mark raised the crowbar. His voice raw. "Stay back," he shouted, though he knew it was futile. The figure didn't move, but the scraping stopped, replaced by a low, guttural moan that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The bulb flickered again, and the figure vanished, the shadows snapping back into place. The house fell silent, but the air was electric, the walls humming with Clara's presence. Ellen clutched the clippings, her mind racing. "We need to find out what Edward did," she said, her voice shaking but resolute. "The ritual, the betrayal, it's why she's here." Mark nodded, his fear giving way to a desperate need to act, and Lily, her eyes wide, picked up the locket, its coldness a challenge she couldn't ignore. The house was tightening its grip, the shadows on the stairs a promise of worse to come, and Clara was no longer a whisper, she was a storm, and the Harises were at its center. Mark's breath came in ragged gasps, the crowbar still raised, its weight a flimsy shield against the vanishing figure on the stairs. The shadows had snapped back into place, their edges sharp and still. But the air in the dining room crackled with Clara's presence, a current that prickled his skin. The bulb overhead buzzed, its light flickering like a dying pulse, casting the family's faces in stark relief. Ellen's pale, her green eyes wide with dread. Lily's defiant, though her trembling hands betrayed her fear. The newspaper clippings lay scattered on the table, Edward Winthrop's grainy photograph staring up at them, his shadowed eyes a mirror to the house's malice. The notebook, open to its frantic warnings, seemed to hum, its words sealed in the dark, a prophecy unfolding around them. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer content to whisper. It was screaming, and the moan that had followed the figure's retreat still echoed in Mark's bones, a sound that wasn't human but alive, hungry. He lowered the crowbar, his arms aching, and glanced at the staircase, expecting the shadows to move again. Ellen clutched the clippings, her fingers creasing the brittle paper, her mind racing to piece together Clara's story. The notebook's mention of a ritual, the letter's talk of betrayal, the clippings' hints of occult practices, they were threads in a tapestry of horror, and Edward Winthrop was at its center. The figure on the stairs, tall and blurred, wasn't Clara, she was sure. It was something else, something tied to the house's dark heart. The giggle, the moan, the hand, they were Clara's, but the shadow felt different, older, like a guardian of the house's secrets. Ellen's librarian instincts, trained to find order in chaos, were drowning in fear, but she clung to the need to understand, to find a way out. "We can't stay here tonight," she said, her voice shaking but firm. "We need to pack a bag, get to a motel, and figure this out somewhere safe." Her eyes met Mark's, pleading, but his jaw tightened. His stubbornness a wall she couldn't breach. Lily's hand hovered over the locket, its cold metal glinting on the table, the tiny portrait of Clara seeming to shift in the flickering light. The shadow on the stairs had been real, its giggle a blade that cut through her defiance, and the moan had felt personal, as if the house knew her, wanted her. The photograph, locket, and lock of hair in her pocket were no longer just clues. They were chains binding her to Clara's rage. "Safe?" she said, her voice sharp with frustration. "You think a motel's gonna stop her? She's in us, Mom. I heard her say my name." She glanced at the staircase, the shadows unmoving but heavy, and felt the house's pulse, a rhythm that matched her own racing heart. The key in the crawl space, the one the notebook warned about, was a siren call, but the figure's presence had doused her curiosity with fear. "We need to burn this place down," she muttered, half serious, her eyes blazing. Mark shook his head, his voice rough. "We're not burning anything. We got nothing left, Lil. This house is all we have." He set the crowbar down, the letters still clutched in his other hand, their unopened envelopes a task he couldn't delay. "Ellen's right about one thing. We need answers. These letters, the notebook, they're telling us something. Edward did this to Clara, and the house, it's keeping her here." He opened another letter, its paper cracking under his fingers, and read aloud, his voice trembling. "October 2nd, 1923. Clara, he's coming for you. The ritual failed, and now the house is hers. Run, or we'll take you too." The words hung in the air, the bulb flickering again, and a low creak echoed from the staircase, as if the house was responding. Ellen's breath hitched, her eyes darting to the shadows, while Lily backed away, her hand closing around the locket, its coldness grounding her. The creak came again, slower, deliberate, like footsteps descending the stairs. Mark grabbed the crowbar, his pulse spiking, and stepped toward the staircase, his flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. "Stay here," he said, his voice low, but Ellen grabbed his arm, her nails digging in. "Don't," she whispered, her fear raw. "It's not Clara. It's something else." Mark hesitated, the memory of the hand, the giggle, the moan flooding back, but the need to protect his family pushed him forward. He reached the base of the stairs, the shadows pooling like oil, and aimed the flashlight upward. The beam caught a flicker of movement, a tall, thin shape, its edges blurred, retreating into the darkness of the upper landing. "Who's there?" he shouted, his voice echoing, but the only answer was a faint scraping, like nails dragging across wood, coming from the walls around him. The house groaned, the sound rising from the floorboards, and the shadows seemed to pulse, their edges curling like smoke. Ellen pulled Lily close, the clippings and notebook forgotten, her heart pounding as Mark's flashlight beam wavered. "We need to go," she said, her voice breaking. "Now." But Lily shook her head, her defiance flaring despite her fear. "Running won't help," she said, echoing Ellen's earlier words. "She's not just in the house. She's in us." She pulled the photograph from her pocket, Clara's hollow eyes glinting in the flickering light, and held it up, as if challenging the house. "What do you want, Clara?" she asked, her voice trembling but loud. The scraping stopped, and for a moment, the house was silent, the shadows still. Then a giggle, high, cruel, and unmistakably Clara's, erupted from the staircase, followed by a low, guttural moan that seemed to come from everywhere, the walls, the floor, the air itself. The bulb exploded, plunging the room into darkness, and Ellen screamed, clutching Lily as the shadows surged, their edges alive, reaching for them. Mark stumbled back, the flashlight dropping, its beam spinning across the floor. "Ellen! Lily!" he shouted, groping for the crowbar. But the darkness was absolute, the house's stench overwhelming, now laced with something sweet, like rotting fruit. The moan grew louder, vibrating through the floorboards, and the scraping resumed, circling them, as if the walls were closing in. Lily's hand found the locket, its coldness a lifeline, and she whispered, "Clara, stop!" her voice barely audible. The giggle cut off, replaced by a whisper. Her name, Lily, hissed like a lover's call, coming from the staircase. The shadows parted, revealing the figure again, taller now, its blurred form sharpening into something almost human, its eyes glinting like wet stones. It raised a hand, skeletal and black, the same hand from the wall, and pointed at Lily, its moan rising into a scream that shook the house. Ellen grabbed Lily, dragging her toward the living room, where the hole in the wall loomed, its darkness a lesser evil than the figure. Mark followed, the crowbars swinging wildly, his shouts lost in the scream. The figure didn't move, but its scream faded, replaced by a low, rhythmic tapping, the same sound Lily had heard in her room, now coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. The house was alive, its pulse syncing with their own, and Clara's shadow was everywhere, her hand a promise of what was to come. They reached the living room, the crawlspace's stench hitting them like a wave, and Ellen stopped, her eyes falling on the key, still glinting in the sludge. "We need it," she said, her voice shaking but resolute. The notebook said it unlocks her prison. Lily's eyes widened, her fear warring with her need to know. "And binds us to her," she whispered, but her hand was already reaching, the house's pull too strong to resist. The tapping grew frantic, the shadows pulsing, and the house groaned, as if Clara was laughing, her hand waiting in the dark. The Harises were no longer searching for answers. They were part of Clara's story, and the stairs, the walls. The key were leading them to her heart, where the truth would either save them or consume them. Chapter 5. The Locked Door. The living room was a chaos of shadows and stench, the hole in the wall behind the fireplace exhaling a rancid breath that clung to the Harris family like damp cloth. Lily stood closest to the crawl space, her hand hovering inches from the rusted key, its teeth glinting in the sludge as if mocking her hesitation. The photograph, locket, and lock of hair in her hoodie pocket pulsed with a cold weight, Clara's relics binding her to the house's will. The scream from the staircase had faded, but the rhythmic tapping continued, a heartbeat woven into the walls, circling them like a predator. Ellen gripped Lily's shoulder, her fingers trembling, the notebook's warning. The key unlocks her prison, but it binds you to her, looping in her mind. Mark clutched the crowbar, his flashlight beam jerking across the room, its light swallowed by the darkness spilling from the crawlspace. The figure on the stairs was gone, but its skeletal hand, the same blackened claw that had broken through the wall, lingered in their memories, a promise of Clara's reach. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer a structure. It was a living thing, its walls bleeding secrets, its shadows hungry for blood. Ellen's voice cut through the tapping, sharp and desperate. "Lily, don't touch it." Her green eyes were wide, her auburn hair plastered to her forehead with sweat, the newspaper clippings and notebook now scattered on the floor, their truths too heavy to hold. The house's stench, rot, blood, and something sweet, like decaying flowers, choked her, but her fear for Lily was stronger, a mother's instinct overriding the terror clawing at her chest. The notebook said it's a trap, she insisted, pulling Lily back, though her own gaze kept darting to the key, its pull almost magnetic. Lily yanked free, her dark eyes blazing, her defiance a shield against the house's weight. "A trap?" she snapped. "We're already trapped, Mom. That thing on the stairs, the hand, it's not going to let us leave." She glanced at the crawl space. The keys glint a challenge, and felt Clara's whisper, "Lily," still echoing in her skull, intimate and venomous. Mark stepped forward, the crowbar raised, his face pale under the flickering flashlight beam. "Enough," he said, his voice rough, cracking under the strain. "We're not touching anything until we know what we're dealing with." He wanted to believe he could fix this, that his contractor's logic could hammer the house back into submission, but the letters in his pocket, Clara's pleas, the talk of a failed ritual, mocked him. The figure on the stairs, the tapping, the moan, They were Clara or something worse, and his family was caught in her web. He turned to Ellen, his eyes pleading. "You said the notebook mentioned a prison. What else does it say?" Ellen hesitated, her hands shaking as she retrieved the notebook from the floor, its pages creased and stained. She flipped to the last entry, her voice trembling as she read. Edward sealed her in the basement, behind the door that wasn't there. The key is her chain and mine. Her breath hitched, her eyes snapping to Mark. "The basement," she whispered. "There's a door." Lily's stomach twisted, her mind flashing to the basement stairs, a narrow, unlit passage they'd barely explored since moving in. The house's lower level was a maze of damp concrete and rusted pipes, its air heavy with mildew, but they'd assumed it was empty. A storage space for forgotten junk. "What door?" she asked, her voice low, though she already felt the answer, a cold certainty settling in her gut. Mark frowned, his memory snagging on their first tour of the house, the realtor's quick dismissal of the basement as nothing special. "There's no door down there," he said, but his voice wavered, doubt creeping in. The house had already hidden a crawl space, a locket, a notebook. Why not a door? The tapping grew louder, faster, now coming from the floor, as if something was clawing its way up from below. The crawl space exhaled another sour breath, and the key glinted, its presence a lure that tightened the house's grip. Ellen led the way to the basement stairs, the notebook clutched to her chest, her flashlight beam trembling as it cut through the gloom. The staircase was tucked behind a warped door in the kitchen, its hinges screaming as Mark forced it open. The air that rushed up was cold and damp, carrying a stench of mold and something sharper like rotting meat. Lily followed, her hand in her pocket, the locket's cold metal grounding her, though the photograph and hair seemed to pulse, as if Clara was waking. Mark brought up the rear, the crowbar his only defense, his flashlight beam darting across the walls, expecting shadows to move. The stairs creaked under their weight, each step a descent into the house's heart, the tapping now a drumbeat that echoed in their skulls. At the bottom, the basement was as they remembered, bare concrete, stacks of mildewed boxes, a rusted furnace in the corner, but the far wall, once a blank expanse of gray, now held a door. It was old, its wood blackened and warped, its surface carved with faint, spiraling patterns that mirrored the claw marks Mark had found in the attic. There was no handle, only a rusted keyhole, its edges worn but intact, a perfect match for the key in the crawl space. The door hadn't been there 2 days ago, Mark was sure, yet it stood as if it had always been, its presence a violation of the house's logic. "That's not possible," he muttered, his flashlight beam shaking as it traced the door's edges. Ellen's breath caught, the notebook's words, the door that wasn't there, burning through her. "It's a prison," she said, her voice barely audible. Lily stepped closer, her eyes locked on the keyhole, the tapping now coming from behind the door, slow and deliberate like a summons. "Clara's in there," she whispered, her fear warring with a strange, reckless need to know. The door groaned a low, guttural sound, as if the wood itself was alive, and the tapping became a scratching, sharp and insistent, like nails clawing through dirt. Ellen's hand flew to her mouth, stifling a scream, while Mark raised the crowbar, his pulse racing. "Stay back," he said, though his own feet were rooted, the door's pull as strong as the keys. Lily's hand tightened around the locket, her mind flashing to the crawl space, the key waiting in its sludge. "We need it," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "The key. It's the only way to find out what happened to her." Ellen shook her head, her fear overwhelming her need for answers. "No, Lily, it's too dangerous. The notebook said it binds us to her." But Lily's eyes were fixed on the door, the scratching growing louder, now joined by a faint whisper. Lily, slipping through the wood, soft and venomous. Mark's mind raced, torn between his instinct to protect and his desperation to end this. The letters, the notebook, the clippings, they all pointed to the basement, to Clara's betrayal, to Edward's ritual. "We can't just stand here," he said, his voice rough. "If there's a door, There's something behind it. Maybe it's her, maybe it's answers. He stepped closer, the crowbar raised, and tapped the door. It was solid but unnaturally cold. The scratching stopped, and for a moment, the basement was silent, the air thick with anticipation. Then a new sound came, a low, wet thud, like something heavy shifting behind the door. The whisper returned, louder. Not just Lily's name, but all of theirs: Mark, Ellen, Lily, woven into a hiss that seemed to come from the walls, the floor, the air itself. The door shuddered, its wood creaking, and a single, blackened finger pushed through the keyhole, its nails scraping the metal, testing the lock. Ellen screamed, pulling Lily back, while Mark swung the crowbar, missing the finger as it retreated, the keyhole swallowing it like a mouth. The thud came again, louder, and the door vibrated, its carvings glowing faintly, as if lit from within. The house was awake, its pulse a roar, and Clara was no longer waiting. She was reaching, her prison cracking open, her chains calling for the key. The Harises stood frozen, the door a gateway to answers and doom. The scratching a promise of what lay beyond. The basement of the house on Blackthorn Lane was a crypt, its damp concrete walls closing in like the jaws of a beast. The blackened door loomed before the Harris family, its carved spirals pulsing faintly, as if the wood itself breathed. The single, decaying finger that had pushed through the keyhole was gone, but its scrape against the metal lingered in their minds, a violation that left the air colder, heavier. Lily clutched the locket, its icy metal grounding her. Though the photograph and lock of hair in her pocket seemed to writhe, Clara's relics alive with her rage. Ellen stood beside her, the notebook pressed her chest. Its warning about the key, it binds you to her, a chain around her heart. Mark gripped the crowbar, his flashlight beam trembling as it traced the door's edges. The thud from behind it still echoing in his skull. The scratching had resumed, slower now, deliberate, like nails carving a message into the wood's other side. The house's stench, rot blood, and that sickly sweet decay choked them, and the walls hummed, their pulse sinking with the family's racing hearts. Clara was here, her prison cracking, and the door was her gateway, demanding the key. Lily's eyes were locked on the keyhole, its rusted edges glinting faintly, as if mocking their fear. The whisper of her name, Lily, had been personal, a lover's call laced with venom, and it stirred something in her, a reckless need to face Clara, to end this. "We have to get the key," she said, her voice trembling but firm, breaking the basement's oppressive silence. She stepped toward the stairs, her sneakers scuffing the concrete, but Ellen grabbed her arm, her nails digging in. "No," Ellen said, her voice raw with panic. "You heard the notebook. That key's not an answer. It's a trap." Her green eyes were wide, her auburn hair clinging to her sweat-damp forehead, the memory of the fingers searing through her. Lily yanked free, her defiance flaring. "A trap? Mom, we're already caught. That door, the hand, the shadow. She's not letting us go." She glanced at the door, the scratching growing louder, and felt Clara's pull, a tide she couldn't resist. Mark's jaw clenched, his flashlight beam jerking across the door's carvings, their spirals seeming to shift like veins under skin. The letters in his pocket, Clara's pleas, the talk of Edward's ritual, were a weight he couldn't shed, and the notebook's mention of a basement prison had turned his contractor's logic to ash. He'd built his life on fixing things. But this door wasn't a problem to hammer down. It was a sentence, and the key was its executioner. "Lily's right," he said, his voice rough, surprising himself. "We can't just stand here. If the key opens that door, maybe it tells us what happened to her, how to stop this." Ellen's eyes widened, betrayal flashing across her face. "Mark, you saw that finger. You read the notebook. We can't trust anything in this house." But Mark shook his head, his fear giving way to a desperate need to act. "We're out of options, Ellen. We either face it, or we wait for her to come through." The door groaned, a low, guttural sound, as if answering, and the scratching became a scraping, sharp and rhythmic, like a blade against bone. The thud came again, heavier, shaking the concrete floor, and a faint whisper slipped through the keyhole. Mark, Ellen, Lily. Their names woven into a hiss that curled around them, intimate and cruel. Ellen stumbled back, the notebook slipping from her hands, its pages splaying open on the floor. "She knows us," she whispered, her voice breaking. Lily's heart pounded, her hand tightening around the locket, the photograph's eyes burning in her mind. "She's always known us," she said, her voice low, the truth settling like ice in her gut. The house had chosen them, drawn them to Blackthorn Lane. And the door was its endgame, Clara's prison and their doom. Mark moved first, driven by a mix of fear and resolve, his flashlight beam fixed on the stairs. "I'm getting the key," he said, his tone final, the crowbar still in his grip. Lily nodded, her defiance aligning with his, and followed, ignoring Ellen's sharp intake of breath. "Mark, don't," Ellen pleaded, but her voice was drowned by another thud, this one so loud it rattled the basement's pipes, a metallic clang echoing in its wake. The door's carvings glowed brighter, their spirals twisting, and the scratching became a frantic clawing, as if whatever was behind it was desperate to break free. Ellen grabbed the notebook, her hand shaking, and scanned its pages, searching for anything to stop this. A line caught her eye. The door is her heart, the key her blood. To open it is to bleed with her. Her stomach twisted. But Mark and Lily were already climbing the stairs, their footsteps fading into the house's home. In the living room, the crawl space was a black maw, its stench thicker, the key still glinting in its sludge. Mark knelt, the crowbar beside him, his flashlight beam trembling as it lit the rusted metal. The key was small, its teeth worn but sharp, and it seemed to pulse. As if alive, Lily stood behind him, her locket clutched tight, the tapping now coming from the walls around them, a chorus that matched her racing pulse. "Hurry," she whispered, her eyes darting to the staircase, where the shadows seemed to deepen, the figure's absence a threat. Mark reached into the crawl space, his hand shaking, the sludge cold and slick against his skin. The moment his fingers closed around the key, the tapping stopped, and a low, guttural laugh, Clara's unmistakable, erupted from the walls, shaking the room. The sludge tightened around his hand, like a living thing, and he yanked the key free, stumbling back, his breath ragged. The laugh faded, but the walls hummed louder, their pulse a roar, and the key burned in his hand, its coldness unnatural like ice that bit. Lily's eyes widened, her hand flying to her pocket, where the photograph seemed to writhe, Clara's face alive in her mind. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling. Mark nodded, his face pale, the key glinting in his flashlight beam, its teeth stained with black. "We've got it," he said, his voice hoarse. "Let's go." They ran back to the basement, the house groaning around them, the walls creaking as if closing in. Ellen was waiting, the notebook open, her face ashen as she read the line about bleeding with Clara. "You shouldn't have," she whispered, her eyes locked on the key, its presence a violation. Mark ignored her, stepping toward the door, the crowbar in one hand, the key in the other. The scratching was frantic now, the thudding a heartbeat, and the whisper returned. "Open it," slipping through the keyhole, soft and commanding. Mark hesitated, the key's coldness seeping into his skin, the notebook's warning echoing in his ears. Lily stepped closer, her locket glowing faintly, as if responding to the door. "Do it," she said, her voice steady despite her fear. "We need to know." Ellen grabbed her arm, her voice breaking. "Lily, no, it's not just a door. It's her." But the door groaned again, its carvings flaring, and a new sound came, a soft, wet slither like something dragging itself closer, just beyond the wood. Mark's resolve hardened, his fear drowned by the need to end this. He slid the key into the lock, its teeth grinding against the rusted metal, and turned it. The click was deafening, a gunshot in the basement silence, and the door shuddered, its wood splitting slightly. A thin stream of black sludge oozing from the crack. The scratching stopped, the thudding ceased, and a voice, Clara's, clear and venomous, spoke from beyond. "You're mine now." The door didn't open, but the air changed, growing heavier, the stench overwhelming, as if the house had exhaled its soul. The walls pulsed, the carvings glowed, and the family stood frozen, the key chain binding them to Clara's heart. The slithering grew louder, closer, and the door creaked, as if ready to swing wide, revealing the horror that had waited a century to be free. Chapter 6. Blood on the floorboards. The basement air was a suffocating shroud, thick with the stench of rot and the metallic tang of blood as the blackened door trembled, its carved spirals glowing like embers. The click of the key in the lock still echoed in the Harris family's ears, Clara's venomous words, "You're mine now," hanging like a curse. Mark gripped the crowbar, his knuckles white, the key now a burning weight in his pocket, its coldness seeping into his bones. Ellen clutched the notebook, its pages crumpled. The warning about bleeding with Clara, a prophecy unfolding before them. Lily stood closest to the door, the locket in her hand pulsing faintly. The photograph and lock of hair in her pocket alive with Clara's rage. The slithering sound from beyond the door had stopped, but the silence was worse. A held breath that made the walls seem to pulse, their plaster slick with an unnatural sheen. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer a prison. It was a predator, and the door was its heart, beating with Clara's century-old hunger. Ellen's voice broke the silence, raw and trembling. "We need to get out of here." Her green eyes were wide, darting between the door and the stairs. Her auburn hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. The notebook's words, "The door is her heart," clawed at her, and the black sludge oozing from the door's crack, pooling on the concrete, looked too much like blood. She grabbed Lily's arm, pulling her back, her mother's instinct overriding the house's pull. "Mark, we can't stay." That voice, it's not just Clara, it's the house. But Mark shook his head, his jaw clenched, his contractor's stubbornness a flimsy shield against the truth. "We opened it," he said, his voice hoarse. "We can't just run. We need to know what's behind it." The crowbar trembled in his grip, his flashlight beam fixed on the door, its wood now splintered slightly, as if something was pressing against it from the other side. Lily yanked free from Ellen, her dark eyes blazing, the locket's glow casting faint shadows across her face. "Know what, Dad? That she's gonna kill us." Her voice was sharp, but fear cracked its edges, the memory of Clara's whisper, Lily, still coiled in her chest. The photograph in her pocket felt heavier, Clara's hollow eyes watching her, and the lock of hair seemed to writhe, its coarse strands alive with intent. The door's presence was a magnet, pulling her closer despite her fear. The slithering silence, a promise of answers and doom. "We shouldn't have touched the key," she muttered, her hand tightening around the locket, its engraved C biting into her palm. The house groaned, a low, guttural sound that shook the concrete, and the sludge on the floor pulsed, spreading like a stain, its surface shimmering with an unnatural sheen. Mark stepped toward the door, the crowbar raised, his flashlight beam trembling as it traced the oozing crack. "I'm opening it," he said, his tone final, though his heart pounded so hard he felt it in his throat. Ellen lunged forward, grabbing his arm, her nails digging into his skin. "Mark, no. The notebook said we'd bleed with her." Her voice was a plea, but Mark pulled free, his fear drowned by a desperate need to face the truth. "We're already bleeding," he said, nodding at the sludge, its spread now reaching their feet, its stench choking them. He pressed the crowbar against the door's edge, prying at the splintered wood, but before he could force it open, the floorboards above them creaked, a sharp, deliberate sound, like footsteps in the kitchen. The family froze, their eyes snapping to the ceiling, the basement's darkness pressing closer. The creak came again, followed by a soft, wet drip, like water hitting the floor. Lily's breath caught, her hand flying to her pocket, where the photograph seemed to burn. "She's upstairs," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Ellen's face paled, the notebook slipping from her hands, its pages splaying open on the concrete. "We didn't lock the door," she said, her voice trembling, the realization hitting her like a blow. The kitchen door, left ajar when they descended, was their only exit, and now something was moving above, its presence a violation of the house's silence. Mark lowered the crowbar, his flashlight beam jerking toward the stairs, but the door groaned again, its wood splitting further, the sludge pouring faster, now lapping at their shoes. The dripping upstairs grew louder, rhythmic, and a new sound joined it. A faint giggle, Clara's cruel, girlish laugh, slipping through the floorboards. Lily moved first, driven by a mix of fear and defiance, her sneakers splashing through the sludge as she bolted for the stairs. "Lily!" Ellen shouted, lunging after her, but Lily was already climbing, the locket glowing brighter, its light casting eerie shadows on the damp walls. Mark followed, the crowbar in one hand, the flashlight in the other, his pulse racing as the dripping grew louder, now joined by a soft, scraping noise like nails dragging across wood. Ellen grabbed the notebook, her hands shaking, and ran after them, the basement door slamming shut behind her, its carvings flaring as if sealing them in. The kitchen was a haze of shadows when they reached it, the air colder, the stench of rot overwhelming. The dripping came from the living room, and as they stepped through the doorway, their flashlights caught it, blood, thick and black, seeping from the ceiling, pooling on the floorboards, its surface rippling like a living thing. Lily stopped dead, her locket glowing so brightly it hurt her eyes, the photograph in her pocket now hot, as if Clara was awake. "Oh my God," she whispered, her voice shaking. The blood spread a mirror to the sludge downstairs. The hole in the wall, where the hand had broken through, was wider now, its edges glistening, the crawl space exhaling a sour breath. The key in Mark's pocket burned, its coldness a pulse, and he dropped the crowbar, his hands trembling as he pulled it out, its rusted teeth stained with black. "It's her," he said, his voice hoarse. The letter's warnings, "The house is hers," ringing in his ears. Ellen's eyes darted to the blood, its pool now reaching the fireplace, and she opened the notebook, her voice trembling as she read. "Her blood is the house's, and it flows when she wakes." The giggle came again, louder, from the ceiling, and a shadow flickered across the blood, tall and thin, its edges blurred, like the figure on the stairs. Mark's flashlight beam jerked upward, catching nothing but the cracked ceiling, but the dripping grew faster, the blood now splashing their shoes, its warmth unnatural, like a living pulse. "We need to stop this," he said, his voice breaking, the key in his hand a weight he couldn't shed. Lily's eyes widened, her locket flaring, and she stepped toward the crawl space, the blood lapping at her sneakers. "The door," she said, her voice steady despite her fear. "We didn't open it all the way. Maybe that's what she wants." Ellen grabbed her, her face ashen. "Lily, no. The notebook said we'd bleed with her. This is what it meant." But the blood surged, a wave that knocked over a chair, and the giggle became a laugh, Clara's voice clear and venomous, filling the room. "Open it." The house shook, the walls creaking, the blood rising, and the shadow on the ceiling sharpened, its skeletal hand reaching down, its fingers curling toward Lily. Mark lunged, pulling her back, the key falling to the floor, its clang drowned by the laugh. Ellen's eyes fell on the notebook, its pages now stained with blood, and she read aloud, her voice shaking. "To stop her, you must face her heart." The crawl space groaned, the hole widening, and the blood poured faster, a tide that threatened to swallow them. Clara was awake, her blood the house's life. And the door in the basement was calling, its lock a promise of answers and a sentence of doom. The family stood in the rising flood, the shadow's hand closing in, and the house laughed, its walls alive with Clara's rage, binding them to her forever. The living room was a nightmare of blood and shadow, the black, viscous flood rising to the Harris family's ankles, its warmth pulsing like a heartbeat. The floorboards groaned under the weight, the blood seeping from the ceiling in thick, relentless streams. Each drip punctuated by Clara's venomous laugh, echoing from the walls. Lily clutched the locket, its glow now as searing white, the photograph and lock of hair in her pocket burning against her skin, as if Clara's rage was spilling through them. Ellen stood frozen, the notebook in her hands soaked red. Its words, to stop her, you must face her heart, a command she couldn't escape. Mark scrambled for the key, his fingers slipping in the blood, the crowbar abandoned as the flood surged, knocking over furniture with a force that wasn't natural. The hole in the wall, where the hand had broken through, gaped wider, its crawl space exhaling a stench of rot and decay, the darkness within pulsing like a lung. The shadow on the ceiling loomed, its skeletal hand stretching closer, its fingers curling toward Lily, as if claiming her. The house on Blackthorn Lane was alive, its blood Clara's, its walls her flesh, and the family was drowning in her wrath. Lily's heart pounded, her eyes locked on the shadow's hand, its blackened nails glinting in the locket's glow. The laugh, Clara's, cruel and triumphant, shook the room, the blood rising to her shins, its heat scalding through her sneakers. "We have to go back," she shouted, her voice cracking, the locket's light flaring as if agreeing. "The door in the basement, it's what she wants." She splashed toward the kitchen, the blood pulling at her legs, her defiance aflame against the house's hunger. Ellen grabbed her arm, her face pale, the notebook dripping red. "Lily, no," she screamed, her voice raw. "The blood, it's her. We can't go near that door." But Lily's eyes were wild, the locket's glow casting eerie shadows across her face. "We're already hers, Mom. The key, the door, it's the only way to stop this." The shadow's hand twitched, its fingers brushing Lily's hair, and she yelped, stumbling back, the locket flaring brighter, as if warding it off. Mark clutched the key, its rusted teeth slick with blood, its coldness a pulse that matched the house's. The letters in his pocket, Clara's pleas, the ritual's failure, were soaked, their ink bleeding into the flood. But their truth was clear. The basement door was Clara's prison, and the key had awakened her. He waded through the blood, the crowbar lost in the tide, and grabbed Ellen's shoulder, his voice hoarse. "She's right. We opened the door, but we didn't finish it. We have to face her." His contractor's logic was gone, replaced by a primal need to end this, to save his family from the house's jaws. Ellen shook her head, tears mixing with the blood on her face. "The notebook said we'd bleed with her," she whispered, but the shadow's hand lunged again, its moan shaking the walls, and she faltered, her resolve crumbling. The blood surged, now to their knees, and the crawl space groaned, its darkness spilling into the room, a tide of black sludge merging with the flood. The kitchen door was a distant hope, the blood pulling at them like quicksand as they fought their way through the living room. The ceiling cracked, more blood pouring down, and Clara's laugh became a scream, a sound that tore at their minds, promising no escape. Lily led the way, the locket's glow a beacon, the photograph in her pocket now searing, as if Clara was clawing through it. "Hurry!" she shouted, her sneakers slipping, the blood now to her thighs, its heat unbearable. Mark followed, the key in his fist, his flashlight gone. The locket's light, their only guide. Ellen clutched the notebook, its pages disintegrating, but she held on, the words about Clara's heart a lifeline. The kitchen was a mire, the basement door ajar, its hinges screaming as the blood poured down the stairs, a river leading to the blackened door below. The shadow followed, its form blurring across the ceiling, its skeletal hand reaching. Its moan a chorus with Clara's scream. The basement was a hell's cape, the concrete floor submerged, the blood lapping at the blackened door, its carved spirals now blazing like fire under glass. The scratching from behind, it was frantic, a clawing that shook the wood, and the sludge from the door's crack had spread, merging with the blood, a living flood that pulsed with Clara's rage. Lily stopped at the threshold, the locket's glow illuminating the door, its keyhole glinting as if waiting. "We have to open it all the way," she said, her voice trembling, the photograph in her pocket now hot enough to burn her skin. Mark nodded, the key in his hand a chain he couldn't break, and stepped forward, the blood pulling at his waist. Its heat searing through him. Ellen grabbed his arm, her voice a sob. "Mark, please. We don't know what's in there." But the shadow loomed behind them, its hand curling around Lily's shadow. And Clara's scream became words. "Open it or drown." Mark shoved the key into the lock, its teeth grinding, the blood surging around him, now to his chest. The door shuddered, its wood splitting, the carvings flaring brighter, and the scratching became a pounding, a force that threatened to tear it apart. Ellen clutched Lily, the notebook lost in the flood, her fear drowned by the need to protect her daughter. "Stay back," she whispered, but Lily's eyes were fixed on the door, the locket's glow now blinding, its portrait of Clara alive, her smile twisting into a snarl. The key turned, a second click echoing like thunder, and the door swung inward, revealing a narrow, stone-walled chamber, its floor submerged in blood, its walls slick with black sludge. At its center stood a figure, tall, thin, its flesh gray and peeling, its eyes hollow like the photographs. Clara Winthrop, or what was left of her, raised a skeletal hand, its fingers curling, and smiled, her voice a hiss that filled the room. "Welcome home." The blood surged, a wave that knocked them back, the shadow on the ceiling merging with Clara's form, its moan a scream that shook the house. The chamber's walls pulsed, the sludge oozing faster, and Clara's smile widened, her hand reaching for Lily, the locket flaring as if answering her call. Mark stumbled, the key falling into the flood, its coldness lost in the heat, and grabbed the crowbar from the blood, swinging at Clara, but her form blurred, the blood swallowing his blow. Ellen pulled Lily toward the stairs, her screams lost in Clara's laugh, the house shaking as if ready to collapse. The chamber's walls cracked, the blood pouring faster, and Clara's voice became a chorus, her words a command. "Bleed with me." The family fought through the flood, the stairs their only hope. But the door slammed shut, its carvings glowing, sealing them in with Clara's heart. The basement was a tomb, the blood rising to their necks, the shadow's hand now Clara's, its fingers closing around Lily's wrist, the locket burning her skin. Ellen's hand slipped, the flood pulling her under, and Mark's crowbar was useless, the blood too thick, too alive. Clara's form solidified, her gray flesh glistening, her eyes locked on Lily, her smile a promise of eternity. The house roared, its walls cracking, the blood a tide that bound them to her. And the chamber's heart pulsed, its rhythm their own. They were no longer intruders. They were Clara's, their blood mingling with hers, the door their grave, the key their chain. The basement chamber was a pulsing void, the blood flood now a churning sea that swallowed the Harris family's wastes, its black, viscous heat searing their skin. Clara Winthrop's form loomed at the chamber's center, her gray, peeling flesh glistening under the locket's blinding glow, her hollow eyes fixed on Lily with a hunger that transcended death. Her skeletal hand, the same blackened claw that had broken through the living room wall, gripped Lily's wrist, its nails digging into her flesh, drawing pinpricks of blood that mingled with the flood. The locket burned in Lily's other hand, its portrait of Clara alive, snarling, as if the metal itself was her conduit. Ellen floundered in the blood, her auburn hair plastered to her face, her screams drowned by Clara's chorus, "Bleed with me," a command that shook the stone walls, their slick sludge oozing faster like a heartbeat. Mark swung the crowbar, his arms straining against the flood's pull, but Clara's form blurred, her laugh a venomous blade that cut through his resolve. The blackened door had slammed shut behind them, its carved spirals flaring like eyes, sealing them in the house's heart. The walls of the house on Blackthorn Lane roared, their plaster cracking, and the blood tide surged, binding the family to Clara's century-old rage. Lily's heart slammed against her ribs, the pain in her wrist a fire that matched the locket's burn. Clara's grip was iron, her fingers cold as death, and her smile, wide, unnatural, a mirror to the photographs, was a promise of eternity. "Let me go," Lily shouted, her voice raw, twisting against the flood, but Clara's eyes bore into her, hollow yet alive, and her voice hissed, "You open the door, Lily. You're mine." The locket flared brighter, its glow illuminating the chamber's walls, revealing faint, scratched names, dozens, maybe hundreds, carved into the stone, each one a life claimed by the house. Lily's breath caught, the photograph in her pocket searing through her hoodie, and she felt Clara's presence in her mind. A cold, invasive weight, whispering her fears, her doubts, her anger at her parents. The flood rose to her chest, its heat suffocating, and she kicked, desperate to break free. But Clara's hand tightened, her nails drawing more blood, the tide pulsing with every drop. Ellen fought through the flood, her hands clawing at the blood, her eyes locked on Lily. The notebook was gone, lost in the tide, but its words, "Face her heart," drove her, a mother's instinct stronger than the house's pull. "Lily!" she screamed, her voice barely audible over Clara's laugh. The walls roar, the bloods churn. She grabbed Lily's free arm, pulling with all her strength, but Clara's grip was unrelenting, her form solidifying, her gray flesh now veined with black, like the sludge on the walls. Ellen's mind raced, the clippings, the letters, the notebook converging on one truth. Clara was betrayed, sealed in this chamber by Edward Winthrop, and the house had become her prison, her weapon. The locket's glow caught her eye, its light a beacon, and she lunged for it, her fingers brushing its searing metal. "It's the locket," she shouted, her voice breaking. "It's keeping her here." But the flood surged, knocking her back, the blood now to her shoulders, its pulse a drumbeat that matched Clara's laugh. Mark's crowbar was useless, the blood too thick, too alive, pulling him under with every swing. The key was gone, swallowed by the flood, but its coldness lingered in his bones, a chain that bound him to Clara's will. The letter's warnings, "The house is hers," were a noose, and the chamber's scratched names were a graveyard, each one a victim of Clara's rage. He waded toward Lily, his flashlight lost, the locket's glow his only guide, its light revealing Clara's face, now sharper, her smile a rictus of triumph. "Let her go," he roared, his voice raw, swinging the crowbar at Clara's arm. But the blood swallowed his blow, the flood rising to his chest, its heat scalding. Clara's eyes flicked to him, her laugh deepening, and she spoke, her voice a chorus that shook the chamber. "You turned the key, Mark. You bled for me." The walls cracked, the sludge pouring faster, and the scratched names glowed, as if the house was feeding on their fear, their blood, their lives. Lily's vision blurred, the blood flood now to her neck, Clara's grip a vice that pulled her closer, her face inches from Clara's hollow eyes. The locket burned, its glow a fire that seared her hand. But she couldn't let go, the photograph in her pocket now a pulse, Clara's voice in her mind a siren call. "Join me, Lily. Stay." She saw flashes, Clara's life, her betrayal. Edward's hands sealing her in this chamber, the ritual that bound her to the house, her screams as the walls closed in. The flood was Clara's blood, the house her body, and Lily was drowning in it. Her own blood mingling with the tide, her wrist a map of Clara's rage. But a spark of defiance flared, her anger at the house, at Clara, at her own fear, and she screamed no, twisting her wrist. The locket's glow flaring brighter, blinding, forcing Clara's hand to loosen, just enough for Lily to pull free. Ellen saw her chance, lunging through the flood, her hands closing around the locket, its heat unbearable like grasping a coal. "Lily, hold on," she shouted, yanking the locket from Lily's hand, its chains snapping, the portrait inside shattering. Clara's scream shook the chamber, a sound that tore at the walls, the flood surging higher, now to their chins, the scratched names flaring like stars. Ellen threw the locket at the chamber's wall, its metal cracking against the stone, and the glow flickered, Clara's form blurring, her scream becoming a wail. Mark grabbed Lily, pulling her toward the stairs, the blood pulling at them like hands. the shadow's skeletal fingers still reaching, now fading with Clara's form. "Go!" he shouted, his voice drowned by the flood's roar, the walls cracking wider, the sludge pouring like a river. The door was sealed, its carvings now dark, but the flood's pressure forced it open, the wood splintering as the family fought through the tide, the stairs a lifeline slick with blood. Clara's wail followed, her form dissolving into the flood, but her voice lingered, a hiss that promised return. "You can't leave me." The basement stairs were a gauntlet, the blood pulling at their legs, the walls shaking as if the house was collapsing. They reached the kitchen, the blood spilling across the floor, the living room's hole now a vortex. Its crawl space swallowing the flood, the shadow's hand gone. Ellen clutched Lily, her face pale, the notebook's loss a wound, but her daughter's safety a fire that kept her moving. Mark slammed the kitchen door shut, the house groaning, its walls still pulsing, but weaker, as if Clara's hold was fraying. They stumbled into the living room, the blood receding slightly, the ceiling's cracks now dry, the floorboard stained but still. The locket lay shattered in the basement, its glow gone, but the photograph and hair in Lily's pocket were cold, their pulse faint. As if Clara was retreating, wounded but not defeated. "We need to leave," Ellen said, her voice shaking, her hand on Lily's shoulder, the house's silence a threat. Mark nodded, his crowbar gone, his hands empty, but for the weight of their survival. "Motel," he said, his voice hoarse. "Now." Lily's eyes darted to the crawl space, its darkness quieter, but the house's hum lingered, a promise that Clara was still there, waiting. The family grabbed their coats, the blood drying on their skin, and ran for the door, the house on Blackthorn Lane watching, its walls scarred but alive, its heart still beating with Clara's rage. Chapter 7. The Room Without Light. The Harris family stumbled out of the kitchen, their clothes heavy with drying blood, the house's sour stench clinging to their skin like a second shadow. The living room was a battlefield of wreckage, shattered plaster, overturned furniture, the hole in the wall behind the fireplace now a silent scar, its crawl space dark but still breathing. Lily clutched her hoodie pocket, the photograph and lock of hair cold and inert, their pulse gone since the locket shattered in the basement. Her wrist throbbed where Clara's skeletal hand had gripped her, the nail marks raw, a map of the house's claim. Ellen's hand shook as she pulled Lily close, her green eyes scanning the room, expecting the blood to surge again, the shadow to reform. The notebook was lost, drowned in the basement's flood, but its words, "Face her heart," burned in her mind. A truth that had nearly cost them everything. Mark led the way, his boots crunching on plaster dust, the absence of the crowbar and key a weight heavier than their presence. The house on Blackthorn Lane was quiet, its walls still, but the silence was a predator's pause, and the family knew Clara was watching, her rage coiled in the dark. They reached the front door, its warped wood unyielding until Mark slammed his shoulder against it, the hinges screaming as it swung open. The fog outside was thick, a gray veil that swallowed Blackthorn Lane, the Maine woods beyond swaying like mourners. The air was cold, sharp with pine and damp earth, a relief after the house's rot, but it carried a faint echo of Clara's laugh, as if the fog itself was her breath. "Car," Mark said, his voice hoarse, pointing to their battered SUV parked in the gravel drive. Ellen nodded, her arm around Lily, her librarian's logic fraying under the need to escape. "Motel in Augusta," she said, her voice trembling but firm. "We'll figure out what to do from there." Lily's eyes darted back to the house, its gabled silhouette looming through the fog, its windows like eyes that followed her. "She's not done," she whispered, her hand tightening around the photograph, its edges biting into her palm. The house groaned, a faint, distant sound, and they ran, the gravel crunching under their feet, the SUV's door a lifeline. Inside the car, the air was stale, the dashboard coated in dust. But it was a sanctuary, a barrier against the house's reach. Mark fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking, the memory of Clara's voice, "You're mine," looping in his skull. The engine sputtered, then roared, and he pulled out of the drive, the fog swallowing the house behind them. Lily sat in the back, her hoodie pulled tight, the photograph and hair a secret she couldn't share, their coldness a reminder of Clara's touch. Ellen stared out the window, her hands clasped, the clippings and letters lost, but their truths etched in her mind. Edward Winthrop's betrayal, the ritual that bound Clara to the house, the blood that was her life. The road to Augusta was a blur of fog and trees, the silence in the car heavy, each of them grappling with what they'd seen, what they'd survived. But as the miles stretched, the house's pull lingered, a cold thread tied to their bones, and Lily's wrist ached, the nail marks pulsing faintly, as if Clara was still there. They checked into a motel on the edge of Augusta, a faded strip of rooms with flickering neon signs, the kind of place that asked no questions. The clerk, an older man with tired eyes, handed them a key to room 12, and they shuffled inside. The room's musty air a pale shadow of the house's stench. The walls were thin, the carpet stained, but it was safe, or as safe as they could hope. Ellen locked the door, her hands trembling, and sank onto the bed, her face pale. "We need to talk," she said, her voice low, her eyes meeting Mark's, then Lily's. "What happened back there, it's not over." Mark nodded, his jaw tight, his contractor's instinct to fix things replaced by a raw need to protect. "We'll sell the house," he said, though the words fell hollow. "Get a lawyer, figure out what to do." Lily snorted, her defiance flaring despite her fear. "Sell it? Dad, that house isn't just haunted. It's her." Lily pulled the photograph from her pocket, its yellowed edges crumpled, Clara's hollow eyes staring up at them. The lock of hair followed, its coarse strands still tied with a frayed ribbon, its unnatural sheen glinting in the motel's dim light. "I kept these," she said, her voice trembling, expecting anger but finding only silence. Ellen's breath hitched, her hand reaching for the photograph, then pulling back as if it might burn. "Why didn't you tell us?" she asked, her voice soft but laced with hurt. Lily's eyes dropped, her wrist throbbing. "The nail marks a reminder of Clara's grip. I didn't know how," she admitted. They feel like her, like she's still with me." Mark's face darkened, his hands clenching. "We need to destroy them," he said, his voice rough. "Burn them, bury them, whatever it takes." But Lily shook her head, her defiance a spark in the dark. "What if that makes it worse? She's not just in the house, Dad. She's in us." The motel room felt smaller, the air heavier, as if the house's shadow had followed them. Ellen's mind raced, piecing together the fragments. Clara's betrayal, the ritual, the blood flood. "The notebook said we had to face her heart," she said, her voice steadying. "We did in the basement, but also said she was sealed in the dark. Maybe there's more to find." Lily's eyes widened, her hand tightening around the photograph. "You want to go back?" she asked, her voice sharp. Ellen shook her head, but her eyes were distant, her librarian's need for answers warring with her fear. "Not now," she said, "but we can't just run. We need to know what Edward did, why she's still here." Mark rubbed his face, his exhaustion awake. "Tomorrow," he said, "we'll find a library, look up records, anything about Winthrop or the house. But tonight, we rest." Lily didn't sleep, her eyes fixed on the motel's ceiling, the photograph and hair hidden under her pillow, their coldness a pulse that kept her awake. The nail marks on her wrist itched, and in the dark, she swore she heard a faint scratching, like nails on wood, coming from the wall behind her bed. She sat up, her heart pounding, and listened, but the sound stopped. The motel's silence a pale echo of the house's. Ellen lay awake beside her, her thoughts on the basement chamber, the scratched names on its walls, each one a life claimed by Clara. Mark dozed fitfully, his dreams filled with blood and shadows, the key's coldness still burning in his hand. The motel was a refuge, but the house on Blackthorn Lane was waiting, its walls alive with Clara's rage, its heart still beating, calling them back. Morning brought a gray dawn, the fog thinner but still clinging to Augusta streets. The family gathered their things, the photograph and hair back in Lily's pocket, their presence a secret they couldn't shed. As they stepped outside, Lily froze, her eyes catching a glint on the motel's doorstep. A small, rusted key, its teeth worn but sharp, identical to the one lost in the basement flood. Her breath caught, her wrist throbbing, and she heard it again, faint but unmistakable. Clara's giggle, slipping through the fog, promising they'd never escape. The motel's parking lot was a gray haze, the fog curling around the Harris family like a living thing. Its damp chill, a faint echo of the house on Blackthorn Lane. Lily stood frozen on the doorstep, her dark eyes locked on the rusted key glinting in the weak morning light. Its worn teeth a twin to the one they'd lost in the basement's blood flood. Her wrist throbbed, the nail marks from Clara's grip pulsing as if alive, and the faint giggle she'd heard, Clara's, cruel and girlish, still lingered in her ears, a whisper woven into the fog. The photograph and lock of hair in her hoodie pocket were cold, their weight a chain tying her to the house. To Clara's rage, Ellen, stepping out behind her, saw the key and gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, the memory of the notebook's warning. It binds you to her, searing through her. Mark, keys to the SUV in hand, stopped dead, his face paling as he recognized the key's shape, its impossible presence a violation of the distance they'd put between themselves and the house. The motel's neon sign buzzed faintly, the only sound in the fog's oppressive silence, and the house's shadow seemed to stretch across the miles, its walls calling them back. Lily bent to pick up the key, her fingers trembling, but Ellen grabbed her arm, her voice sharp. "Don't touch it." Her green eyes were wide, her auburn hair tangled from a sleepless night, the weight of their escape pressing against her chest. "It's hers, Lily. She followed us." Lily's jaw tightened, her defiance flaring despite the fear clawing at her gut. "Followed us," she said, her voice low, shaking. "She never left us, Mom. The photograph, the hair, she's in me." She pulled free, her hand hovering over the key, its rusted surface glinting as if alive. The nail marks on her wrist burned, and for a moment, she swore she saw Clara's face in the fog, her hollow eyes watching, her smile a promise of eternity. Mark stepped forward, his boots crunching on the gravel, and kicked the key into the grass, his voice rough. "Leave it. We're done with her." But his hands shook, the memory of the basement chamber, Clara's gray, peeling flesh, her skeletal hand, burning in his mind, and he knew the key's appearance wasn't chance. The SUV's engine roared as they piled in, the motel fading into the fog behind them. But the key's glint lingered in their thoughts, a beacon Clara had planted. Ellen sat in the passenger seat, her hands clasped, her librarian's mind racing to make sense of the impossible. The notebook was gone, but its words, "The door is her heart," were etched in her, and the clippings, the letters, the scratched names in the chamber painted a story of betrayal and blood. "We need to find out who Edward Winthrop was," she said, her voice steadying, the need for answers a lifeline. "The library in Augusta. They'll have records, deeds, something about the house." Mark nodded, his eyes fixed on the road, the fog thinning as they neared the city. But his contractor's logic was fractured, the house's pulse still beating in his bones. "Well, look," he said, his voice hoarse, "but we're not going back. Not ever." Lily, in the back, said nothing, her hand in her pocket, the photograph's edges biting into her palm. The lock of hair's coarse, strands a reminder of Clara's touch. The Augusta Public Library was a squat brick building, its windows fogged with condensation, its interior smelling of old paper and dust. The librarian, a woman in her 60s with sharp eyes, pointed them to the local history section, where microfilm readers hummed faintly, their screens casting a pale glow. Ellen took charge, her fingers steady as she loaded reels of the Blackthorn Gazette from 1923, her training kicking in despite the fear gnawing at her. Mark and Lily sat beside her, the photograph and hair hidden in Lily's pocket, their presence a secret that weighed heavier with every passing minute. The microfilm flickered, headlines scrolling past, local fairs, crop reports. Then darker stories, Winthrop estate scandal, Occult rumors surround Blackthorn Lane. Ellen's breath caught as she found an article dated December 1923 detailing Edward Winthrop's death, ruled a suicide but shrouded in mystery. The piece mentioned his wife, Clara, missing since October, and hinted at rituals in the house, though specifics were vague, as if the town feared speaking her name. Lily leaned closer, her wrist throbbing, the nail marks a faint pulse that matched the library's hum. "That's him," she whispered, her eyes scanning a grainy photograph of Edward, his severe face a match to the clipping they'd found. "He killed her, didn't he?" Ellen nodded, her hand trembling as she scrolled to another article. This one about the house itself, built in 1922 by Edward for private purposes. A later piece from 1924 noted the house's abandonment, locals claiming it was cursed, its walls stained with unexplained marks. Mark's jaw tightened, his mind flashing to the claw marks in the attic, the scratched names in the basement chamber. "They knew," he said, his voice low. "The town knew something was wrong and did nothing." The library's air grew heavier, the fog outside pressing against the windows, and Lily swore she heard a faint scratching, like nails on wood, coming from the stacks behind them. Ellen printed the articles, her hands shaking as she gathered the pages, each one a piece of Clara's story, a map to her rage. "There's more," she said, her voice steady but urgent. "Deeds, property records. We need to know who owned the house after Edward." The librarian directed them to a county archive database, and Ellen typed furiously, pulling up a record for Blackthorn Lane. The house had changed hands only once since 1923, sold at auction in 2024. Their purchase, a bargain that now felt like a trap. A note caught her eye, buried in the fine print. A sealed room in the basement, listed as inaccessible during the sale, its purpose unknown. Ellen's stomach twisted, the memory of the blackened door, its carved spirals. Flooding back. "That's her prison," she whispered, her eyes meeting Mark's, then Lily's. It was always there. Lily's hand tightened in her pocket, the photograph's edges cutting into her skin. The lock of hair seeming to shift, as if alive. The scratching sound came again, louder from the library's far wall, and she stood, her heart pounding, her wrist burning. "She's here," she said, her voice trembling, her eyes scanning the stacks, where shadows seemed to flicker, too tall, too thin. Mark grabbed the printed articles, his face pale. The library's silence, now a mirror to the house's. "We need to go," he said, his voice rough, pulling Lily toward the exit. Ellen following, the papers clutched to her chest. The fog outside was thicker, the streetlights dim, and as they reached the SUV, Lily froze, her breath catching. On the windshield, scratched into the glass, was a single word, "Clara." The giggle came again, faint but unmistakable, slipping through the fog, and the nail marks on Lily's wrist pulsed, a promise that the house on Blackthorn Lane was never far, its heart still beating, its walls still calling. Chapter 8. The Woman's Face. The Augusta Motel room was a fragile sanctuary, its thin walls and stained carpet no match for the creeping dread that followed the Harris family from the library. Lily sat on the edge of the bed, her hoodie pulled tight, the photograph and lock of hair in her pocket cold but heavy, like stones tied to her soul. The word Clara scratched into the SUV's windshield burned in her mind, its jagged letters a message she couldn't unsee, and the faint giggle in the fog, Clara's, cruel and intimate, still echoed in her ears. Her wrist throbbed, the nail marks from Clara's grip in the basement chamber, now red and swollen, pulsing faintly, as if the house's heartbeat lingered in her veins. Ellen paced the room, the printed article from the library spread across a wobbly table. Their headlines: Winthrop Estate Scandal, Occult Rumors, a map of the horror they'd fled. Mark stood by the window, peering through the fog glass, his hands clenched, the weight of their discoveries, Edward Winthrop's betrayal. The sealed basement room, crushing his last hope of escape. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer just a place. It was Clara, her rage a tide that followed them, its pulse alive in the air. Lily's eyes were drawn to the motel's chipped mirror above the dresser, its surface clouded but reflective, catching the room's dim light. She avoided mirrors since the house, afraid of what she might see, but now, as she glanced at it, her breath caught. Her reflection was wrong. Her dark hair was the same, her pale skin, her sharp features, but her eyes were hollow, shadowed like Clara's in the photograph. She blinked, her heart slamming against her ribs, and the reflection shifted, her face blurring into another's, Clara's, gray and peeling. Her smile wide and unnatural, her hollow eyes boring into Lily's. "No," Lily whispered, stumbling back, her wrist burning, the photograph in her pocket searing through her hoodie. The mirror's Clara raised a skeletal hand, its blackened nails glinting, and giggled, the sound slipping through the room, chilling the air. Lily screamed, her voice raw, and the reflection snapped back to her own, the mirror empty but trembling, as if the glass itself was alive. Ellen spun at Lily's scream, her hands shaking as she rushed to her daughter's side, her green eyes wide with panic. "Lily, what's wrong?" she asked, grabbing Lily's shoulders, her voice trembling. Lily pointed at the mirror, her breath ragged, her wrist throbbing. It was her, she said, her voice breaking. "Clara, in the mirror. She was me." Ellen's face paled, her eyes darting to the mirror, its surface now still, reflecting only the room's peeling wallpaper and flickering bulb. She pulled Lily close, her arms trembling, the articles on the table a reminder of Clara's reach. The scratched word on the windshield a proof she wasn't bound to the house. "It's okay," Ellen lied, her voice soft, though her heart pounded. The library's faint scratching, nails on wood, replaying in her mind. "She can't get you here." But the lie was thin, and Lily's wrist, red and pulsing, told a different truth. Mark turned from the window, his face drawn, the fog outside thicker, swallowing Augusta's streetlights. "What the hell's going on?" he asked, his voice rough, crossing the room in 2 strides. Lily's eyes were wild, her hand clutching her pocket, the photograph and hair a secret she couldn't shed. "I saw her, Dad," she said, her voice trembling but defiant. "In the mirror. She's not just in the house. She's everywhere." Mark's jaw clenched, his contractor's logic long gone, the library's discoveries, Edward's ritual, the sealed room, proof that Clara was more than a ghost. He glanced at the mirror, expecting nothing, but a faint ripple crossed its surface like water disturbed, and for a split second, he swore he saw Clara's eyes, hollow and watching. He blinked, and the mirror was empty, but his skin crawled, the motel's air now heavy with the house's stench, rot and blood faint but unmistakable. Ellen released Lily, her hands shaking as she gathered the articles, her librarian's need for answers a lifeline against the fear choking her. "We need to understand her," she said, her voice steadying, though her eyes kept darting to the mirror. The articles said Edward died after Clara disappeared. Suicide, they called it, but the rumors, occult practices, the house being cursed, it's all connected. She pointed to a printed page, its text detailing the Winthrop Estates abandonment in 1924, locals avoiding Blackthorn Lane, claiming the walls bled. "The house was built for her," Ellen continued, her voice low. "Edward sealed her in that basement room. And the ritual, it didn't just kill her. It made her part of it." Lily's wrist throbbed, the nail marks flaring, and she nodded, her voice quiet. "The names in the chamber," she said. "All those scratches, they were people she took." Mark rubbed his face, his exhaustion await. The memory of the blood flood, Clara's skeletal hand, burning in his mind. "So what do we do?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "We can't go back, but she's here, in this damn motel." He glanced at the mirror, its surface still, but the air was heavier, the fog outside pressing against the window, as if Clara's giggle lived in its curls. Lily pulled the photograph from her pocket, its yellowed edges trembling in her hand, Clara's hollow eyes glinting in the dim light. "We have to destroy these," she said, her voice shaking, the lock of hair following, its coarse strands shimmering, as if alive. They're how she's following us. Ellen's breath hitched, her hand reaching for the photograph, then pulling back, fear outweighing her need to act. What if that makes her angry? She asked, her voice trembling. The locket breaking weakened her, but it didn't stop her. Lily's eyes flashed, her defiance a spark in the dark. Angry? She's already trying to kill us. She stepped toward the motel's small trash can, ready to tear the photograph, but a sound stopped her, a faint scratching, like nails on wood, coming from the wall behind the mirror. The room grew colder, the bulb flickering, and the mirror rippled again, Clara's face flashing across it, her smile wider. Her eyes now bleeding black. The giggle returned, loud and cruel, filling the room, and the nail marks on Lily's wrist flared, blood seeping from them, dripping to the carpet. Ellen screamed, pulling Lily back while Mark grabbed a lamp, its cord yanking from the wall, and swung at the mirror, shattering it into a dozen jagged pieces. The giggle cut off, the scratching stopped, but the air was electric, the fog outside swirling faster, as if Clara was laughing through it. The family stood in the wreckage, glass crunching under their feet. The photograph and hair still in Lily's hand, their coldness now a pulse, as if Clara was waking. Ellen's hands shook as she gathered the articles, her mind racing. "We need to find out how to end this," she said, her voice breaking. The library didn't have everything. There's got to be more. Church records, town archives, something about the ritual. Mark nodded, his face pale, the lamp still in his hand, its shade crumpled. "We'll go back tomorrow," he said, his voice rough. "But we're not sleeping here." Lily's wrist bled. The nail marks a map of Clara's claim, and she nodded, her defiance fading into fear. "She's not going to let us go," she whispered, the photograph's eyes watching her. The hair strands twitching faintly, as if alive. The motel was no refuge. The house on Blackthorn Lane no longer bound by walls, and Clara's face was everywhere. Her rage a tide that would drown them all. The motel room was a wreckage of shattered glass and frayed nerves, the broken mirror's fragments glinting on the carpet like teeth in the dim light. Lily stood frozen, the photograph of Clara clutched in one hand, the lock of hair in the other, their cold pulse a tether to the house on Blackthorn Lane. Her wrist bled, the nail marks from Clara's grip in the basement chamber now weeping red, each drop staining the carpet, as if the house's blood flood had followed them. The giggle, Clara's, cruel and piercing, had stopped when Mark smashed the mirror, but the air was heavy, the fog outside the window swirling with an unnatural rhythm, as if her laughter lived in its curls. Ellen gathered the printed articles, her hands trembling, the headlines about Edward Winthrop's betrayal and the cursed house a lifeline to understanding, though fear choked her resolve. Mark dropped the crumpled lamp, his face pale, his contractor's instinct to fix things buried under the weight of Clara's face in the mirror, her bleeding eyes a promise of pursuit. The house was no longer a place. It was Clara, her rage unbound, and the motel was no sanctuary, its walls too thin to hold her back. Ellen's voice was a thread of steel, fraying but unbroken. "We can't stay here," she said, shoving the articles into her bag, her green eyes darting to the fogged window, where shadows seemed to shift in the mist. The mirror, the key, the scratching. "She's here, Mark. We need to move." Her librarian's mind clung to the need for answers. The library's records a starting point, but the word Clara on the windshield, the bleeding marks on Lily's wrist, were proof that running wasn't enough. Mark nodded, his jaw tight, his hands clenching as if still gripping the crowbar lost in the blood flood. "Another motel," he said, his voice hoarse. "Somewhere farther out. Then we hit the library again, or the church, whatever it takes." He glanced at Lily, her pale face and bleeding wrist a wound he couldn't fix, and felt the house's pulse in his bones, its call a cold thread pulling him back. Lily's defiance flickered, her dark eyes wide as she stared at the photograph, Clara's hollow gaze seeming to move, her smile curling into a snarl. The lock of hair, its coarse strands tied with a frayed ribbon, twitched faintly in her hand, as if stirred by an unseen breath, and her wrist throbbed, the blood dripping faster, pooling at her feet. "It's not just the house," she whispered, her voice trembling, the motel's silence a mirror to the terror in her chest. "It's me. She's in me." She held up her wrist, the nail marks now deep, the skin around them graying, like Clara's in the basement chamber. Ellen's breath hitched, her hand reaching for Lily, but she stopped, fear freezing her fingers. "No, Lily," she said, her voice breaking. "She's not. We'll stop her. We'll find a way." But the lie was thin, and the photograph's eyes glinted, as if Clara was listening, her giggle waiting in the wings. Mark grabbed their coats, his movements jerky, the fog outside thicker, swallowing the motel's neon sign. "Let's go," he said, his voice rough, pulling the door open. The cold air rushing in, laced with the faint scent of rot. Lily hesitated, the photograph and hair a weight she couldn't shed, and slipped them back in her pocket. Their coldness a pulse that matched her wrist's throb. As she stepped toward the door, a new sound stopped her, a faint scratching, like nails on wood, coming from the wall behind the shattered mirror. The room grew colder, the fog pressing against the window, and the scratching became a tapping, rhythmic, deliberate, like the sound in her bedroom at the house. "She's here," Lily whispered, her voice barely audible, her eyes darting to the wall, expecting it to crack, to bleed. Ellen grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the door, while Mark's eyes scanned the room, his hands empty but itching for a weapon. The tapping grew louder, circling the room, and the fog outside swirled faster, shapes forming in its curls, tall, thin, blurred, like the figure on the house's stairs. A low moan slipped through the wall, not Clara's giggle, but something deeper, hungrier, and the carpet under Lily's feet darkened, a faint stain spreading from her blood, as if the motel was becoming the house. "Moo!" Mark shouted, shoving Lily and Ellen out the door, the fog swallowing them as they ran for the SUV. The windshield scratched Clara glinted in the motel's flickering light, and as Mark fumbled with the keys, the moan became a whisper. Lily, slipping through the fog, intimate and venomous. The engine roared, the SUV lurching forward, and the motel faded into the mist, but the tapping followed, faint but relentless, a rhythm in the fog that matched Lily's pulse. They drove to a new motel, 30 miles west, its neon sign barely visible through the fog, the clerk indifferent as he handed them a key to room 7. The room was smaller, its walls yellowed, the air stale but free of the house's rot. Ellen locked the door, her hands shaking, and spread the articles on the bed, her mind racing to piece together Clara's story, Edward's ritual, the sealed room, the cursed house. "We need to find the church records," she said, her voice steadying, the need for answers of fire against the dark. The articles mentioned occult practices. Maybe the church knew something, tried to stop it. Mark nodded, his face drawn, the fog outside pressing against the window, its curls alive with shadows. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice rough. "First light, we go." Lily sat on the bed, her wrist wrapped in a motel towel, the blood slowing but the nail marks still gray, pulsing faintly. She avoided the room's small mirror, its surface clear but menacing, and kept the photograph and hair in her pocket, their coldness a weight she couldn't shed. "What if we can't stop her?" she asked, her voice low, her eyes on her parents, their exhaustion a mirror to her own. "The locket broke, and she's still here. What if she's in my head?" Ellen knelt beside her, her hand gentle on Lily's shoulder, though her own fear was a knot in her chest. "We'll find a way," she said, her voice soft but firm. "You're stronger than she is, Lily. We all are." But the words felt hollow, and the fog outside moaned, a faint echo of Clara's voice, promising they'd never escape. Sleep was a distant hope, the motel's silence broken by the fog's low hum, the occasional creak of the building settling. Lily lay awake, her wrist throbbing, the photograph's eyes watching her in her mind, Clara's face blurring with her own as it had in the mirror. Ellen sat up, the articles spread before her eyes scanning the same lines, searching for a clue, a weapon against Clara's rage. Mark stood by the window, the fog a wall that hid the world, and swore he saw a shape, tall, thin, its skeletal hand raised before it dissolved into the mist. The night stretched, the motel a fragile cage, and the house on Blackthorn Lane waited, its walls alive with Clara's pulse, its heart calling them back, the photograph and hair chain that bound them to her forever. The new motel room, with its yellowed walls and flickering fluorescent light, was a flimsy barrier against the dread that clung to the Harris family like damp fog. Lily lay on the stiff bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, the photograph and lock of hair in her hoodie pocket pulsing faintly, their coldness a reminder of Clara's reach. Her wrist ached, the nail marks now scabbed, but gray, as if the house's poison lingered in her veins, and a memory of Clara's face in the last motel's mirror. Her own face, twisted into Clara's gray, peeling mask, kept sleep at bay. Ellen sat at the small table, the library's printed articles spread before her, their headlines about Edward Winthrop's betrayal and the cursed house on Blackthorn Lane a puzzle she couldn't solve. Her hands trembled as she reread the same lines, her librarian's mind desperate for a thread to pull, a way to end Clara's pursuit. Mark paced by the window, the fog outside a thick curtain that swallowed the world, its curls alive with shapes that vanished when he looked too long. The house was miles away, but its pulse was here, in the motel's heavy air, in the faint scratching that Lily swore she heard from the wall behind the bed. Lily sat up, her heart pounding, the scratching louder now, a slow, deliberate drag, like nails carving wood. "You hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling, her eyes darting to the wall, its faded wallpaper unmarred but menacing. Ellen's head snapped up, her green eyes wide. The articles forgotten as she listened, the sound faint but unmistakable, a mirror to the house's first night. "It's her," Lily said, her voice breaking, her hand clutching her pocket, the photograph's edges biting into her palm. Mark stopped pacing, his face pale, his hands clenching as he crossed the wall, pressing his ear against it. The scratching paused, then resumed, sharper, as if responding to his touch, and a low moan slipped through, not Clara's giggle, but something deeper, hungrier, like the sound from the basement chamber. "Jesus," Mark muttered, stepping back, his contractor's logic long gone. The houses reach a truth he couldn't deny. Ellen stood, her hands shaking as she grabbed the articles, shoving them into her bag, her voice sharp. "We're leaving. Now." Her fear was a live wire, the memory of Clara's face in the mirror, the scratched Clara on the windshield, proof that no motel was safe. "She's not just following us, she's here." Lily nodded, her wrist throbbing, the nail marks flaring as if Clara was clawing through her skin, and she pulled the photograph and hair from her pocket, holding them like a bomb. "We need to get rid of these," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "They're how she's tracking us." Mark's eyes widened, his hand reaching for the photograph. But new sound stopped him, a faint giggle, Clara's, slipping through the wall, curling around them like smoke. The fog outside pressed against the window, its shape sharpening, tall, thin, blurred, like the figure on the house's stairs, and the scratching became a tapping, rhythmic, deliberate, circling the room. Lily's breath caught, her eyes locked on the photograph, Clara's hollow eyes glinting, her smile twisting into a snarl. The lock of hair twitched, its coarse strands untangling, as if alive, and her wrist bled again, a single drop falling to the carpet, darkening it like the blood flood in the house. "She's not letting us go," Lily whispered, her voice raw, the motel's air now thick with the house's stench, rot and blood faint but growing. Ellen grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the door, her voice a sob. "We'll burn them, Lily. Somewhere safe. But we have to go." Mark nodded, his face ashen, grabbing their coats, his eyes darting to the window, where the fog shapes seemed to solidify, a skeletal hand pressing against the glass, its nails scraping faintly, a sound that matched the tapping. The motel was no longer a refuge. It was a trap, its walls an extension of Clara's domain, her rage unbound by distance. They ran for the SUV, the fog swallowing the motel's neon sign. The giggle following, loud and cruel, as if Clara was laughing through the mist. The windshield scratched Clara was sharper now, the letters deeper, and as Mark fumbled with the keys, the tapping became a pounding, coming from the motel's roof, the ground, the air itself. The engine roared, the SUV lurching forward, and the fog parted, revealing a figure, tall, gray, its flesh peeling, its eyes hollow. Standing in the road, Clara's smile wide and venomous. Lily screamed, her wrist burning, the photograph in her hand searing, as Mark swerved. The figure blurring into the fog, its giggle a knife that cut through the engine's hum. "Drive!" Ellen shouted, her hands clutching the articles, her mind racing to the church records. The only hope left against Clara's pursuit. They drove west, the fog thinning as dawn broke, its gray light casting long shadows across the highway. The next town, Waterville, was a small cluster of brick buildings, its church a steepled relic with a sign reading St. Mary's, St. 1890. They parked, the SUV's windshield glinting. The scratch Clara, a wound that followed them. The church's door was unlocked, its interior cool and dim, smelling of wax and old wood, a stark contrast to the house's rot. A priest, Father Daniel, a man in his 50s with kind eyes, greeted them, sensing their fear but asking no questions. "We need records," Ellen said, her voice trembling, spreading the articles on a pew. From 1923, about Edward Winthrop or Clara Winthrop. Anything about rituals, the house on Blackthorn Lane. The priest nodded, leading them to a small archive room, its shelves lined with leather-bound ledgers. Their pages yellowed, but intact. Lily's wrist throbbed as she followed, the photograph and hair still in her pocket, their pulse faint but growing, as if Clara was waking. The archive's air was heavy. The faint scratching from the motel, now a memory that lingered in her ears, and she avoided the room's small window, fearing Clara's face in its reflection. Father Daniel pulled a ledger from 1923, its entries detailing baptisms, marriages, and deaths, but a section marked exorcisms caught Ellen's eye. The priest hesitated, his eyes narrowing, but opened it, revealing a single entry. October 15th, 1923. Attempted cleansing of Winthrop Estate, Blackthorn Lane. Ritual failed. Entity bound to house, not expelled. Clara Winthrop named as source. Edward Winthrop deceased, cause unknown. Ellen's breath hitched, her hands shaking as she read, the pieces falling into place. Edward's ritual, Clara's sealing, the house's curse. "What does it mean, bound?" she asked, her voice trembling. Father Daniel's face darkened, his voice low. "It means she's part of the house, her soul tied to its walls by whatever Edward did. Exorcism couldn't free her, it only angered her." Lily's wrist flared, the nail marks bleeding again, and she gasped, her hand flying to her pocket, the photograph's eyes burning in her mind. The scratching returned, faint but clear, coming from the archive's walls, and the window rattled, the fog outside swirling, a skeletal hand pressing against the glass, its nails glinting. The priest's eyes widened, his hand reaching for a cross, but Clara's giggle filled the room, her voice a hiss, "You can't hide." The ledger's pages fluttered, the air growing cold, and Lily's wrist bled faster. The photograph searing, as if Clara was clawing through her, her face in the mirror now a promise that the house on Blackthorn Lane was everywhere, its heart beating in their blood, its walls closing in. Chapter 9. The Voice That Calls. The archive room of St. Mary's Church in Waterville was a claustrophobic vault of dust and secrets, its air thick with the scent of old leather and wax, now tainted by the faint rot that followed the Harris family. Lily stood frozen, her wrist bleeding through the motel towel, the nail marks from Clara's grip pulsing like a second heartbeat, each drop staining the wooden floor. The photograph and lock of hair in her hoodie pocket burned, their cold pulse flaring as Clara's giggle, sharp, venomous, echoed through the room. Her hissed you can't hide a blade against their nerves. The ledger on the table, its 1923 entry about the failed exorcism at the Winthrop estate, lay open. Its words, entity bound to house, a truth that tightened the noose around them. Ellen clutched the pew, her green eyes wide. The library's articles crumpled in her bag. Their hints of Edward Winthrop's ritual, now confirmed by the church's record. Mark gripped the edge of the table, his face pale, the fog outside the archive's small window swirling with shapes, tall, thin, skeletal, that vanished when he looked too long. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer a distant threat. It was here, in the church, in Lily's blood. In the scratching that now came from the walls, a rhythm that matched Clara's voice. Lily's breath was shallow, her eyes darting to the window, with a fog pressed against the glass. The skeletal hands, faint outline fading, but its nails scrape, still ringing in her ears. The photograph in her pocket felt alive, Clara's hollow eyes watching, and the lock of hair twitched, its coarse strands untangling as if stirred by her fear. "She's calling me," Lily whispered, her voice trembling, her wrist throbbing, the blood dripping faster, pooling at her feet. "Father Daniel." The priest stepped back, his cross raised, his kind eyes now shadowed with fear. "You brought something here," he said, his voice low, glancing at Lily's wrist, the blood a beacon for Clara's rage. Ellen lunged to Lily's side, her hands shaking as she pressed the towel tighter, her voice breaking. "She's not yours, Clara," she shouted, her words aimed at the air, the walls, the fog. But the giggle returned, louder, and the ledger's pages fluttered as if Clara was laughing through them. Mark's hands clenched, his contractor's instinct to fight buried under the weight of the church's truth. Clara was bound to the house, her soul a curse that Edward's ritual had unleashed. The articles, the ledger, the scratch Clara on the windshield. They were pieces of a puzzle that ended in blood, and Lily's wrist was proof Clara's reach was growing. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice hoarse, turning to Father Daniel, whose cross trembled in his grip. The priest's face darkened, his eyes scanning the ledger, then Lily's bleeding wrist. "The exorcism failed because the house was her anchor," he said, his voice steady but urgent. "To free her, you need to destroy what binds her. Something physical, something she's tied to." Ellen's breath hitched, her mind flashing to the photograph. The hair, the locket they'd shattered. "These," she said, pointing to Lily's pocket, her voice trembling. "They're hers. We kept them." Lily's eyes widened, her hand clutching the pocket. The photograph's heat searing through her hoodie, the hair's pulse a rhythm that matched the scratching now circling the room. "Burn them," she said, her voice shaking but resolute, her defiance flaring despite the fear choking her. "We burn them, and maybe she stops." But Father Daniel shook his head, his cross glinting in the archive's dim light. "It's not that simple," he said. "The house is her body, but those objects are her will. Destroying them might weaken her, or make her angrier." The scratching grew louder, the walls vibrating, and a low moan joined it. Clara's voice weaving through it. Lily, soft and intimate, a lover's call laced with venom. The fog outside thickened, the window rattling, and the skeletal hand pressed again, its nails carving faint lines into the glass, a message that chilled their blood. Ellen grabbed Lily's arm, pulling her away from the window, her voice a sob. "We can't keep running," she said, her eyes meeting Mark's, then the priest's. "Tell us how to end this. Please." Father Daniel hesitated, his eyes darting to the ledger, then the wall, where the scratching was now a clawing, as if Clara was tearing through the wood. "There's a record of a second attempt," he said, flipping the ledger's pages, his hands trembling. "November 1923. The church tried to seal the house, to bind the entity further, but it failed. The priest who led it, he vanished like Clara." He pointed to a name in the ledger, Father Thomas, and a note, "Sealed room in basement. Source of entity's power." Ellen's stomach twisted, the memory of the blackened door, its carved spirals flooding back. That's where we found her, she whispered, her voice breaking. The chamber. Mark's face paled, his mind flashing to the blood flood, Clara's gray, peeling form, the scratched names on the chamber's walls. You're saying we have to go back? He asked, his voice rough. The thought a weight that crushed him. The priest nodded, his cross steady now, his voice low. The house is her heart. Whatever Edward used to bind her, it's there in that room. Destroy it, and you might free her soul. Lily's wrist flared, the nail marks bleeding faster, and she gasped, her hand clutching the photograph, its heat unbearable, as if Clara was clawing through it. The giggle became a laugh, loud and cruel, shaking the archive, and the window cracked, the fog spilling in, cold and sour, carrying Clara's voice. Come home, Lily. The walls groaned, the scratching a drumbeat, and the ledger's pages tore, as if Clara's hands were ripping through them. Lily stumbled back, her wrist afire, the photograph falling to the floor. Clara's hollow eyes glinting, her smile a snarl. She wants me to go back, she said, her voice trembling, her eyes wide with fear and defiance. Ellen grabbed the photograph, her hands shaking, and shoved it into her bag, her voice a plea. We're not going back, she said, her eyes meeting Mark's, begging him to agree. But Mark's face was grim, his hands clenching. The priest's words a sentence he couldn't escape. We don't have a choice, he said, his voice hoarse. She's not stopping. The photograph, the hair, they're not enough. It's the house. The fog surged through the cracked window, the skeletal hand now clear, its fingers curling, and Clara's laugh became a scream, a sound that tore at the walls, promising blood. Father Daniel raised his cross, his voice rising in a prayer, but the scratching drowned it, the walls shaking, the fog filling the room, cold and alive. Take this, he said, thrusting a small vial of holy water into Ellen's hands, his eyes urgent. If you go back, use it. It won't stop her, but it might slow her. Ellen nodded, her hands trembling, the vial of fragile hope against Clara's rage. Lily's wrist bled, the nail marks graying further, and she felt Clara's voice in her mind, a cold weight pulling her to Blackthorn Lane, to the chamber, to the heart. The family ran, the archive's walls cracking, the fog chasing them. Clara's scream a promise that the house was waiting, its walls alive with her pulse, its heart beating for their return. The fog clung to the Harris family as they stumbled out of St. Mary's Church. The archive rooms collapsed, echoing behind them, splintering wood, shattering glass. And Clara's scream, a jagged blade that cut through the mist. Lily clutched her bleeding wrist, the nail marks now deep and gray, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the faint scratching still ringing in her ears. The photograph and lock of hair in her hoodie pocket were searing, their cold pulse flaring as if Clara's voice, "Come home, Lily," had awakened them. Ellen gripped the vial of holy water and the bag of crumpled articles, her green eyes wide with panic. The ledger's revelation about the sealed basement room a weight that crushed her hope. Mark led the way to the SUV, his face pale, the scratched Clara on the windshield glinting like a fresh wound in the dawn's gray light. The church's steeple loomed through the fog, a silent witness to their flight. But the air was heavy with the house's stench, rot, blood, and decay. Proof that Blackthorn Lane was no longer a place but a presence, its walls stretching across miles to claim them. Mark fumbled with the keys, his hands trembling, the priest's words, "Destroy what binds her," a sentence he couldn't escape. The SUV's engine roared, the fog swirling as they pulled onto the highway. Waterville fading into the mist. "We're not going back," he said, his voice rough, though doubt gnawed at him, the memory of Clara's gray, peeling form in the basement chamber searing his mind. "We'll find another way, another church, a historian, someone who knows how to stop this." Ellen nodded, her hands clutching the vial, the articles spilling from her bag, their headlines about Edward Winthrop's ritual and the cursed house a map to a truth she dreaded. The priest said it's in the house, she whispered, her voice trembling. Whatever Edward used to bind her, it's in that room. Her eyes met Lily's in the rearview mirror, her daughter's pale face and bleeding wrist a wound that tore at her heart. Lily's breath was shallow, her wrist throbbing, the nail marks now oozing a black, viscous fluid that wasn't blood, as if Clara's essence was seeping through her skin. The photograph in her pocket burned, Clara's hollow eyes alive in her mind, and the lock of hair twitched, its coarse strands untangling, as if reaching for her. "She's not letting us run," Lily said, her voice low, her defiance fraying under the weight of Clara's call. "I hear her, Mom. In my head. She wants me back in that chamber." Her eyes darted to the fog outside, where shapes flickered, tall, thin, skeletal, vanishing when she blinked. The SUV's heater blasted, but the air was cold, the stench of rot growing, and a faint scratching came from the dashboard like nails on wood. A rhythm that matched her pulse. "We can't keep these," she said, pulling the photograph and hair from her pocket. Their heat unbearable, Clara's giggle slipping through the air, soft and venomous. Ellen's hand shot out, grabbing Lily's wrist, careful not to touch the artifacts, her voice a plea. "Don't, Lily. Not here." The priest said destroying them could make her worse. Her eyes were wild, the vial of holy water glinting in her lap, a fragile hope against the house's reach. Lily's jaw tightened, her wrist flaring, the black fluid dripping to the seat, staining it like the blood flood in the house. "Worse," she snapped, her voice breaking. "She's already killing me." The photograph's eyes glinted, Clara's smile twisting, and the hair moved, its strands curling around Lily's fingers, as if alive. Mark swerved, the SUV lurching, his eyes darting to the rearview mirror, where for a split second he saw Clara's face, gray, peeling, bleeding eyes, overlaying Lily's reflection. "Jesus," he muttered, his heart pounding, the road blurring as the fog thickened, the scratching louder, now coming from the SUV's roof. The highway stretched, the fog a wall that hid the world, and the family drove in silence, the scratching a constant companion, Clara's giggle weaving through it, promising no escape. Ellen's mind raced, piecing together the ledger's truth, Clara's soul bound to the house, the sealed room her anchor, Edward's ritual her curse. "We need to find what's in that room," she said, her voice steadying, the librarian's need for answers afire against the dark. The priest said it's something physical, a relic, maybe, or a part of the ritual. "If we destroy it, we enter." Mark's hands tightened on the wheel, his face grim, the thought of returning to Blackthorn Lane, a noose around his neck. "And if we can't?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "If it's her, like in the chamber." Lily's wrist throbbed, the black fluid spreading, and she whispered, "Then we're already dead." They stopped at a gas station outside Waterville, the fog thinner but still alive, its curls hiding shapes that flickered at the edge of vision. Mark filled the tank, his eyes scanning the mist, expecting Clara's skeletal hand to emerge, while Ellen and Lily stayed in the SUV. The photograph and hair on the seat between them, their pulse faint but growing. Ellen opened the vial of holy water, its contents glinting, and sprinkled a few drops on the artifacts, her hands trembling, hoping to weaken Clara's hold. The photograph hissed, its edges curling, and the hair twitched violently, its strands snapping the ribbon, as if in pain. Clara's giggle became a scream, loud and piercing, shaking the SUV, and the windshield scratched Clara glowed, its letters bleeding black. Lily's wrist flared, the nail marks oozing faster, and she screamed, her voice raw, the black fluid staining her hands, as if Clara was clawing through her. Mark ran back, slamming the door, his face pale as the scream faded, the fog swirling faster. Shapes solidifying, tall gray, their hollow eyes glinting. "Go!" Ellen shouted, the vial slipping from her hands, holy water spilling across the seat, the artifacts steaming. Clara's scream a wail that tore the air. The SUV roared forward, the gas station vanishing, the fog a tunnel that led nowhere, the scratching now a pounding, coming from the roof, the doors, the floor. Lily's wrist was afire, the black fluid spreading up her arm. The nail marks now cracks in her skin, gray and peeling like Clara's flesh. "She's in me," Lily sobbed, her eyes wide. The photograph's eyes watching, the hair curling around her fingers, binding her to Clara's will. Ellen grabbed her, tears streaming, her voice a prayer. "Fight her, Lily. You're stronger than she is." The fog parted, revealing a sign for Augusta, and Mark drove faster, the scratching a drumbeat, Clara's wail a chorus that promised blood. The photograph and hair were a curse they couldn't shed. The holy water's effect fleeting, and Lily's wrist was a map of Clara's claim, her arm graying, her pulse slowing, as if the house was stealing her life. Ellen's mind flashed to the chamber. The scratched names, the relic they hadn't found. And she knew the priest was right. Blackthorn Lane was Clara's heart, and the only way to stop her was to face it, to destroy what Edward had left behind. The SUV sped through the fog, the house's pulse growing louder, its walls closing in, and Clara's voice whispered, "Home, Lily," a call they couldn't outrun, a chain that bound them to her forever. Chapter 10, The Walls That Bleed. The SUV tore through the fog-choked highway, its engine a desperate roar against the relentless scratching that pounded from the roof, the doors, the floor. As if the house on Blackthorn Lane had stretched its walls to ensnare the Harris family. Lily slumped in the back seat, her wrist a searing agony, the nail marks now gaping wounds, oozing black sludge that stained her graying skin, mirroring Clara Winthrop's decaying flesh in the basement chamber. The photograph and lock of hair on the seat beside her pulsed, their heat scalding, Clara's hollow eyes glinting in the dim light, the coarse strands untangling like living threads. Ellen clutched Lily's other hand, her green eyes wild with panic. The spilled vial of holy water, a useless relic, its fleeting effect on the artifacts no match for Clara's rage. Mark gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, the scratched Clara on the windshield glowing faintly, its letters bleeding black as the fog swirled, shapes, tall, skeletal, hollow-eyed, flickering at the road's edge. The house's stench, rot blood, decay, filled the SUV, and Clara's wail, "Home, Lily," wove through the scratching, a chain pulling them back to Blackthorn Lane. Lily's breath was shallow, her vision blurring, the black sludge spreading up her arm, her skin cracking like old plaster, as if Clara was claiming her from within. "She's taking me," she whispered, her voice faint, her dark eyes fixed on the photograph. Clara's smile twisting into a snarl. The lock of hair curled around her fingers, binding them, and her wrist's wounds pulsed. Each beat a call to the house's heart. Ellen's hands shook, tears streaming as she pressed a motel towel to Lily's wrist, the black sludge soaking through, its heat scalding her palms. "Fight her, Lily," she pleaded, her voice breaking, the articles in her bag. Hints of Edward's ritual, the cursed house, useless against Clara's invasion. "You're stronger than she is." But Lily's pulse was slowing, her arm now fully gray, and the photograph's eyes seemed to move, Clara's voice in her mind. "You're mine, Lily. Come home." Mark swerved, the SUV lurching as a shape, gray, peeling Clara's form, flashed across the road, its skeletal hand raised, its hollow eyes locking on him. The wail became a scream, shaking the vehicle, and the dashboard rattled, objects sliding, a coffee cup, a pen, the car keys in the console, moving as if alive. "What the hell?" Mark shouted, his voice raw, his eyes darting to the rearview mirror, where Clara's face overlaid Lily's, her bleeding eyes glinting. The scratching intensified, now a clawing, and the SUV's roof buckled slightly, as if Clara's nails were tearing through. "We can't keep running," he yelled, his contractor's logic gone. The priest's words, "Destroy what binds her," a noose tightening around him. The fog thickened, the highway narrowing, and a sign for Blackthorn Lane loomed ahead, its letters warped, as if the house had summoned it. Ellen's mind raced. The church ledger's truth, Clara bound to the house. The sealed room her anchor, colliding with the reality of Lily's dying arm, the artifact's pulse, the SUV's rebellion. "The house," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. Her librarian's need for answers afire against the dark. "We have to go back." The priest said there's something in that room. A relic, something Edward used. It's the only way to stop her. Mark's jaw clenched, his eyes on the sign, the fog parting to reveal the turn to Blackthorn Lane, as if the house was guiding them. "Go back," he asked, his voice hoarse. The memory of the blood flood, Clara's skeletal hand, searing through him. "It'll kill us." But Lily's gasp, her arm now gray to the shoulder, her eyes fluttering, silenced him. Her pulse a faint echo of Clara's. The SUV turned, the fog swallowing the highway. Blackthorn Lane, a tunnel of mist and menace. The house's silhouette looming at its end. Its gabled roof, a predator's grin. The scratching followed, now joined by a low moan, Clara's voice weaving through it. "Home," a command that shook the trees, their branches clawing the sky. The photograph flared, its edges curling, and the lock of hair writhed, its strands snapping free, wrapping around Lily's wrist, binding her wounds. Ellen grabbed the artifacts, her hands burning, and shoved them into her bag, her voice a sob. "We destroyed," she said, her eyes on Lily, whose breath was a rattle, her skin cracking further, Clara's gray flesh overtaking her. "Whatever's in that room, we burn it." Mark nodded, his fear drowned by the sight of Lily, his daughter fading, the house's pulse a drumbeat he couldn't outrun. The house waited, its windows dark but alive, its door ajar, exhaling a sour breath as the SUV stopped. The fog curled around them, shapes flickering. Clara's form, her skeletal hand, her hollow eyes guiding them inside. Mark carried Lily, her body limp, her arm fully gray, the black sludge dripping to the gravel, staining it like the blood flood. Ellen clutched the bag. The articles and artifacts await, the vial's last drops of holy water, of fragile hope. The living room was as they'd left it, wreckage, plaster dust. The hole in the wall a silent scar, but the air was thicker, the stench overwhelming, and the walls bled, thin streams of black sludge oozing from the cracks, pooling on the floorboards. The staircase creaked, shadows moving, and Clara's giggle slipped through, soft and cruel, promising no escape. They descended to the basement, the blackened door waiting, its carved spirals glowing. The scratching from behind it frantic, a clawing that shook the concrete. Lily stirred, her eyes fluttering, Clara's voice in her mind. "Open it," a pull she couldn't resist. "The chamber," she whispered, her voice faint, her gray arm twitching, as if Clara was moving it. Mark set her down, his hands shaking, the door's presence a noose, its keyhole empty but alive, as if the lost key was no longer needed. Ellen sprinkled the last of the holy water, the droplets hissing on the wood, the carvings flaring, and Clara's giggle became a scream, shaking the basement. The sludge surging, lapping at their feet. "We find it," Ellen said, her voice steady despite the fear, her eyes on the door. "The relic, whatever Edward left, we burn it." Mark pushed the door, its wood groaning, the chamber beyond a void of blood and sludge, its stone walls pulsing, the scratched names glowing like stars. Clara's form flickered at the center, gray and peeling, her skeletal hand raised, her smile wide, her voice a chorus. "You're home." The sludge rose, the walls bled, and Lily's arm flared, her skin splitting, Clara's face overlaying hers, as if the house was claiming her soul. The family stepped inside, the door slamming shut, the chamber's heart beating, Clara's rage a tide that would drown them, the relic their only hope, hidden in the dark, waiting to be destroyed or to bind them forever. The chamber in the basement of the house on Blackthorn Lane was a pulsing abyss, its stone walls slick with black sludge, the scratched names carved into them glowing like embers, each a life claimed by Clara Winthrop's rage. The air was thick with the stench of rot and blood. The floor submerged in a viscous flood that lapped at the Harris family's knees, its heat scalding, alive with Clara's pulse. Lily leaned against Mark, her body weak, her gray arm cracking, the black sludge oozing from her nail-marked wounds now spreading to her chest, as if Clara was reshaping her from within. The photograph and lock of hair, stuffed in Ellen's bag, burned with a cold fire, their pulse a rhythm that matched the chamber's heartbeat. Ellen gripped the bag, the last drops of holy water gone. The articles about Edward's ritual useless against the figure at the chamber's center. Clara, her gray, peeling flesh glistening, her hollow eyes locked on Lily, her skeletal hand raised, her smile a rictus of triumph. Mark held Lily upright, his arms trembling, the absence of the crowbar a wound, the chamber's walls closing in, their glow a promise of no escape. Clara's voice, a venomous chorus, "You're home," shook the chamber, the sludge surging, the names flaring, and the house on Blackthorn Lane roared, its heart alive with Clara's wrath. Ellen's voice was a desperate thread, fraying but unbroken. "We need to find it," she said, her green eyes scanning the chamber, the priest's words, "Destroy what binds her," a lifeline against the dark. The relic, Edward's anchor, it's here. Her hands shook as she waded through the sludge, the flood now to her thighs, its heat searing, the bag clutched to her chest. The photograph and hair pulsing inside. The chamber was small, its walls curved, like the inside of a heart, but the shadows were thick, hiding corners where the sludge seemed to pool deeper. As if guarding something, Clara's eyes followed her, her smile widening, and a giggle slipped through, cruel and girlish, weaving through the scratching that now came from the walls. A clawing that matched the name's glow. "You can't," Clara hissed, her voice ablade, her skeletal hand curling toward Lily, as if claiming her. Lily's breath rattled, her gray skin splitting, and she whispered, "She's in me," her voice faint, her eyes fluttering, Clara's face overlaying hers in flashes, hollow and snarling. Mark's heart pounded, his arms straining to hold Lily, her weight heavier, as if the house was pulling her down. The chamber's heat was suffocating, the sludge alive, tugging at his legs, and Clara's presence was a noose. Her giggle a reminder of the blood flood, the skeletal hand that had gripped Lily's wrist. "Ellen, hurry!" he shouted, his voice raw, his eyes darting to the walls, where the scratched names seemed to writhe, as if the dead were watching. The priest had said the relic was physical, something Edward used to bind Clara, and Mark's mind raced, picturing a book, a talisman, a bone, anything to end this. He shifted Lily, her gray arm limp, and waded toward the chamber's far wall, where the sludge was thickest, its surface rippling, as if hiding a secret. Clara's giggle became a laugh, loud and venomous, and the flood surged, now to their waists, the names flaring brighter, the walls shaking as if the house was fighting back. Ellen reached the wall, her hands trembling as she pressed against the stone, the sludge cold and slick, its pulse a heartbeat that matched Lily's fading one. The scratched names glowed under her touch, their edges sharp, and she felt a faint vibration, like a door waiting to be opened. "There's something here," she said, her voice trembling, her fingers tracing a seam in the stone, hidden by the sludge. A panel no wider than a book. Clara's laugh deepened, her form blurring, her skeletal hand lunging for Lily, but Mark twisted, shielding her, the flood pulling at them, the sludge now to their chests. "Ellen, now!" he shouted, his voice drowning in Clara's scream, a sound that tore at the walls, the names pulsing, the flood rising, threatening to swallow them. Ellen pried at the seam, her nails breaking, the sludge burning her skin, and the panel gave way, revealing a small hollow, its contents glinting, a silver dagger, its blade etched with spirals like the door's carvings. Its handle wrapped in faded cloth, stained with blood. Clara's scream became a wail, the chamber shaking, the flood surging to their necks, the scratched names flaring like stars. "No!" she roared, her form solidifying, her gray flesh veined with black, her hollow eyes bleeding sludge, her skeletal hand reaching for the dagger. Ellen grabbed it, the blade's coldness a shock, its weight alive, pulsing with Clara's rage. "This is it," she shouted, her voice breaking, the sludge pulling at her, the flood alive with Clara's will. Lily stirred, her eyes opening, her gray face contorted. Clara's voice slipping through her lips. "You can't take me." Mark's heart seized, his arms tightening around Lily, the flood choking him, the dagger's glint a hope he couldn't reach. "Burn it," he shouted, his voice raw, the chamber's walls cracking, the sludge pouring faster, the names screaming as if the dead were rising. Ellen clutched the dagger, its spirals glowing, the cloth unraveling, revealing faint scratches. Clara, etched into the handle, a relic of Edward's betrayal, the ritual that bound her soul. "We need fire," she said, her voice trembling, her eyes scanning the chamber, the flood too wet, the walls too slick, no match or lighter in their soaked clothes. Clara's wail shook the chamber, her form lunging, her skeletal hand grazing Ellen's arm, its nails drawing blood, the flood surging to their chins. Lily gasped, her gray skin splitting, her eyes flashing between her own and Clara's, and she whispered, "The photograph, burn it too." Ellen nodded, her hands shaking as she pulled the bag from the flood, the photograph and hair inside steaming. Their pulse a roar that matched Clara's scream. The chamber's walls cracked wider, the sludge a tide, and Clara's form towered, her hollow eyes locked on the dagger, her voice a command. "Give it to me." Mark kicked to the flood, his strength fading, Lily's weight pulling him under, her gray face a mirror to Clara's. "Ellen, do it!" he shouted, his voice a gasp, the flood choking him. The scratched names now a chorus, their glow blinding. Ellen clutched the dagger and artifacts, her mind racing, the priest's warning, destroy what binds her, a fire against the dark. She waded to the chamber's center, where Clara stood, her form blurring, the flood parting slightly, as if the house feared the dagger. "This ends now," Ellen said, her voice steady, her hands trembling as she held the photograph and hair, their heat searing, and the dagger, its spirals flaring, a weapon against Clara's soul. Clara's scream shook the chamber, the flood surging, the walls collapsing, and the scratched names roared, as if the dead were joining her, their rage a tide that would drown them all. Ellen raised the dagger, its blade glinting, and slashed the photograph, its paper tearing, Clara's eyes bleeding black. The hair ignited, its strands curling into ash, and Clara's wail became a shriek, her form fracturing, her skeletal hand reaching, but weaker, fading. The dagger's spirals glowed brighter, the flood receding slightly, and Ellen stabbed the blade into the chamber's floor, its point sinking into the stone, the scratched names dimming, the sludge slowing. Clara's form dissolved, her scream a fading echo, but the chamber pulsed, the house groaning, as if her heart was still beating, her rage not fully gone. Lily gasped, her gray skin lightening, the sludge retreating, her pulse strengthening, but her eyes were wide, her voice a whisper. "She's not gone." The walls bled, the dagger a wound, and the house on Blackthorn Lane waited, its heart scarred but alive, Clara's shadow lingering, promising a return. The chamber in the basement of the house on Blackthorn Lane trembled, its stone walls cracking like brittle bone, the glowing scratched names dimming but not extinguished, their faint pulse a reminder of Clara Winthrop's lingering rage. The black sludge flood had receded to the Harris family's waists, its scalding heat cooling, but the air remained thick with rot and blood, the chamber's heartbeat still thrumming, weaker yet alive. Lily clung to Mark, her gray skin lightening, the black ooze retreating from her arm, though the nail-marked wounds on her wrist remained raw, pulsing faintly as if Clara's grip hadn't fully released. Her breath was shallow, her dark eyes wide with a mix of relief and dread. Clara's whispered, "She's not gone," echoing in her skull. Ellen stood at the chamber's center, The silver dagger embedded in the stone floor, its spiral-etched blade glinting. The tattered remains of the photograph, an ashen lock of hair scattered around it. Their destruction a wound to Clara's power, but not her end. Mark's arms shook as he held Lily, his face pale. The flood's pull easing, but the house's presence a noose around his heart. The walls groaned, the chamber's air cold and heavy, and Clara's fading scream still lingered. A promise that the house on Blackthorn Lane was not done with them. Ellen's hands trembled, her green eyes fixed on the dagger. Its blood-stained handle, scratched with Clara, a relic of Edward Winthrop's betrayal, the ritual that had bound Clara's soul to the house. The flood's retreat was a victory, but the chamber's pulse, the wall's faint hum, told her Clara was only weakened, not vanquished. "We heard her," Ellen said, her voice hoarse, her auburn hair plastered to her sweat-soaked face. "But it's not enough." She knelt, her fingers brushing the dagger's handle, its coldness a shock, as if Clara's essence lingered in the metal. The bag with the articles was gone, swallowed by the flood, but the priest's words, "Destroy what binds her," burned in her mind, and the dagger, though a key to Clara's prison, wasn't the whole anchor. "There's something else," she whispered, her eyes scanning the chamber, the scratched names now faint, the sludge pooling in corners as if guarding a deeper secret. Lily stirred, her strength returning, though her wrist throbbed. "The nail marks a map of Clara's claim. She's still here," she said, her voice faint but steady, her eyes darting to the walls, expecting Clara's gray, peeling form to reform. The photograph's destruction, the hairs burning, had broken Clara's hold on her body, but her voice, "You're mine, Lily," still echoed in her mind, a cold thread pulling her back to the chamber's heart. She pushed away from Mark, her legs shaky, and waded through the sludge, her sneakers sinking into its viscous grip. "The names," she said, her voice trembling, her hand reaching for the wall, where the scratched names pulsed faintly, their glow a flicker of Clara's power. "They're part of it. The people she took, they're keeping her here." Her fingers brushed a name, Margaret, and the wall vibrated, a low moan slipping through. Clara's voice faint but venomous, "Stay." Mark's heart pounded, his arms empty without Lily. The chamber's air colder, the sludge tugging at his legs as if the house was waking. "Lily, stay back," he shouted, his voice raw, wading toward her, his eyes on the walls. Where the names seemed to writhe, their scratches deepening, as if the dead were clawing through. The dagger's glow caught his eye, its spirals a mirror to the door's carvings. And he remembered the ledger's note, "Sealed room, source of entity's power," and the priest's warning about a physical anchor. "Ellen's right," he said, his voice rough, his hands clenching, itching for the lost crowbar. "The dagger's not enough. It's something bigger." He scanned the chamber, the sludge's pools darker in one corner, with a wall curved inward, a faint seam visible. Like a hidden door, its edges slick with black, as if bleeding. Ellen pulled the dagger from the stone, its blade scraping, the chamber groaning as if in pain, the sludge surging slightly, lapping at her thighs. "There," she said, her voice trembling, pointing to the seam, her librarian's instinct for hidden truths guiding her. Another hollow, like the one with the dagger. She waded toward it, the dagger raised, its glow illuminating the seam, a crack no wider than a hand, but deep, as if leading to the house's core. Clara's moan grew louder, the scratched names flaring, and the flood pulsed, the sludge climbing to their waists, its heat returning, as if the house was fighting to protect its secret. Lily joined Ellen, her wrist throbbing, the nail marks bleeding red again, her defiance a spark against Clara's pull. "We have to open it," she said, her voice steady, her hands pressing the seam, the stone cold and slick, vibrating with the house's pulse. Mark reached them, his strength fraying, the flood's heat searing his skin, the scratched names now a chorus, their moan weaving with Clara's. "Hurry," he said, his voice hoarse, grabbing the dagger from Ellen, its weight alive, and jamming it into the seam. prying with all his force. The stone groaned, the seam widening, the sludge pouring faster, as if the house was bleeding out. Clara's scream returned, faint but piercing, and a shadow flickered across the chamber, her gray form blurring at the edges, her skeletal hand reaching. Her hollow eyes bleeding black. "You can't," she hissed, her voice a chorus, the floods surging to their chests, the scratched names roaring, as if the dead were rising to defend her. The seam cracked open, revealing a hollow, its darkness absolute, but a glint caught the dagger's glow, a small, iron box, its surface etched with spirals, sealed with a rusted lock. Its weight a pulse that matched the chamber's heart. Ellen grabbed the box, its coldness burning, the spirals glowing as if alive. "This is it," she whispered, her voice breaking. The box's weight a truth that crushed her. Edward's final act, the anchor that bound Clara's soul. Clara's form solidified, her scream shaking the chamber, the flood rising to their necks. The scratched names blinding, the sludge a tide that pulled them under. "Burn it," Mark shouted, his voice a gasp, the dagger slipping from his hand, the flood choking him. Lily's wrist flared, her gray skin lightening further, but Clara's voice in her mind, "Stay," was a chain, her hollow eyes locking on the box. Ellen clutched it, her hands shaking, the chamber's walls collapsing. The flood a roar, and she knew fire was impossible, the sludge too wet, their matches gone. "We have to break it," she said, her voice resolute, raising the box, slamming it against the stone. Its lock cracking, the spirals flaring, Clara's scream a wail that tore at the air. The box split, revealing a heart, small, blackened, pulsing faintly, wrapped in blood-soaked cloth. Edward's ritual-made flesh. Clara's form fractured, her skeletal hand reaching, her wail a sound that shattered the chamber, the flood receding, the scratched names dimming, the sludge slowing. Ellen smashed the heart with the dagger's hilt, its pulse stopping, the cloth disintegrating, and Clara's form dissolved, her scream fading, the chamber's walls still, the name silent. Lily gasped, her wrist bleeding red, the gray gone, her pulse strong, Clara's voice gone from her mind. The flood was ankle-deep, the sludge cold, the chamber a tomb, its heart dead. But the house groaned. A faint, distant sound, and the dagger's spirals flickered, as if Clara's rage was only sleeping, her anchor broken but her shadow lingering, waiting for the walls to bleed again. Chapter 11. The Pact Unraveled. The basement chamber of the house on Blackthorn Lane was a hollowed-out corpse, its stone walls scarred and still, the scratched names carved into them now dark, their glow extinguished like snuff candles. The black sludge flood had drained to a shallow puddle, its viscous heat gone, leaving only a cold, sticky residue that clung to the Harris family's legs. A faint echo of Clara Winthrop's blood. Lily stood trembling, her wrist no longer gray, the nail-marked wounds scabbed and red, the black ooze gone, though the pain lingered. A reminder of Clara's grip. Her dark eyes darted around the chamber, expecting Clara's gray, peeling form to reform, but the air was heavy with silence, the house's pulse faint. As if its heart had stopped, Ellen clutched the shattered iron box, its blackened, pulpy heart, Edward Winthrop's ritual anchor, smeared across the dagger's blade, its spirals dull, their glow faded. Mark leaned against the wall, his breath ragged, his hands empty. The flood's retreat a victory, but the chamber scars a warning that Clara's rage might only be sleeping. The house on Blackthorn Lane was quiet, its walls no longer bleeding, but the silence was a held breath, and the family knew they weren't free. Ellen's voice was a whisper, frayed but resolute. "We did it," she said, her green eyes fixed on the dagger, its blood-smeared blade a testament to their survival. Her auburn hair was matted with sludge, her hands trembling as she dropped the box's fragments, their rusted lock glinting faintly, a relic of Clara's prison. The chamber's walls were cracked, the scratched names, Margaret, Thomas, dozens more, silent, but their presence weighed on her, each one a life Clara had claimed, a debt the house had collected. The heart, it was her anchor, she said, her voice steadying. The priest's words, destroy what binds her, proven true, though the cost was carved into their souls. She glanced at Lily, her daughter's pale face a wound that fueled her resolve. She's gone, Lily. You're safe. But her eyes betrayed doubt. The chamber's faint hum a reminder that the house was still alive, its heart weakened but not dead. Lily's wrist throbbed, the scabs tight, and she shook her head, her defiance flickering despite her exhaustion. She's not gone, she said, her voice low, her eyes scanning the chamber, the sludge's puddles reflecting the dim light. As if hiding Clara's shadow, the photograph and lock of hair were ash, the locket shattered, the heart destroyed, but Clara's voice, "You're mine," still echoed in her mind, faint but persistent, like a splinter under skin. She felt lighter, her arm no longer gray, her pulse her own, but the house's silence was a lie, its walls watching, waiting. "I felt her," she whispered, her hand brushing her wrist. The nail marks a map of Clara's claim. She's still here, somewhere. The chamber's air grew colder, the sludge rippling slightly, and a faint scratching, nails on wood, came from the walls, too soft to be sure, but enough to chill her blood. Mark's jaw clenched, his hands clenching. The absence of the crowbar a weight heavier than its steel. The chamber's stillness was a trap, the house's quiet a predator's pause, and he felt its gaze, cold and unyielding, studying them. "We need to get out," he said, his voice rough, wading through the sludge to Lily, his arm around her, his contractor's instinct to protect the only thing keeping him upright. "The heart's gone. The box is broken. She's weakened. We leave, sell this place, and never come back." His eyes met Ellen's, pleading for agreement, but the chamber groaned, a low, distant sound, and the scratched names flickered, their edges glinting, as if the dead were stirring. The dagger in Ellen's hand trembled, its spirals catching the light, and Mark's stomach twisted. The priest's warning, it might make her angrier, a shadow over their victory. Ellen nodded, her resolve hardening, but her eyes lingered on the chamber's walls, the seam where the box had been hidden, the scratched names that seemed to whisper. "We leave," she said, her voice steady, "but we need to know more. The church, the library, there's got to be something about Edward's ritual. How he made that heart." She stepped toward the blackened door, its carved spirals dull, the chamber's exit a narrow hope, but the sludge tugged at her legs, as if reluctant to let go. Lily followed, her wrist aching, the house's faint scratching growing louder, circling them, a rhythm that matched her pulse. "What if she follows us again?" she asked, her voice trembling, her eyes on the dagger. Its blade still smeared with the heart's remains, a relic they couldn't leave behind. Mark's face darkened, his arm tightening around her. "Then we fight," he said, his voice hoarse, though he knew the house was a foe they couldn't hammer down. The door groaned as they pushed it open, the basement beyond a maze of damp concrete and shadows, the flood's residue staining the floor. The air cold, but free of Clara's giggle. The stairs to the kitchen were slick, each step a creak that echoed the house's faint hum, and the living room was a wreckage of plaster and blood. The hole in the wall silent, but menacing, its crawl space a dark eye watching them. The front door was still ajar, the fog outside thinner. The Maine woods swaying in a wind that carried no sound of Clara's voice. They stepped into the gravel drive, the SUV waiting, its windshield scratched Clara and now faint, as if the house's power was fading. But as they reached the car, a new sound stopped them, a low, guttural moan coming from the house, its walls vibrating, the windows glinting like eyes. The dagger in Ellen's hand flared, its spirals glowing faintly, and Lily's wrist throbbed, the nail marks bleeding red, a drop hitting the gravel, darkening it like the chamber's flood. Ellen's breath caught, her eyes on the house, its gabled roof a predator's grin, its silence a lie. "We need to seal her," she said, her voice trembling, the priest's failed exorcism a warning, the ledger's note about binding Clara a desperate hope. The dagger, it's part of the ritual. We can't just leave it." She turned to Mark, her eyes pleading. The librarian's need for closure afire against the dark. Mark's face paled, the thought of re-entering the house a weight that crushed him. But Lily's bleeding wrist, the moan from the walls, were proof that Clara wasn't done. "Ow," he asked, his voice rough, his hands clenching, itching for a weapon. Lily's eyes widened, her defiance flaring, her voice steady despite her fear. "A seance," she said, her mind flashing to the church's records, the rituals that bound Clara. "We call her, use the dagger, trap her in the chamber." The house groaned louder, the moan becoming a whisper. Lily, slipping through the fog, intimate and cruel. The dagger's spirals flared. The nail marks on Lily's wrist bled faster, and the family stood frozen. The SUV of false escape, the house's pulse growing stronger, its walls calling them back. Clara's shadow was alive, her heart wounded but beating, and the chamber was their battlefield. The dagger their only weapon, the seance a pact that could either free them or bind them to her forever. The fog around the house on Blackthorn Lane thickened, curling like fingers over the gravel drive, its damp chill laced with the faint rot of Clara Winthrop's presence. Lily stood trembling, her wrist bleeding, the nail marks pulsing red, each drop staining the gravel, a faint echo of the chamber's black flood. The photograph and hair were ash, the locket shattered, the iron box's heart destroyed. But Clara's whisper, Lily, slipped through the fog, intimate and venomous, proof that the house's heart still beat. Ellen clutched the silver dagger, its spiral-etched blade glinting faintly. The blood-smeared handle scratched with Clara a weight that burned her palm. Her green eyes were wide, fixed on the house, its gabled roof looming, its windows glinting like eyes. The moan from its walls a call she couldn't ignore. Mark's face was pale, his hands clenching, the SUV behind them a useless refuge. The scratched Clara on its windshield a fading scar, but a reminder of her reach. The seance Lily proposed, a desperate plan to trap Clara using the dagger, hung between them. A pact that could either sever her hold or bind them to her forever. Ellen's voice was steady, though fear cracked its edges. "We can't leave her like this," she said, her eyes meeting Lily's. Then Mark's, the dagger, trembling in her grip. The priest said the church tried to bind her, and it failed. "But we have the dagger, part of Edward's ritual. If we call her, force her out, we can use it to trap her in the chamber." Her librarian's mind clung to the ledger's fragments, sealed room, entity bound, and the destroyed heart, a wound to Clara's power but not her end. The house groaned, its moan deepening, the walls vibrating, and the fog swirled, shapes flickering, tall, skeletal, hollow-eyed, vanishing when she blinked. Lily's wrist bled faster, the nail marks flaring, and she nodded, her defiance a spark against the dark. "She's still in me," she said, her voice low, her hand brushing the wounds, Clara's whisper a cold thread in her mind. "If we don't do this, she'll take me." Mark's jaw clenched, his hands itching for the lost crowbar. The house's silence a predator's pause that chilled his blood. "A seance?" he asked, his voice rough, the thought of summoning Clara a noose around his neck. "We barely survived the chamber. What if it makes her stronger?" The memory of Clara's gray, peeling form, her skeletal hand gripping Lily, burned in his mind, and the scratched names, Margaret, Thomas, countless others, were a warning of what she could do. But Lily's bleeding wrist, the moan from the house, the dagger's faint glow were proof that running wasn't an option. "How do we even do it?" he asked, his eyes on Ellen, her resolve a lifeline he couldn't grasp. The fog tightened, the house's windows glinting and a faint scratching, nails on wood, came from the walls, circling them, a rhythm that matched Lily's pulse. Eleneshmindrist, piecing together the church's failed exorcism, the ritual that bound Clara, the dagger's role as a conduit. "We go back to the chamber," she said, her voice trembling but firm, the dagger raised, its spirals catching the fog's dim light. "We call her, use the dagger to draw her out, and seal her in the room, permanently. She remembered the holy water's fleeting effect, the photographs burning, and knew the dagger was their only weapon, its connection to Clara a double-edged blade. Lily stepped closer, her wrist dripping, her eyes wide but resolute. "I'll do it," she said, her voice shaking. Clara's whisper, "Come home," a pull she couldn't resist. "She wants me. If I call her, she'll come." Mark's stomach twisted, his arm reaching for Lily. But her defiance stopped him, her strength a mirror to Ellen's, a fire he couldn't quench. They re-entered the house, the front door creaking, the living room a wreckage of plaster and dry blood. The hole in the wall a dark eye that watched them pass. The basement stairs were slick, the air colder, the chamber's door ajar, its carved spirals dull but alive, exhaling a faint stench of rot. The chamber was as they'd left it, cracked walls, puddled sludge, the scratched names dark, the daggers wound in the stone floor scar. Ellen set the dagger at the center, its blade glinting, and formed a rough circle with the family, their hands linked, the sludge cold under their feet. "We call her," Ellen said, her voice steady, her eyes on Lily, whose wrist bled, staining the stone. "Say her name, Lily. Draw her out." The house groaned, the walls humming, and the fog outside pressed against the basement's small window, shapes flickering. Clara's form, her skeletal hand. Her hollow eyes. Lily's heart pounded, her wrist afire, the nail marks pulsing, Clara's whisper a tide in her mind. "Clara Winthrop," she said, her voice trembling, the chamber's air growing colder, the sludge rippling. "Come out." The walls vibrated, the scratched names flickering, and a low moan filled the room, Clara's voice weaving through it. "Lily," soft and cruel. Ellen tightened her grip on Lily's hand, her eyes on the dagger, its spirals flaring, and repeated, "Clara Winthrop, show yourself." Mark's breath hitched, his hand clenching Lily's. The chamber's pulse quickening, the sludge surging, lapping at their ankles. The moan became a giggle, Clara's form flickering at the chamber's center, gray and peeling, her skeletal hand raised, her hollow eyes bleeding black. "You called," she hissed, her voice a chorus, the flood rising, the scratched names glowing, the walls shaking, as if the house was waking. Lily's wrist flared, blood dripping, and she shouted, "Clara, you're done." Her voice raw, her defiance ablaze. The dagger glowed brighter, its spirals blazing, and Clara's form lunged, her skeletal hand grazing Lily's chest, its nails drawing blood, the flood surging to their knees. Ellen grabbed the dagger, its heat searing, and slashed at Clara's form, the blade passing through. Her scream shaking the chamber, the sludge boiling, the names roaring. "Seal her," Ellen shouted, thrusting the dagger into the stone, its point sinking deep, the spirals flaring, the flood receding, Clara's form fracturing, her scream a wail that tore at the walls. Lily collapsed, her wrist bleeding, Clara's voice fading. "No," a desperate cry as her form dissolved, the scratched names dimming, the sludge stilling, the chamber's pulse slowing, the dagger a lock in the house's heart. Mark caught Lily, her breath shallow, her wrist no longer gray, the nail marks scabbing. Clara's hole broken, but her shadow lingering. Ellen pulled the dagger free, its spirals dull, the chamber silent, the walls scarred but still, the scratched names dark, their power gone. The house was quiet, its moan gone, the fog outside thinning, but the air was heavy, Clara's giggle a faint echo, a promise that her rage was only sealed, not destroyed. They stumbled out, the SUV waiting, the windshield's Clara barely visible, and drove away, Blackthorn Lane fading into the fog, the dagger in Ellen's lap, a relic they couldn't leave, a chain to a house that would never forget them. Chapter 12. The Door That Opens. The SUV rattled down the fog-choked road away from Blackthorn Lane, its engine a strained growl against the oppressive silence that followed the Harris family's escape from the basement chamber. Lily sat slumped in the back seat, her wrist scabbed but tender, the nail marks no longer bleeding, though their faint pulse lingered, a ghost of Clara Winthrop's grip. Her dark eyes stared blankly at the fog, the house's silhouette fading behind them. Its gabled roof a predator's grin swallowed by the mist. The photograph and lock of hair were ash, the locket shattered, the iron box's heart destroyed. And the dagger seal in the chamber had trapped Clara's rage, but Lily felt her presence, a cold thread in her mind, whispering your mind in a voice too faint to be sure. Ellen clutched the silver dagger in her lap, its spiral-etched blade dull but heavy, the blood-smeared handle scratched with Clara, a relic they couldn't abandon. Its weight a reminder of the house's heartbeat. Mark gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, the scratched Clara on the windshield barely visible. A fading scar that mocked their fragile victory. The house on Blackthorn Lane was behind them, its walls silent, but the fog carried a faint scratching, nails on wood, circling the SUV, as if Clara's shadow clung to their escape. Ellen's voice broke the silence, trembling but resolute. "We're done with that place," she said, her green eyes fixed on the dagger, its coldness seeping into her palms, a tether to the chamber's scarred walls. Her auburn hair was matted with dried sludge, her librarian's mind racing to hold onto the truth, the destroyed heart. The sealed chamber, the priest's warning that Clara was bound, not banished. "We'll sell it, move far away, start over." But her words fell hollow, the fog's weight pressing against the windows. The faint scratching a reminder that the house was more than brick and plaster. She glanced at Lily, her daughter's pale face a wound that fueled her resolve, and tightened her grip on the dagger, its spirals glinting faintly, as if alive. "She's trapped, Lily. You're free." But her eyes betrayed doubt, the chamber's faint hum still echoing in her bones. Clara's giggle a splinter under her skin. Lily's wrist ached, the scabs tight, and she shook her head, her defiance flickering, dulled by exhaustion. "Free," she whispered, her voice raw, her eyes darting to the fog, where shapes flickered, tall, skeletal, hollow-eyed, vanishing when she blinked. "I still hear her, Mom. Not loud, but she's there." The chamber's victory had cleansed her graying skin, stopped the black sludge, but Clara's voice was a shadow in her mind, her hollow, eyes aflash in the SUV's side mirror. Gone when she looked too long. The nail marks pulsed faintly, a rhythm that matched the scratching, now softer, coming from the SUV's undercarriage, as if Clara's nails were scraping the metal. "What if the dagger wasn't enough?" she asked, her voice trembling, her hand brushing her wrist, the scabs a map of Clara's claim. The fog thickened, the road narrowing, and a low moan slipped through the mist. Clara's voice faint but unmistakable. "Come back." Mark's jaw clenched, his hands tightening on the wheel, the fog shapes a taunt that chilled his blood. "It was enough," he said, his voice rough, though doubt gnawed at him, the memory of Clara's scream as the dagger sealed her a fragile shield against her lingering presence. The chamber's silence, the scratched names dimming, had felt like victory, but the house's groan, the fog's moan, were proof that Clara's rage was only caged, not destroyed. "We're not going back," he said, his eyes on the road, the sign for Augusta a distant hope through the mist. "We'll find a priest, a realtor, someone to deal with that place." But the scratching grew louder, the SUV rattling, and a faint giggle, Clara's cruel and girlish, slipped through the vents, curling around them like smoke. The dagger in Ellen's lap flared, its spirals glowing faintly, and Lily's wrist throbbed. A drop of blood seeping through the scabs, darkening her sleeve. Ellen's breath caught, her eyes on the dagger, its glow a warning, the chamber seal a lock that might not hold. "We need to understand the ritual," she said, her voice trembling, her librarian's instinct for answers of fire against the dark. Edward bound her with that heart, the dagger, something else. "If there's more in the house, we have to know." She turned to Mark, her eyes pleading, the fog's moan growing louder, the scratching now a clawing, as if Clara was tearing through the SUV's frame. Mark shook his head, his face pale, the thought of her turning a noose around his neck. "We barely got out," he said, his voice hoarse. "You saw what she did to Lily. We're not risking it." But Lily's wrist bled, her eyes wide, and she whispered, "She's not letting us go." Her voice a mix of fear and resolve. Clara's giggle a tide, pulling her back to Blackthorn Lane. The SUV lurched, the engine sputtering, and a new sound broke through, a low, wet thud, like something heavy shifting beneath the vehicle. Mark swore, slamming the brakes, the SUV skidding to a stop on the fog road. The fog so thick it hid the trees. The scratching stopped, the giggle faded, but the thud came again, louder, from the undercarriage, as if Clara's skeletal hand was pounding the metal. "What the hell is that?" Mark shouted, his voice raw, his hands fumbling for the door, his contractor's instinct to fix things a reflex he couldn't shake. Ellen grabbed his arm, her voice sharp. "Don't. It's her." But the thud became a scraping, and the SUV rocked, the fog parting to reveal a shape, gray, peeling Clara's form. Crawling beneath, her hollow eyes glinting, her smile wide. Her skeletal hand clawing the chassis. Lily screamed, her wrist flaring, the blood dripping faster, and the dagger spirals blazed, its glow illuminating the fog, Clara's form blurring. Her scream shaking the vehicle. Mark floored the gas, the SUV roaring forward, Clara's shape vanishing, the fog swallowing her. But the scraping followed, the dagger's glow pulsing. Lily's wrist bleeding, the house's pulse alive in the mist. "We have to go back," Lily said, her voice trembling but resolute, her eyes on her parents, their fear a mirror to her own. "The chamber, the dagger, she's tied to it. We didn't finish it." Ellen's hands shook, the dagger a weight she couldn't shed, the priest's warning. Bind her further, a desperate hope. A seance wasn't enough. She said, her voice breaking. "We need to destroy the chamber itself, collapse it, bury her." Mark's face darkened, the road blurring, the fog's moan a chorus with Clara's giggle. And he knew Lily was right. The house was calling, its door was open, and the only way to end Clara's reign was to face her heart, to shatter the walls that held her soul. They turned back, the fog guiding them to Blackthorn Lane, the house waiting, its door wide, its walls bleeding faintly, the chamber below a tomb that demanded their return. Clara's giggle filled the air, her skeletal hand a shadow in the fog, and the dagger's spirals glowed, a beacon to the heart they had to destroy, a pact they had to break or be bound to her forever. The fog swallowed Blackthorn Lane, its gray tendrils curling around the Harris family's SUV as it crept toward the house. The engine's low growl drowned by the faint scratching that echoed from the walls ahead. Lily sat rigid in the back seat, her wrist throbbing, the scab nail marks seeping a faint red. Each pulse a reminder of Clara Winthrop's lingering claim. Her dark eyes were fixed on the house's silhouette, its gabled roof piercing the fog like a blade, its open door a gaping mouth exhaling rot and blood. The photograph and hair were ash, the locket shattered, the heart destroyed, but Clara's whisper, "Come back," was a cold thread in her mind. Her giggle a shadow that followed them. Ellen gripped the silver dagger, its spiral-etched blade glowing faintly, the blood-smeared handle scratched with Clara a weight that burned her palms, tying her to the chamber's scarred heart. Mark's hands trembled on the steering wheel, the scratched Clara on the windshield a ghost of her presence. The SUV's earlier lurch and Clara's crawling form beneath it a wound that bled his courage dry. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer a refuge, but a predator, its walls alive, its door open, and the chamber below a battlefield where they would either break Clara's pact or become its final victims. Ellen's voice was a fragile anchor, trembling but resolute. "We collapsed the chamber," she said, her green eyes locked on the dagger, its spirals flaring in the fog's dim light, a beacon to the house's heart. Her auburn hair was tangled with dried sludge, her librarian's mind clinging to the priest's warning, "Destroy what binds her," and the ledger's truth about the sealed room, Clara's anchor. The dagger's tied to her, but the chamber's the source. If we destroy it, bury it, she can't come back. Her words were a plan, desperate but clear, though the house's moan, low and guttural, vibrated through the SUV, its walls glinting in the fog. As if alive, she glanced at Lily, her daughter's pale face afire that fueled her, and tightened her grip on the dagger. Its coldness a pulse that matched the faint scratching now coming from the house's open door. Lily's wrist ached, the nail marks pulsing, and she nodded, her defiance a spark dulled by fear but burning still. "She's waiting," she whispered, her voice raw, her eyes on the house, its windows dark but watching, Clara's giggles slipping through the fog, soft and cruel. The chamber seal had trapped Clara, weakened her, but the faint hum in Lily's mind, the pulse in her wrist, told her the house was not done. "I can feel her," she said, her hand brushing the scabs, the blood smearing her fingers, a map of Clara's rage. "If we don't end this, she'll take me again." The fog swirled, shapes flickering, Clara's gray, peeling form, her skeletal hand, her hollow eyes, guiding them to the door, and the scratching grew louder, a clawing that matched the house's moan, as if its walls were tearing themselves open to welcome them. Mark stopped the SUV, the gravel crunching under the tires, the house's open door a challenge he couldn't ignore. "How do we do it?" he asked, his voice hoarse, his hands clenching. The memory of the blood flood, Clara's scream, a weight that crushed him. His contractor's instinct to build, to fix, was useless against the house's living walls. But the thought of Lily's graying arm, her fading pulse in the chamber, drove him forward. "Collapse the chamber, Hal. We don't have tools, explosives, anything." The fog pressed closer. The house's moan deepening, and a faint giggle echoed from the door, Clara's voice weaving through it. "Home," a command that chilled his blood. Ellen's eyes flicked to the dagger, its spirals glowing brighter, and she said, "The house is her. If we destroy the chamber's walls, use the dagger to break its heart, it might be enough." Her voice trembled, the plan a gamble. But the scratching was a drumbeat, Clara's presence a noose, and they had no choice. They stepped out, the fog cold and sour, the house's stench overwhelming. Its open door exhaling a breath that carried Clara's whisper, "Lily." Mark led, his hands empty but fists clenched, the dagger in Ellen's grip their only weapon. Its glow illuminating the living room's wreckage, plaster dust, dried blood, the hole in the wall a dark scar. Lily followed, her wrist bleeding faintly, the nail marks pulsing, her eyes darting to the shadows, expecting Clara's skeletal hand to lunge. The basement stairs were a descent into darkness, the air colder, the scratching louder. Coming from the chamber's blackened door, its carved spirals flaring as they approached, as if waking. The chamber was a tomb, its stone walls cracked, the scratched names dark. The sludge puddled but still, the daggers wound in the floor a scar that pulsed faintly, as if Clara's heart was stirring. Ellen knelt by the wound, the dagger raised, its spirals blazing, and pressed its blade into the stone, the chamber groaning, the sludge rippling, the scratched names flickering. "We break the walls," she said, her voice trembling, her eyes on Mark, then Lily. "The plan a prayer against the dark. The dagger's tied to her. Use it to shatter the stone, weaken the house." Mark nodded, his strength fraying, and grabbed a loose chunk of plaster from the floor. Slamming it against the wall, the stone cracking, the scratched names dimming, the sludge oozing faster as if the house was bleeding. Lily's wrist flared, blood dripping, and she joined him, her hands clawing at the stone, the nail marks pulsing, Clara's giggle rising, loud and cruel, shaking the chamber. "You can't," Clara's voice hissed, her gray form flickering at the chamber's center, her skeletal hand reaching, her hollow eyes bleeding black, the flood surging, lapping at their ankles. Ellen stabbed the dagger into the wall, its blade sinking deep, the stones splitting, the scratched names screaming, the sludge boiling, the chamber's pulse quickening. "Keep going," she shouted, her voice raw, the dagger spirals flaring, Clara's form blurring. Her scream a wail that tore at the air. Mark smashed the plaster harder, the wall crumbling, the sludge pouring, the scratched names fading, as if the dead were released. Lily's wrist bled, her hands tearing at the stone, Clara's voice in her mind. Stay. A tide she fought, her defiance a fire that burned brighter. The chamber shook, the walls collapsing, the flood rising to their knees. Clara's form lunging, her skeletal hand grazing Lily's shoulder, its nails drawing blood, the giggle becoming a roar. Ellen pulled the dagger free, slashing at Clara's form, the blade passing through. Her wail shaking the chamber, the flood receding, the walls cracking wider, the scratched name silent. The chamber's heart faltered, the stone walls tumbling, the sludge slowing. Clara's form fracturing, her scream fading. No, a desperate cry as her hollow eyes dimmed, her skeletal hand dissolving into the flood. Lily stumbled, her wrist bleeding but her pulse strong. Clara's voice gone from her mind, the nail marks scabbing, the house's hum weakening. Mark caught her, his arms shaking, the chamber's wreckage of victory, the walls broken, the scratched names dark. The sludge cold. Ellen clutched the dagger, its spirals dull, the chamber's pulse gone, but the house groaned, a faint distant sound, its walls still standing, Clara's shadow, a whisper in the fog. They ran, the basement stairs collapsing behind them, the living room a haze of dust, the front door a lifeline to the SUV, the fog parting, the house on Blackthorn Lane scarred but alive. Its heart wounded, its door open, waiting for their return. The Harris family stumbled through the wreckage of the house on Blackthorn Lane, the living room a haze of plaster dust and dry blood. The hole in the wall a dark scar, exhaling a faint, sour breath. Lily's wrist throbbed, the scab nail marks no longer bleeding, but their faint pulse lingered, a shadow of Clara Winthrop's claim. Her dark eyes darted to the shadows, expecting Clara's gray, peeling form to lunge, but the house was quiet, its walls scarred from the chamber's collapse, its heartbeat a distant hum. Weakened, but not silenced, Ellen clutched the silver dagger, its spiral-etched blade dull, the blood-smeared handle scratched with Clara a cold weight that tethered her to the house's heart. Her green eyes were wide, her auburn hair matted with sludge, the chamber's victory, walls broken, scratched names dark, Clara's form dissolved, a fragile shield against the fog's faint giggle. Clara's voice a whisper in the mist. Mark led the way, his hands empty, his contractor's strength frayed, the front door a narrow hope, the SUV beyond it a lifeline to escape. The house groaned, a low, guttural sound, its walls trembling, and the fog outside thickened, curling around them, as if Clara's skeletal hand still reached, her hollow eyes watching from the dark. Lily's breath was ragged, her defiance a flickering flame, her wrists pulse a reminder that Clara's rage was only caged, not destroyed. We didn't finish her, she whispered, her voice raw. Her eyes on the door, the fog shapes, tall, thin, blurred, flickering at the edge of vision. The chamber's collapse had shattered the walls, silenced the scratched names, but the house's moan. The faint scratching from the walls told her Clara's heart still beat, somewhere deep, waiting. She's still here, she said, her hand brushing the scabs. The memory of Clara's voice, stay, a cold thread in her mind. Ellen's grip on the dagger tightened, her librarian's resolve a fire against the dark, though fear cracked her voice. We weakened her, she said, her eyes meeting Lily's, then Mark's, the fog's giggle growing louder, Clara's whisper weaving through it. Home. The chamber's gone, the relics destroyed. She can't come back, not like before. But the dagger's faint glow, the house's groan, betrayed her doubt, the priest's warning, it might make her angrier, a shadow over their escape. Mark pushed the front door wider, its hinges screaming, the fog rushing in, cold and sour, carrying Clara's stench, rot blood, decay. We're done here, he said, his voice hoarse, his hands clenching, the SUV's scratched windshield a beacon through the mist. His contractor's instinct to fix things was ash, the chamber's wreckage of victory he couldn't trust. The house's silence a predator's pause. We drive, find a priest, burn this place down if we have to. His eyes darted to the living room, the hole in the wall glinting, as if the crawl space was waking, and a faint thud, wet, heavy, came from the basement like something shifting in the rubble. Lily's wrist flared, a drop of blood seeping through the scabs, and she gasped, her eyes wide. Clara's giggle now clear, loud, slipping through the walls, the fog, the air itself. "She's not letting us go," Lily said, her voice trembling, her defiance hardening, her hand reaching for Ellen, needing her mother's strength. Ellen's heart pounded, the dagger's coldness a pulse in her hands. The thud from a basement, a warning that the chamber's collapse wasn't enough. "We need to seal it," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. Her librarian's mind racing to the church's failed exorcism, the ledger's note about binding Clara. The dagger, it's still tied to her. "We can't take it with us." She turned to Mark, her eyes pleading, the fog shapes solidifying, Clara's form, gray and peeling, her skeletal hand curling, her hollow eyes glinting in the mist. Mark's face paled, the thought of staying a noose. But Lily's bleeding wrist, the house's moan, were proof that Clara's shadow was alive, her heart wounded but beating. "Ow?" he asked, his voice rough, stepping back from the door. The fog pressing closer, the giggle becoming a laugh, Clara's voice a chorus. "You're mine." Ellen's mind flashed to the chamber, the scratched names, the dagger's role in Edward's ritual. "We bury it," she said, her voice steady, the plan a desperate hope. "In the chamber's rubble, where her heart was. It's the last piece of the ritual. Lock her in the house forever." Lily nodded, her wrist throbbing, her eyes on the basement stairs, the thud growing louder, like footsteps in the sludge. "Do it," she said, her voice shaking but firm. Clara's laugh a tide she refused to drown in. Mark hesitated, his hands clenching, the fog shapes now clear. Clara's form circling the SUV, her skeletal hand scraping the gravel. Her hollow eyes locked on Lily. "We're quick," he said, his voice hoarse, grabbing a broken plank from the living room floor, a makeshift weapon, his strength a flicker against the house's pull. They descended the basement stairs, the air colder, the stench thicker, the chamber's door shattered, its carved spirals dark, the rubble inside a grave of stone and sludge. The thud came again, wet and heavy, from the chamber's center, where the dagger's wound in the floor pulsed faintly, as if Clara's heart was stirring. Ellen knelt, the dagger raised, its spirals flaring, and dug into the rubble, the sludge cold and slick, the scratched names on the fallen walls silent but watching. Lily stood close, her wrist bleeding, Clara's laugh echoing, loud and cruel. The fog spilling through the basement window, shapes forming, Clara's gray form, her skeletal hand reaching, her hollow eyes bleeding black. "Hurry," Lily shouted, her voice raw, the thud becoming a scraping, like bones dragging through sludge, Clara's voice hissing, "You can't lock me." Mark swung the plank at the shadows, the fog parting, Clara's form blurring, her scream shaking the chamber, the sludge surging, lapping at their ankles. Ellen buried the dagger deep in the rubble, its blade sinking into the stone, the spirals blazing, the chamber groaning, the scratched names flickering, as if the dead were sealing her. "Clara Winthrop, stay!" Ellen shouted, her voice a prayer, the dagger's glow flaring, the sludge boiling, Clara's form lunging, her skeletal hand grazing Lily's wrist, its nails drawing blood, her scream a wail that tore at the air. The dagger sank deeper, the rubble collapsing around it, the chamber's pulse stopping. Clara's form fracturing, her hollow eyes dimming, her wail fading. "No," a desperate cry as the fog retreated, the scratched names dark, the sludge stilling, the house's moan gone. Lily stumbled, her wrist bleeding but her pulse strong, Clara's voice silenced, the nail marks scabbing, the fog clearing, the chamber a tomb, its heart dead. Mark dropped the plank, his arms shaking. The basement silent, the walls scarred but still, The scratched names a graveyard of Clara's victims. Ellen stood, the dagger buried, its spirals dull, the chamber sealed, Clara's shadow trapped. Her rage a whisper locked in the rubble. They ran, the basement stairs crumbling, the living room a haze, the front door a lifeline to the SUV, the fog thinning, the house on Blackthorn Lane quiet. Its walls no longer bleeding, its heart caged. They drove, the windshield's Clara gone, the road clear, but Lily's wrist pulsed faintly, the house's shadow a weight they'd never shed. Clara's giggle a memory that promised she was only sleeping, waiting for the walls to crack again. Chapter 13, The Heart of the House. The SUV sped away from Blackthorn Lane, the fog thinning to wisps, the Maine woods a blur of dark pines under a gray dawn sky. Lily sat in the back seat, her wrist tender, the scabbed nail marks no longer bleeding, their faint pulse a fading echo of Clara Winthrop's grip. Her dark eyes stared at the road, the house's silhouette gone, its gabled roof and glinting windows swallowed by distance. But its shadow lingered, a cold weight in her chest. The photograph, hair, locket, and heart were destroyed, the dagger buried in the chamber's rubble, sealing Clara's rage. Yet her whisper, "You're mine," was a splinter in Lily's mind, too faint to be sure, but too real to ignore. Ellen sat in the passenger seat, her hands empty, the silver dagger's absence a wound, its spiral-etched blade a memory that burned her palms. Her green eyes were hollow, her auburn hair tangled with dried sludge. The chamber's collapse a victory that felt like a truce, not a triumph. Mark gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles pale. The SUV's windshield clear of Clara's name, but the faint scratching, nails on wood, from the house's walls still echoed in his ears, a rhythm that matched his racing pulse. The house on Blackthorn Lane was behind them, its heart caged, but the road ahead was heavy with the promise of Clara's return. Ellen's voice was a fragile thread, worn but resolute. "We're free," she said, her eyes on the horizon, the fog's retreat of faint hope, though the house's moan, its final groan as the dagger sealed the chamber, haunted her. Her librarian's mind clung to the priest's words, "Destroy what binds her," and the ledger's truth about the sealed room. Now rubble, Clara's anchor shattered. The dagger's buried, the chamber's gone. She can't follow us. But her hands trembled, the memory of Clara's gray, peeling form, her skeletal hand grazing Lily, a weight that crushed her certainty. She glanced at Lily in the rearview mirror, her daughter's pale face a fire that fueled her, and forced a smile, though her eyes betrayed doubt, the faint hum of the house's pulse a ghost in her bones. "We'll sell it, move far away, start over," she said, her voice trembling, the plan a prayer against the dark. Lily's wrist ached, the scabs tight, and she shook her head, her defiance dulled by exhaustion but alive. "Free," she whispered, her voice raw, her eyes on the passing trees, their branches clawing the sky, like Clara's nails in her dreams. "I still feel her, Mom. Not like before, but she's there." The chamber's collapse had cleansed her graying skin, silenced Clara's voice, but the nail marks pulsed faintly, a rhythm that matched the faint giggle she swore she heard in the fog. Too soft to be real. "What if we didn't trap her?" she asked, her hand brushing the scabs, the memory of Clara's hollow eyes, bleeding black, a flash in the SUV's side mirror. The road stretched, the fog shapes gone, but a low moan slipped through the vents, Clara's voice faint but unmistakable. "Lily," a call that chilled her blood, though the SUV's hum drowned it, leaving her unsure. Mark's jaw clenched, his hands tightening on the wheel. The house's silence, a lie he couldn't trust. "We trapped her," he said, his voice rough, though doubt gnawed at him. The chamber's rubble a grave that might not hold. The destroyed heart, the buried dagger, the collapsed walls had weakened Clara, but the house's final groan, the fog's moan, were proof her rage was only sleeping, waiting for a crack to slip through. "We're not going back," he said, his eyes on the road, Augusta's lights a distant glow, a promise of safety he didn't believe. "We'll find a lawyer, burn the deed, Let someone else deal with that place. But the scratching returned, faint from the SUV's undercarriage, like nails on metal, and a faint giggle, Clara's, cruel and girlish, slipped through the air, gone when he listened too hard. Lily's wrist throbbed, a drop of blood seeping through the scabs, and the SUV's dashboard flickered, the radio humming static, as if Clara's voice was trying to break through. Ellen's breath caught, her hands clenching, the dagger's absence a void. Its buried spirals a lock she feared might fail. "We need to be sure," she said, her voice trembling, her librarian's instinct for truth afire against the dark. "The church, the library, we check again, find anything about Edward's ritual, make sure there's nothing left." Her eyes met Mark's, pleading, the faint scratching a warning that the house's heart still beat. Somewhere deep, Mark's face darkened, the thought of digging deeper a noose. But Lily's bleeding wrist, the giggle in the air, were proof that Clara's shadow was alive. "Fine," he said, his voice hoarse, his hands shaking, the road blurring as Augusta's lights grew closer. "But we don't go near that place. Not ever." The static flared, a whisper breaking through. "Home," Clara's voice, soft and venomous, gone in a heartbeat. The radio silent, the scratching fading, but the SUV's air was heavy, the house's pulse a ghost in their veins. Augusta's streets were quiet, the dawn light casting long shadows as they pulled into a motel, its neon sign flickering, a pale echo of safety. The clerk, a tired woman with gray hair, handed them a key to room 9, and they shuffled inside, the room stale, air a relief after the house's rot, though the faint scent of damp wood lingered, a reminder of Blackthorn Lane. Lily collapsed on the bed, her wrist tender, the scabs tight, her eyes avoiding the room's small mirror, fearing Clara's face, gray, peeling, hollow-eyed, overlaying her own. Ellen sat at the table, her hands empty, her mind racing to the church's ledger, the articles, the ritual that bound Clara, searching for a missing piece, a final act to ensure her cage held. Mark locked the door, his hands trembling. The motel's thin walls a fragile barrier, the fog outside pressing against the window, its curls alive with shapes that vanished when he looked too long. Lily's voice was a whisper, breaking the silence. "She's not gone," she said, her eyes on the ceiling, the faint scratching from the SUV still echoing in her ears, Clara's giggle of memory that clung to her. "I know you don't want to hear it, but I feel her, like she's waiting." Her wrist pulsed, the nail marks a faint rhythm, and she sat up, her defiance flaring, her eyes meeting her parents'. "What if there's something else in the house? Something we missed?" Ellen's breath hitched, her hands clenching, the priest's warning. It might make her angrier, a shadow over Lily's words. "We destroyed everything," she said, her voice trembling, though doubt cracked it, the chamber's faint hum a ghost in her mind. "The heart, the dagger, the chamber, it's gone. But the fog's moan, the scratching, Lily's wrist were proof that Clara's heart was still alive, its beat a call they couldn't outrun." Mark rubbed his face, his exhaustion a weight. The motel's silence a lie he couldn't trust. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice rough, his eyes on the window, the fog's shapes a taunt. "We'll check the church, the library, whatever it takes. But we're not going back." The room grew colder, the fog pressing closer, and a faint giggle, Clara's, soft and cruel, slipped through the wall, gone when they listened, but Lily's wrist flared. A drop of blood seeping through the scabs, darkening the bed. The house on Blackthorn Lane was miles away, its chamber a rubble grave, but Clara's shadow was here, her heart beating in the fog. Her voice a whisper that promised they'd never escape, waiting for the walls to crack and her rage to rise again. The motel room in Augusta was a dim refuge, its yellowed walls and flickering bulb casting jagged shadows that seemed to shift when the Harris family wasn't looking. Lily lay on the creaking bed, her wrist tender, the scabbed nail marks pulsing faintly, a ghost of Clara Winthrop's touch that refused to fade. Her dark eyes were fixed on the ceiling, but her mind was back in the chamber, its collapsed walls. The buried dagger, the silence scratched names. Yet Clara's faint giggle, her whispered home, lingered like a bruise in her thoughts. Ellen sat at the small table, her hands clasped, her green eyes hollow, the absence of the dagger a void that weighed heavier than its cold steel. Her auburn hair was still flecked with dried sludge, her librarian's resolve fraying under the motel's oppressive silence. The fog outside pressing against the window, its curls alive with hints of Clara's skeletal form. Mark stood by the door, his hands clenching, his contractor's strength drained. The faint scratching from the SUV's undercarriage now a memory that echoed in the motel's walls, a rhythm that matched Lily's wrist. The house on Blackthorn Lane was miles away, its heart caged in rubble, but Clara's shadow was here, her pulse a cold thread binding them to her rage. Lily's voice was a whisper, trembling but resolute. "She's waiting for us," she said, sitting up, her wrist aching, the scabs tight, a faint drop of blood seeping through, darkening the sheet. Her eyes met her parents', her defiance a spark against the fear choking her. "The chamber's gone, but the house isn't. I feel her like she's inside me." The nail marks throbbed, their pulse faint but alive, and she swore she heard a soft giggle, Clara's, cruel and girlish, slipping through the wall, gone when she strained to listen. The memory of Clara's gray, peeling face, her hollow eyes bleeding black, flashed in her mind, a shadow that refused to die. "What if we missed something?" she asked, her voice breaking, her hand brushing the scabs, the blood smearing her fingers, a map of Clara's claim. The fog outside moaned, a low echo of the house's groan, and the motel's air grew colder, the faint scent of rot creeping in, as if Blackthorn Lane had followed them. Ellen's breath caught, her hands trembling, her eyes darting to the window, where the fog's shapes flickered, tall, thin, skeletal, vanishing when she blinked. The priest's warning, "Destroy what binds her," had led them to the heart, the dagger, the chamber's collapse, but Lily's wrist, the giggle, the scratching were proof that Clara's heart still beat. Somewhere deep. "We destroyed everything," she said, her voice trembling, though doubt cracked it, her librarian's mind racing to the ledger, the articles, the ritual that bound Clara. The heart, the dagger, the chamber, it's all gone. But the fog's moan grew louder, the motel's walls vibrating faintly, and a faint thud, wet, heavy, came from the floor, like something shifting in the dark. She stood, her hands clenching, the need for answers of fire against the dark. "We'll check the church again," she said, her voice steadying, her eyes meeting Mark's, then Lily's. "There has to be more, something about Edward's ritual, a final step we missed." Mark's jaw clenched, his hands itching for a weapon, the motel's silence a lie he couldn't trust. "Go back to the church?" he asked, his voice rough, his face pale, the memory of Clara's skeletal hand, her scream as the dagger sealed her, a weight that crushed him. "We barely got out alive, Ellen. And now you want to dig deeper." The thought of returning to Waterville, to the ledger's truths, was a noose, but Lily's bleeding wrist, the fog's moan, were proof that Clara's shadow was alive. Her cage fragile. He rubbed his face, his exhaustion a tide, the faint scratching now coming from the wall behind the bed, a rhythm that matched the thud, like footsteps in sludge. "Fine," he said, his voice hoarse, his eyes on Lily, her pale face a wound he couldn't fix. "But we're not going near that house. We find what we need, and we end this far away." The fog pressed closer, the window rattling, and a faint giggle, Clara's, soft and venomous, slipped through, gone in a heartbeat, but Lily's wrist flared, the blood dripping faster, darkening the bed. Lily stood, her legs shaky, her defiance hardening, her eyes on the wall, expecting it to crack, to bleed. "She's not just in the house," she said, her voice trembling but firm, her hand clutching her wrist. "The scab's a map of Clara's rage. She's in me, in us." The dagger didn't stop her. It just made her quiet. The motel's air grew heavier, the faint scent of rot now laced with blood. And the thud came again, louder, from the floor, as if Clara's skeletal hand was clawing through. She stepped toward the window, the fog shapes clearer, Clara's gray form, her hollow eyes glinting, her smile wide. Before they dissolved, the giggle echoing, a promise that Blackthorn Lane was everywhere. "We have to go back," she said, her eyes meeting her parents'. Her voice a mix of fear and resolve. Not to the house, but to her. We have to face her, or she'll never let us go. Ellen's heart pounded, her hands trembling, Lily's words a truth she couldn't deny. The priest's ledger a map to Clara's cage, but the fog's moan, the scratching, were proof that the house's heart was still alive, its walls waiting to crack. "We'll find the ritual," she said, her voice breaking, her eyes on the fog, the shapes now faint but alive, Clara's skeletal hand a shadow in the mist. "The church, the library, whatever it takes to make sure she's gone." Mark nodded, his face grim, the motel's walls vibrating, the thud now a scraping, like nails dragging through wood, Clara's giggle a chorus that promised blood. He grabbed their coats, his hands shaking, the motel's door a lifeline to the SUV, the road to Waterville a path to answers, or a trap they couldn't escape. They stepped outside, the fog cold and sour, the SUV's windshield glinting, the faint outline of Clara reappearing, its letters etched deeper, as if the house was waking. The scratching followed, loud and relentless, coming from the ground, the air, the fog itself. And Lily's wrist bled, the nail marks pulsing, a drop hitting the gravel, darkening it like the chamber's flood. The giggle became a laugh, Clara's voice clear and cruel. "Home," shaking the motel. The fog swirling, shapes solidifying, Clara's gray form, her skeletal hand raised, her hollow eyes locked on Lily. The family ran, the SUV's engine roaring, the fog parting, but Clara's laugh followed. Her shadow alive in the mist, her heart beating in their blood. The house on Blackthorn Lane a wound that would never heal, its walls waiting for the moment they'd return. To face her or become her forever. Chapter 14, The Final Night. The SUV barreled through the thinning fog. Waterville's dim lights a faint beacon as the Harris family fled the Augusta Motel. The echo of Clara Winthrop's cruel laugh, home, still ringing in their ears. Lily sat in the back, her wrist throbbing, the scabbed nail marks pulsing faintly, a red drop seeping through. Staining her sleeve, a lingering mark of Clara's claim. Her dark eyes were fixed on the road, but her mind was trapped in the house on Blackthorn Lane, its collapsed chamber, the buried dagger. The silence scratched names, yet Clara's giggle, her whispered your mind, was a cold splinter in her thoughts, alive despite their victory. Inclotitepe. The crumpled articles from the library a fragile map to Clara's cage, her green eyes hollow, the motel scratching, the fog's skeletal shapes a proof that the house's heart still beat. Mark gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles pale, the SUV's windshield glinting, the faint outline of Clara etched into the glass, a scar that deepened with every mile. The road to Waterville was a desperate hope, the church's ledger their last chance to uncover Edward Winthrop's ritual, but the faint scratching, nails on metal, came from the SUV's undercarriage. A rhythm that matched Lily's wrist, as if the house on Blackthorn Lane was clawing through the distance. Lily's voice was a whisper, raw and trembling. "She's not gone," she said, her eyes darting to the fog, where shapes flickered, tall, gray, hollow-eyed, vanishing when she blinked. Her wrist ached, the nail marks a faint pulse, and the memory of Clara's face, gray, peeling, bleeding black, flashed in the SUV's side mirror, gone in an instant. "I feel her, like she's waiting for us to slip up." The chamber's collapse, the dagger's seal, had caged Clara's rage. But the house's moan, the fog's giggle, were proof her shadow lingered, her heart wounded but alive. "What if the church doesn't have answers?" she asked, her hand brushing the scabs. The blood smearing her fingers, a map of Clara's reach. The SUV's dashboard flickered, the radio humming static, and a faint whisper, Lily, slipped through, Clara's voice soft and venomous. Gone when Ellen snapped the radio off, but the air grew colder, the faint scent of rot creeping in. Ellen's hands trembled, her eyes on the road. The articles in her bag, headlines of Edward's betrayal, the cursed house, a puzzle missing its final piece. "The church will have something," she said, her voice steadying. "Her librarians resolve a fire against the dark." The ledger mentioned a second attempt to seal her, a priest who vanished. There's got to be more. Notes, a relic, something about the ritual. Her mind raced to the destroyed heart, the buried dagger, the chamber's rubble, and the priest's warning. It might make her angrier, a shadow over their plan. She glanced at Lily, her daughter's bleeding wrist a wound that fueled her, and tightened her grip on the bag. The fog shapes clearer now. Clara's skeletal hand, her hollow eyes glinting before they dissolved. The giggle echoing, a promise that Blackthorn Lane was everywhere. "We end this tonight," she said, her voice trembling, her eyes meeting Mark's, pleading for strength. Mark's jaw clenched, his hands shaking, the SUVs scratching louder, like nails carving the chassis. Clara's laugh a tide that drowned his contractor's logic. "Tonight?" he asked, his voice hoarse, his eyes on the road. Waterville's steeple piercing the fog, a faint hope. "We're barely holding it together, Ellen. If the church doesn't have answers, what then?" The memory of Clara's form in the chamber, her skeletal hand gripping Lily, burned in his mind, and the fog's moan, the SUV's static, were proof that Clara's heart was alive, her cage fragile. Lily's wrist bled, the scabs seeping, and he felt the house's pulse, a cold thread pulling them back to Blackthorn Lane. Its open door trap they couldn't outrun. "We find the ritual, we finish it," he said, his voice rough, his hands tightening, the road blurring as the church loomed, its stone walls a sanctuary or a tomb. St. Mary's Church was silent, its oak door unlocked. The air inside cool and heavy with wax and old wood, a stark contrast to the house's rot. Father Daniel, the priest, was waiting, his kind eyes shadowed with worry. The ledger from their last visit open on a pew, its pages yellowed but alive with Clara's story. "You're back," he said, his voice low, his cross glinting as he glanced at Lily's wrist. The blood a beacon for Clara's rage. "She's stronger, isn't she?" Ellen nodded, spreading the articles, her voice trembling but firm. "We destroyed the chamber, the heart buried the dagger. But she's still here. We need the ritual, Edward's, or the church's attempt to seal her. Anything to end her." The priest's face darkened, his hands flipping the ledger, revealing a hidden page. Its ink faded but clear. November 1923. Father Thomas's final note. The ritual required Clara's remains, her true heart, buried in the house's foundation, not the chamber. Sealing failed. House consumed him. Ellen's breath hitched, her hands trembling. The ledger's truth and noose, Clara's remains, the true anchor, hidden deeper, untouched by their efforts. "Her remains?" she whispered, her eyes meeting Lily's, then Mark's, the fog outside moaning, the church's walls vibrating faintly, a faint scratching, nails on wood, coming from the floor. Lily's wrist flared, the nail marks bleeding faster, and she gasped, her voice breaking. "The foundation," she said, her eyes wide, Clara's giggle slipping through the air, loud and cruel. Her whisper, "Home," a command that shook the pews. Mark's face paled, his hands clenching, the thought of returning to Blackthorn Lane a weight that crushed him. "We have to go back," he said, his voice hoarse, the priest's cross trembling, the ledger's truth a sentence they couldn't escape. Father Daniel handed Ellen a small iron box, its surface etched with crosses, containing salt and blessed oil. "Use this," he said, his voice urgent, his eyes on Lily's wrist, the blood dripping, darkening the floor. "If you find her remains, burn them with this. It might break the house's hold." The scratching grew louder, the church's windows rattling, the fog spilling in, cold and sour, Clara's gray form flickering, her skeletal hand raised, her hollow eyes bleeding black. The priest raised his cross, his voice rising in prayer, but Clara's laugh drowned it, her voice a chorus. "You're mine," shaking the church, the ledger's pages tearing. The fog surging, shapes solidifying. The family ran, the iron box in Ellen's hands, the SUV a lifeline, the road to Blackthorn Lane a tunnel of fog, Clara's giggle a tide that pulled them back. Her heart beating in the house's foundation, waiting for their return, to be burned or to claim them forever. The fog enveloped Blackthorn Lane like a shroud, its gray tendrils coiling around the Harris family's SUV as they approached the house. The engines growl a frail defiance against the relentless scratching that echoed from the walls ahead. Lily sat in the back, her wrist burning, the scabbed nail marks seeping blood, each pulse a tether to Clara Winthrop's rage, her faint giggle, "You're mine," a cold splinter in Lily's mind. Her dark eyes were locked on the house's silhouette, its gabled roof looming through the fog, its open door exhaling a sour stench of rot and blood. A gateway to the foundation where Clara's true remains lay, the ledger's final truth. Ellen clutched the iron box from Father Daniel, its etched crosses glinting faintly. The salt and blessed oil inside a desperate hope to burn Clara's heart and break the house's hold. Her green eyes were wide, her auburn hair matted with sweat. The articles in her bag useless against the reality of Clara's lingering shadow. Mark gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, the SUV's windshield glinting, the etched Clara deepening. A wound that bled with every mile. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer a memory, but a living beast, its walls pulsing, its foundation attuned demanding their return. Clara's laugh a tide that drowned their hope. Ellen's voice was a trembling anchor, fraying but resolute. "We find her remains," she said, her eyes on the iron box. Its weight of prayer against the house's heart. Her librarian's mind clung to the ledger's revelation. Clara's true heart, buried in the foundation, untouched by the chamber's collapse, and the priest's warning that burning it could end her. The foundation's under the basement, near the furnace. "We dig, burn her with the salt and oil, and it's over." Her words were a plan, desperate but clear, though the house's moan, low and guttural, vibrated through the SUV, its windows glinting like eyes, the fog shapes Clara's gray form. Her skeletal hand, her hollow eyes, circling closer. She glanced at Lily, her daughter's bleeding wrist afire that fueled her, and tightened her grip on the box, the faint scratching now loud. Clawing from the house's walls, a rhythm that matched Lily's pulse. Lily's wrist flared, the nail marks bleeding faster, and she nodded, her defiance a flickering flame, her voice raw. "She's calling me," she whispered, her eyes on the open door, Clara's giggle weaving through the fog, loud and cruel. Her whisper, "Home," a command that tugged at her blood. The chamber's collapse. The buried dagger had caged Clara, but the foundation's secret, her true remains, was the house's heart, alive and waiting. "If we don't do this, she'll take me," she said, her hand brushing the scabs, the blood smearing her fingers, a map of Clara's claim. The SUV stopped, the gravel crunching, the house's door gaping, its stench overwhelming, and a low thud, wet, heavy, came from within like bones shifting in sludge. Lily's eyes widened, her breath shallow, Clara's voice in her mind. "You're mine," a tide she fought, her defiance a spark that refused to die. Mark's hands shook, his contractor's strength a memory, the house's moan a noose that tightened with every step. "Dig up the foundation," he asked, his voice hoarse, his eyes on the door. The fog shapes solidifying, Clara's skeletal hands scraping the gravel, her hollow eyes glinting. "We don't have tools, Ellen." And she's not just waiting, she's fighting. The memory of Clara's form in the chamber, her scream as the dagger sealed her, burned in his mind, and the fog's giggle, the SUV's scratching, were proof her heart was alive, its cage fragile. He grabbed a broken pipe from the SUV's trunk, a makeshift weapon, his hands clenching, the thought of entering the house a weight that crushed him. "We're quick," he said, his voice rough, his eyes meeting Ellen's. Then Lily's, the plan a gamble against Clara's rage. In dig, burn out. The house groaned, the thud louder, the scratching a drumbeat. Clara's laugh a chorus. Home, shaking the fog. They stepped into the house. The living room a wreckage of plaster and blood. The hole in the wall a dark scar exhaling rot. The basement stairs a descent into shadow. Lily led, her wrist bleeding, the nail marks pulsing, Clara's giggle echoing, her gray form flickering in the corners, her skeletal hand grazing the walls, leaving faint scratches. Ellen clutched the iron box, its crosses glowing faintly, the salt and oil a fragile hope, her eyes on the basement, the furnace's rusted hulk a beacon to the foundation. Mark followed, the pipe raised, his heart pounding, the thud now footsteps, wet and heavy, coming from below. The basement was colder, the air thick with decay, the chamber's rubble a grave. The furnace looming, its concrete base cracked, the foundation beneath it a tomb where Clara's remains lay. The ledger's truth a sentence they couldn't escape. Ellen knelt by the furnace, the iron box open, the salt and oil glinting, her hands trembling as she scraped at the concrete, its surface crumbling, revealing damp earth. "Here," she whispered, her voice breaking. The fog spilling through the basement window, Clara's form solidifying, gray, peeling, her hollow eyes bleeding black, her skeletal hand reaching. Lily's wrist flared, blood dripping, and she grabbed a rusted shovel from the corner, digging with Ellen, the earth cold and slick, the scratching loud, Clara's laugh a scream. "You can't," shaking the walls. Mark swung the pipe at Clara's form, her scream piercing, her form blurring, the fog surging, the thud now a heartbeat, the foundation's earth yielding, revealing a small, blackened bundle. Bones, wrapped in blood-soaked cloth, pulsing faintly, Clara's true heart. Clara's scream shook the basement, the walls cracking, the sludge oozing from the rubble, her form lunging, her skeletal hand grazing Lily's wrist, its nails drawing blood, the fog boiling, her hollow eyes locked on the bones. Ellen poured the salt and oil, her hands shaking, the bundle hissing, the crosses on the box flaring, and Mark struck a match, the flame flickering, the bones igniting, Clara's scream a wail that tore at the air. "No!" Her form fracturing, the sludge receding, the walls stilling, her hollow eyes dimming, her skeletal hand dissolving. Lily's wrist bled, her pulse strong, Clara's voice gone, the nail marks scabbing, the fog clearing, the basement a tomb. Its heart ash. The house was silent, its moan gone, the walls scarred but still, Clara's shadow burned. Her rage a whisper locked in the ashes, the family free. But the foundation's scar a promise that Blackthorn Lane would never forget. The basement of the house on Blackthorn Lane was a silent grave, its air thick with the acrid stench of burned bone and fading rot. The concrete walls scarred and still, the last embers of Clara Winthrop's remained smoldering in the foundation's unearthed hollow. Lily stood trembling, her wrist no longer bleeding, the scabbed nail marks quiet, their pulse gone, as if Clara's final grip had dissolved with the flames. Her dark eyes scanned the basement, expecting Clara's gray, peeling form to flicker in the shadows. But the fog outside the small window had cleared, the skeletal shapes, her hollow eyes, her blackened hand, gone, leaving only the faint hum of the house, a heartbeat too weak to threaten. Ellen clutched the empty iron box, its etched crosses dull, the salt and oil spent, her green eyes wide, her auburn hair matted with sweat and ash. The ledger's truth, Clara's remains, the true heart, proven, their burning of victory that felt final yet fragile. Mark dropped the rusted pipe, his hands shaking, his contractor's strength drained, the basement's silence a relief but a lie, the house's walls still standing, their scars a reminder of Clara's caged rage. The house on Blackthorn Lane was no longer a beast, its hard ash, but the faint scratching, nails on wood, lingered in their minds, a whisper that the walls might wake again. Ellen's voice was a whisper, raw but resolute. "It's over," she said, her eyes on the smoldering bones, their blackened cloth reduced to ash. The foundations hollow a wound that sealed Clara's shadow. Her librarian's mind clung to the priest's words, "Burn her remains," and the ledger's note about the foundation. Now a grave that held Clara's heart, her power broken. "She's gone, Lily. We did it." Her hands trembled, the iron box a weight she set down, its purpose fulfilled, though the house's faint hum. The wall scars, cast out, a fear that Clara's giggle might return. She stepped to Lily, her daughter's pale face afire that fueled her, and pulled her close, her arms shaking. The blood on Lily's wrist dried, the nail marks scabbing, a map of a battle won. "We leave now," she said, her voice steadying, her eyes meeting Mark's, the plan a prayer against the dark. "We sell this place, burn the deed, never look back." Lily's wrist ached, the scabs tight, and she nodded, her defiance a flicker, dulled by exhaustion but alive. "Gone," she whispered, her voice trembling, her eyes on the ash, the basement silence a contrast to Clara's scream, "No," as the flames consumed her. The nail marks were quiet, her pulse her own, but the memory of Clara's voice, "You're mine," was a cold thread, faint but persistent, like a scar that itched. "I don't feel her anymore," she said, her hand brushing the scabs. The basement's air lighter, the fog's moan gone, but her eyes darted to the walls, expecting a crack, a bleed, a giggle to slip through. "But the house, it's still here," she said, her voice breaking, her eyes on the furnace, its rusted hulk a sentinel over the foundation's grave. The faint scratching, the house's hum, were ghosts in her mind, a promise that Clara's heart, though burned, might linger in the wall's memory. Mark's jaw clenched, his hands clenching, the basement's silence a trap he couldn't trust. "We're done," he said, his voice hoarse, his eyes on the ash. The foundation's hollow a scar that held Clara's defeat, but the house's walls, its standing frame, were a threat he couldn't ignore. His contractor's instinct to destroy was alive, the urge to raise the house afire in his gut. But the priest's warning, it might make her angrier, and the ledger's truth about the foundation were proof that burning her remains was enough. "We get out, find a lawyer, let someone else deal with this place," he said, his eyes meeting Ellen's, then Lily's, his strength a flicker against the house's weight. He stepped to the stairs. The concrete slick with dried sludge, the air colder, and a faint thud, soft, distant, came from above, like a door creaking, stopping him cold. "What was that?" he whispered, his heart pounding. The basement's silence breaking, the house's hum returning, faint but alive. Ellen's breath hitched, her eyes darting to the stairs, the thud echoing, now joined by a faint giggle. Clara's, soft and cruel, slipping through the walls, gone when she listened too hard. "She's gone," she said, her voice trembling, her hands clenching the iron box, its emptiness a shield, though the giggle, the thud, were proof the house wasn't done. "It's just the house settling," she lied, her librarian's resolve fraying, her eyes on Lily, whose wrist pulsed faintly, the scabs tight but unmoving. She grabbed Lily's arm, pulling her toward the stairs, her voice sharp. "We're leaving. Now." Mark nodded, his pipe abandoned, his hands empty but fists clenched, the thud louder, now footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from the living room, as if the house was waking, its walls testing their victory. They climbed the stairs, the air colder. The living room, a haze of plastered dust and blood, the hole in the wall silent but menacing, its crawl space a dark eye that watched them pass. The front door was still open, the fog outside thin, the Maine woods swaying in a wind that carried no sound of Clara's voice, but the footsteps followed, wet and heavy, circling the living room, the giggle returning, faint but clear. Clara's whisper, "Home," a breath in the air. Lily's wrist flared, a drop of blood seeping through the scabs, and she gasped, her eyes wide, the giggle now a laugh. Clara's gray form flickering in the corner, her skeletal hand raised, her hollow eyes glinting, gone in a blink. "She's here," Lily shouted, her voice raw, her hand clutching Ellen's. The house's hum growing, the walls trembling, as if Clara's ash was stirring, her heart alive in the foundation's memory. Ellen's heart pounded, her eyes on the door, the SUV a lifeline. The iron box of weight she dropped, its purpose spent. "Run," she shouted, pulling Lily, her voice a sob, the footsteps louder, the laugh shaking the walls. Clara's form flickering, gray, peeling, bleeding black, blocking the door, her skeletal hand curling, her smile wide, her voice a chorus. "You're mine." Mark lunged, his fist swinging, Clara's form blurring. The laugh a scream that shook the house, the walls cracking, the floorboards buckling, the hole in the wall exhaling sludge, as if the foundation's ash was bleeding. The family dodged, the door clear. The SUV's engine roaring as they piled in. The house's scream fading, the fog parting, Clara's form dissolving, her hollow eyes dimming, the walls stilling. The foundation scar a grave that held her, burned but eternal. They drove, Augusta's lights a distant glow, the windshield's Clara gone, the scratching silent. The house on Blackthorn Lane a fading silhouette, its heart ash, its walls quiet. Lily's wrist pulsed faintly, the scabs tight, Clara's voice gone, her giggle a memory. But the house's shadow lingered, a cold weight in her chest, a promise that its walls might crack, its foundation stir, Clara's rage waiting for a new heart to claim. Ellen clutched Lily's hand, her eyes on the road, the plan to sell, to flee, a fragile hope, the house's hum a ghost in her bones. Mark drove, his hand steady, the road clear, but the faint thud, wet, heavy, echoed in his mind. A reminder that Blackthorn Lane was never truly gone, its heart burned but beating, its walls a cage that might one day open, calling them home. Chapter 15. The Echoes Remain. The SUV hummed along the highway, Augusta's lights fading into the pre-dawn gray. The fog a distant memory as the Harris family put miles between themselves and the house on Blackthorn Lane. Lily sat in the back, her wrist tender, the scabbed nail marks silent. Their faint pulse gone, as if Clara Winthrop's grip had finally dissolved with the burning of her remains. Her dark eyes stared at the passing pines, their branches still against the sky. But her mind lingered in the basement, the smoldering ash of Clara's bones, the collapsed chamber, the buried dagger, victories that felt like a held breath, not a release. Ellen sat beside her, her hands empty, the iron box and articles left behind, her green eyes hollow, the ledger's truth, Clara's heart in the foundation. Burned to ash, a fragile shield against the faint giggle that still echoed in her thoughts. Mark drove, his knuckles pale on the steering wheel, the SUV's windshield clear, the etched Clara gone. But the faint scratching, nails on wood, from the house's walls was a ghost in his ears, a rhythm that haunted the silence. The house was behind them, its heart burned, its walls quiet. But the road ahead carried the weight of Clara's shadow, a cold promise that Blackthorn Lane was never truly gone. Ellen's voice was soft, trembling, but resolute. "We're safe now," she said, her eyes on the horizon. The dawn's light a faint hope, though the house's final scream, Clara's dissolving form, lingered like a bruise. Her librarian's mind clung to the priest's words, "Burn her remains," and the foundation's ash, proof that Clara's anchor was destroyed, her rage caged in a grave of fire and salt. "The house can't hold her anymore. We'll sell it, move far away, start over." Her words were a plan, a prayer against the dark, but her hands trembled, the memory of Clara's skeletal hand. Her hollow eyes bleeding black, a weight that crushed her certainty. She turned to Lily, her daughter's pale, face of fire that fueled her, and squeezed her hand, the scabs on Lily's wrist dry. A map of a battle won. "She's gone, Lily. You're free," she said, her voice steadying, though her eyes betrayed doubt. The house's faint hum a ghost in her bones. Lily's wrist ached, the scabs tight, and she shook her head, her defiance a flicker, worn by exhaustion but alive. "Free?" she whispered, her voice raw, her eyes on the road, the pines blurring, their shadows too much like Clara's form in the fog. I don't hear her, not like before, but I feel her. The foundation's ash had silenced Clara's voice, her giggle, but the nail marks were a scar. Their faint itch a reminder of her whispered your mind, a cold thread that hadn't snapped. "What if she's not gone?" she asked, her hand brushing the scabs, the memory of Clara's gray, peeling face. Her bleeding eyes, a flash in the SUV's side mirror, gone when she looked too long. The road was clear, the fog's moan absent, but a faint thud, soft, distant, came from the SUV's trunk, like something shifting, stopping her breath, though the silence returned, leaving her unsure. Mark's jaw clenched, his hands steady on the wheel, the house's silence a lie he wanted to believe. Though the faint scratching, the thud, were proof that Clara's heart might still stir. "She's gone," he said, his voice rough, his eyes on the road, a motel's neon sign glowing ahead. A promise of rest he didn't trust. The burned bones, the buried dagger, the collapsed chamber were victories, but the house's final groan, the fog's giggle, were warnings that Clara's rage was only sleeping, waiting for a crack to slip through. "We'll find a lawyer, torch the deed. Let someone else deal with that place," he said, his voice hoarse. His eyes meeting Ellen's in the rearview mirror, then Lily's, his contractor's instinct to destroy a fire he couldn't ignite. The SUV's dashboard was steady, the radio silent, but the faint scent of rot crept in, a whisper of Blackthorn Lane, and Lily's wrist itched, a faint pulse returning, a drop of blood seeping through the scabs, darkening her sleeve. Ellen's breath caught, her eyes on Lily's wrist, the blood a wound that shattered her resolve, the priest's warning. It might make her angrier, a shadow over their victory. "We'll check one last time," she said, her voice trembling, her librarian's need for certainty a fire against the dark. The church in Waterville, the library, anything to make sure she's gone for good. Her hands clenched, the absence of a dagger a void. The foundation's ash a grave she prayed would hold. She leaned back, her eyes on the motel's sign, its flicker a pale echo of safety, but the faint thud came again, louder from the trunk, like a heartbeat in the dark. "Mark, stop," she whispered, her voice breaking, her eyes wide, the rot's scent thicker, the SUV's air colder, as if Clara's shadow was stirring. Her giggle of breath in the silence. Mark pulled into the motel's lot, the gravel crunching, the neon sign buzzing, the clerk's window a dim glow. "It's nothing," he said, his voice rough. Though his hands shook, the thud now, a faint scrape like nails on metal, coming from the trunk. He stepped out, his boots heavy, the fog gone but the air heavy, and opened the trunk. His heart pounding, expecting Clara's skeletal hand, her hollow eyes. It was empty, the spare tire still, but a small blackened cloth, blood-soaked, pulsing faintly, lay in the corner. Its surface etched with faint spirals, like the daggers, a relic they hadn't seen, a piece of Clara's heart that had followed them. "Jesus," he whispered, slamming the trunk, his face pale, the scrape louder, Clara's giggle slipping through the air, soft and cruel. Gone when he turned, but Lily's wrist flared, the blood dripping, the scabs pulsing, a map of Clara's return. Lily's eyes widened, her breath shallow, the cloth's pulse in her mind, Clara's voice, home, a whisper that grew, her gray form flickering in the motel's window, her skeletal hand raised, her hollow eyes glinting, gone in a blink. "She's not gone," she said, her voice trembling, her hand clutching her wrist, the blood smearing, the motel's air now thick with rot. The faint scratching circling them, a rhythm that matched her pulse. Ellen grabbed her, her eyes on the trunk, the cloth's existence a noose, the ledger's truth incomplete. Clara's heart not fully burned. "We burn it," she said, her voice breaking, her hands trembling. The plan, a desperate hope. The motel's lot a battlefield, the fog returning. Clara's laugh a tide that promised blood. Mark nodded, his hands clenching, the cloth a wound he couldn't ignore, the house's shadow alive in its pulse. "Now," he said, his voice hoarse. Grabbing a lighter from the SUV, his eyes on the motel, the fog shapes solidifying. Clara's gray form, her skeletal hand scraping the gravel, her hollow eyes locked on Lily. The family stood together, the cloth in Mark's hands, the lighter's flame flickering, Clara's scream shaking the fog. "No." As the cloth ignited, its spirals flaring, the blood burning, her form fracturing, the fog dissolving, the scratching silenced, Lily's wrist still, the scabs dry, Clara's shadow gone. The house on Blackthorn Lane a distant scar, its hard ash, its walls quiet, but its echo a weight they'd carry forever. The motel parking lot in Augusta was a cold expanse of gravel and flickering neon, the fog now a faint mist curling at the edges. Its shapes, Clara Winthrop's gray, peeling form, her skeletal hand, her hollow eyes, dissolved by the burning of the blood-soaked cloth, its etched spirals reduced to ash in Mark's trembling hands. Lily stood frozen, her wrists still, the scabbed nail marks dry, their pulse gone, as if Clara's final tether had snapped with the flames. Her dark eyes scanned the lot, expecting the giggle, the scratching, the faint whisper, "You're mine." But the air was quiet, the scent of rot fading, replaced by the sharp tang of burned cloth and gasoline. Ellen clutched Lily's arm, her green eyes wide, her auburn hair tangled with ash, the iron box left behind, the articles useless, the ledger's truth, Clara's heart burned, proven, yet her librarian's mind lingered on the house's faint hum. A ghost that refused to die. Mark dropped the lighter, its flame extinguished, his face pale, his contractor's strength a memory, the SUV's windshield clear, the etched Clara gone. But the faint thud from the trunk, the scratching in his ears, a reminder that the house on Blackthorn Lane was never fully silenced. The family stood together, the ash at their feet of victory. But the motel's dim light cast long shadows, and the weight of Clara's echo clung to them, a scar that pulsed in the silence. Lily's voice was a whisper, trembling but resolute. "Is she really gone?" she asked, her eyes on the ash, her wrist tender, the scabs tight, no longer bleeding, but their faint itch a reminder of Clara's grip. Her defiance flickered, worn by the night's terror, but alive. Her gaze shifting to the motel's window, fearing Clara's face, gray, peeling, bleeding black. In the reflection, though it was only her own, pale and drawn. "I don't hear her anymore," she said, her hand brushing the scabs, the memory of Clara's voice. Home, a cold thread that had frayed but not snapped. "But the house, it's still there, isn't it?" Her eyes met her parents'. The question a wound, the house on Blackthorn Lane a distant scar, its walls quiet, its foundation ash, but its echo a weight in her chest, a promise that Clara's rage might stir, waiting for a crack to slip through. Ellen's breath was shallow, her hands trembling, her eyes on the ash, the motel's lot a battlefield one, but the house's final moan, the fog's giggle, lingered like a bruise. "She's gone," she said, her voice steadying, her librarian's resolve afire against the dark, though doubt gnawed at her. The priest's warning, it might make her angrier, a shadow over their triumph. The heart, the cloth, the chamber, we burned everything. The house can't hold her anymore. Her words were a prayer, a plan to sell, to flee, to bury Blackthorn Lane in memory. But the faint hum in her mind, the motel's cold air, were proof that Clara's shadow was a scar, not a ghost. She pulled Lily close, her arms shaking, her daughter's dry wrist of victory, the scabs a map of survival, and looked at Mark, her eyes pleading. "We move on," she said, her voice breaking, the dawn's light a faint hope. Though the motel shadows seemed to shift, a flicker too quick to be sure. Mark's jaw clenched, his hands clenching, the ash at his feet a grave. But the house's silence a lie he couldn't fully trust. "We're done," he said, his voice hoarse, his eyes on the SUV, its trunk empty, the thud gone, the scratching silenced. Yet the faint scent of rot clung to his skin, a reminder of Blackthorn Lane's walls. His contractor's instinct to destroy was alive, the urge to raise the house a fire he'd never ignite. But the burned cloth, the foundation's ash, were proof Clara's heart was dead, her rage caged. "We find a lawyer, sell that place, move west, far from Maine," he said, his eyes meeting Ellen's. Then Lily's, his strength a flicker against the weight of their survival. He stepped to the SUV, the gravel crunching, the motel's neon sign buzzing, but a faint creak would settling. Or something more came from the building, stopping him, his heart pounding. Though the silence returned, the shadows still. Lily's wrist itched, the scabs a faint pulse, and she hesitated. Her eyes on the motel's window, the reflection clear but heavy, as if Clara's hollow eyes might flash. Her giggle slipped through. "What if someone else buys it?" she asked, her voice trembling, her defiance hardening, her hand clutching her wrist, the scabs a scar that told her story. The house is still there, the walls, the foundation. What if she comes back for them? Her words were a truth, the house a trap waiting for new blood, its ash a grave that might not hold. Ellen's breath hitched, her hands clenching, Lily's question a noose. The house's faint hum a ghost in her mind, the priest's ledger incomplete, Clara's shadow a weight they'd carry. "We'll warn them," she said, her voice breaking, her eyes on the dawn. "The plan of fragile hope. We'll tell the lawyer, the town, make sure no one goes near it." Mark nodded, his face grim, the motel's creak a memory, the SUV a lifeline to a new start. Though the faint scent of rot, the itch in Lily's wrist, were proof that Blackthorn Lane was a scar they'd never shed. "Let's go," he said, his voice rough, opening the SUV's door, the engine roaring. The motel fading into the dawn, the road clear, the fog gone. Lily climbed in, her wrist quiet, the scabs dry, but her eyes lingered on the horizon, the house's shadow a cold weight. Clara's giggle a memory that pulsed in her dreams. Ellen sat beside her, her hands empty, her eyes on the road, the plan to sell, to flee, a fire against the dark, but the faint hum, the house's echo, was a whisper that followed, a promise that Clara's heart, though ash, might stir in the walls, waiting for a new voice to call her home. The highway stretched, the dawn brightening. The SUV's hum a steady rhythm, but in Lily's dreams, as she drifted into uneasy sleep, the house on Blackthorn Lane loomed, its walls cracked but alive, its foundation a grave that pulsed faintly. Clara's gray form flickering, her skeletal hand reaching, her hollow eyes glinting, her giggle a whisper, "Lily." She woke with a start, her wrist itching, the scabs tight, the SUV's dashboard steady. The road clear, but the faint scratching, nails on wood, came from her window, a sound too soft to be real, a dream or a truth, and the house's shadow lingered, a question unanswered. A scar that would never fade, Clara's echo a promise that Blackthorn Lane was waiting, its walls silent but watching, its heart ash but alive in her dreams. If this story chilled you to the bone, hit that like button, share your thoughts in the comments. What would you do if Clara's giggle followed you? Subscribe to the Eli Nightfall YouTube channel for more haunting tales that'll keep you up all night. Support the channel, and let's keep the horror alive.